Chapter 81, The Police Station's Armory. The city of Tianhe is silent. The white snowflakes have covered everything, and from a high altitude, all you can see are the shadows of some tall buildings, and the rest is all white snow. Tianhe rode a snowmobile and sped across the snow. He had been self-isolating at home for almost a month, and this was the first time he had gone out for a ride. The wind whistled past his ears, and the feeling was indescribably good. Tianhe couldn't help but let out a few howls. The motorcycle's movements were particularly eye-catching. Tianhe saw people flashing behind the glass of some high-rise buildings as he drove along. Even in the end times, there will always be a part of humanity that is so resilient that it will survive. Like locusts. This extreme cold is like a pesticide that has been sprayed, but after this disaster, the surviving humans will slowly adapt. Tianhe touched the gun in his pocket and felt a sense of security. Every living person in this city could become a potential threat. In the end times, you must never trust human nature. Tianhe's first stop was not the supermarket nearby. He rode his bike straight to the Tianhe City Public Security Bureau. Because there must be weapons stored there. Tianhe kept in mind the saying that all fear comes from a lack of firepower. Therefore, the more weapons, especially heat weapons, the better. After driving for more than half an hour, Tianhe arrived at the location of the Tianhe City Public Security Bureau. At this point, most of the area was flooded. The lower 3 floors of the original 6-story building were completely invisible. Fortunately, the Public Security Bureau is a separate building, and the single-story height is higher than that of a residential building. Otherwise, if Tianhe had come 10 days later, there would be nothing left. Tianhe parked his motorcycle in front of the 4th-floor window. He got off the bike, took out the key, and then smashed the lock with a crowbar. Crack! The tempered glass shattered all over the floor. Tianhe took out a gun from his pocket and entered the building. It was dark inside, but that wasn't a problem for Tianhe, who took a miner's lamp straight out of the other dimension. It is used by workers who mine underground. It is very small, but the brightness is very high. When the light is turned on, it is like a small sun, illuminating the surroundings exceptionally brightly. Tianhe did not know the internal structure of the police station, so he had to search room by room. When he came to the 2nd floor, which was covered in snow and ice, he was slightly moved when he forced open a locked room. In the corner of the room, 7 or 8 police officers were huddled together. They were wrapped in thin blankets, and their bodies were whiter than the snow. Tianhe took a deep breath and felt a little sad. They were all police officers on night duty, and when the snowstorm came, they didn't even have any warm clothes. Judging from the way they looked before they died, they must have frozen to death. Tianhe wanted to bury them. But after thinking about it, he felt that it might be a kind of completion to be buried in the place where they had dedicated their lives for many years in the freezing snow and ice. He bowed his head in respect and observed a moment of silence for those who had protected the city. Then, he bypassed the bodies and continued searching. The police station was full of miscellaneous items, so searching was relatively time-consuming. When Tianhe got tired, he took a chocolate bar made of pure cocoa butter from the space, ate it in one go, and then replenished his strength to continue his search. After almost 2 hours, Tianhe finally found the gun vault, but it was locked from the outside. Tianhe tried to pry it open for a long time, but he couldn't, so he slapped his forehead and went back to find the key. Fortunately, he knew that the key was in the duty room and it wasn't hard to find. After Tianhe got the key, he opened the door smoothly. Opening the gun vault, Tianhe was truly amazed. There were many firearms inside, both pistols and rifles, totaling dozens. Tianhe even found a big sniper rifle. But these were the first time he had seen them, and he couldn't name or use them. Tianhe didn't care about that, and he collected them all, so he could study them slowly when he got back. Especially the sniper rifle, this thing is simply top-notch. It's going to be so cool to use it to bully people in the future. Well, even if his marksmanship isn't that good, he can at least scare people. Tianhe felt that he had a talent for shooting, and could be considered a semi-professional, especially with his good technique with the pistol. After being reborn, perhaps because his mind was more determined, his marksmanship was more decisive. When I was fighting the Tianhe gang, I rarely missed. I'm a genius at shooting. Tianhe smiled proudly, as if he was teasing himself. Later, he found more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition in the gun vault. There were also old guns that had been confiscated, and it was not known how many years they had been stored, so it was not known if they could be fired. Jiang Yi didn't mind, and he collected them all. This time, Jiang Yi came out with a full bag. In addition to the guns and ammunition, Jiang Yi also found more than a dozen bulletproof vests and a complete set of anti-riot equipment. For example, riot helmets, riot shields and batons. With all this stuff, I can build a pretty good team. Jiang Yi was overjoyed. He took all of these things. Just finding these things made his trip worthwhile. In the police station, Jiang Yi had a great harvest. This also confirmed one thing for him: there were still a lot of supplies outside. After all, the heavy snowfall on the night of December 12th had left the snow in front of the door more than a meter deep by the time people woke up the next day, and the temperature had reached dozens of degrees below zero. Therefore, at that time, most people did not realize the end of the world was coming, and did not start to frantically buy supplies. By the time they realized that something was wrong, it was too late to go out. Jiang Yi found what he was looking for and left the police station. A thick layer of snow had already fallen on the motorcycle outside. Jiang Yi realized that he had been out for a long time. It's time to go and get them some pig food. Jiang Yi thought of those bastards of neighbors and said lightly. He looked around and found a supermarket that had not been completely buried. Then he used a broken window to get in. When he got inside, he found that the supermarket was basically empty, with the shelves as clean as when they were first bought. There were some frozen rotten vegetable leaves on the ground. Jiang Yi touched his chin and said, "This is a convenience store, so it's not surprising that it was looted." But the big shopping malls in the city and suburbs are definitely not going to be empty. Many newly built large shopping malls are generally not too close to residential areas because the cost of land acquisition is too high. Jiang Yi himself is in the storage business, so he knows which large shopping malls in Tianhe are far from the crowds. So he got on his snowmobile and headed for the economic development zone. A Wanda shopping mall had just been built there 2 years ago, and the nearest residential buildings were 3 kilometers away, so the probability of being looted was relatively low. Chapter 82: Food for the Neighbors. Jiang Yi arrived at the Wanda Mall in the economic development zone. When he arrived, all he could see was the roof. He did the same thing, breaking the glass above and using a climbing rope to climb in. After entering the mall, traces of the once bustling scene remained faintly. The ring-shaped mall, with its shops displaying exquisite goods. Expensive clothes, shoes, and various household goods were worthless at this point and could be taken away at will. Jiang Yi selected some useful goods and stuffed the entire store into his own space. The supermarket was on the first basement floor. After he had collected the goods, he walked down to the basement. As he expected, the goods in this place were still full because it was far away from the people. But the quality was really hard to describe. The mall had partially collapsed under the weight of the snow, and the cold air had entered, so the shelves were covered in frost. The cold air had ruined the food here. Some of the puffed food and biscuits had even formed an ice layer. The vegetables, in particular, were not rotten or smelly, but they were also severely dehydrated, so I'm afraid they wouldn't taste very good in my mouth. The meat section was better, but it was all frozen into ice lumps, and it was authentic zombie meat. As for the fish tanks, they were also burst after freezing, so you can forget about eating fish. In short, in normal times, the food here would probably only be thrown away as garbage. Or they would be sent to a food factory through connections and processed into pre-made dishes. Jiang Yi shrugged. I wouldn't eat these things even if they were given to me for free. He didn't even bother to collect them into his own space. He doesn't need these inferior goods anyway, since he has no shortage of supplies. However, this is not important. Even if the food is of poor quality, it is still the best thing in the world for neighbors who haven't eaten anything normal in a long time. Jiang Yi took out 2 large bags from his space and threw some rotten vegetable leaves and zombie meat into them at random. He also stuffed them with some bread and biscuits that had swollen due to moisture. The 2 bags were soon full. Jiang Yi didn't plan to move the rest of the food, so he just left it there. Maybe it can save the lives of other people in the future. He doesn't need to take it with him anyway. After he had finished, Jiang Yi glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. This is a famous watch that has been treated to withstand the cold, and it can still function in extremely low temperatures. It might not be accurate, but at least it can give you an idea of the time. The Rolex showed that it was 3:30 p.m. It would take about an hour to get back to Yuelu community from here. Jiang Yi didn't want to waste any time. He will have plenty of opportunities to come out again in the future, and no one can take it away from him. He will explore other places later. Zhang Yi left the supermarket with the loot and started back on his snowmobile. By the time he returned to Yuelu community, it was already getting dark. Rumble. The sound of the engine was particularly loud in the quiet neighborhood. As soon as he returned, human faces appeared in the windows of various buildings, staring at him. In room 26, 15th floor, Huang Tianfang, the leader of the Tianhe gang, squinted at the brand new snowmobile. His face was disfigured by a burn, making him look even more hideous. That night, although they managed to escape, but his half-face was also licked by the fire tongue, turning into the present appearance. There's even such a thing, it can run in the snow. If we can use such a good thing, we can go out to find food in the future. Where do we need to eat that sour meat? A dark, fat man standing next to him glanced at it and said, "Uncle, I know this. In our area, this thing is called a sled. This is an electric sled." Huang Tianfang's eyes fixed on Zhang Yi's snowmobile, and he said in a low voice, "No matter what it is, we have to find a way to get it for him." Huang Tianfang was not the only one thinking this way. Everyone who was staring at Zhang Yi was thinking the same thing. After more than half a month of isolation, many of them had already gone mad, and it was only a matter of time before the rest of them went mad and died. They need to get out of here and find food and space to survive. The heavy snowfall had prevented them from doing so. But Zhang Yi's snowmobile gave them renewed hope. Zhang Yi could feel the greed and the murderous intent in the eyes of so many people. But when he touched the pistol at his waist and thought about the large amount of weapons and equipment he had found today, he felt very relieved. After getting off the snowmobile, Zhang Yi looked up and saw that the neighbors in 25 hashtag were also looking at him excitedly. These neighbors' eyes were fixed on the 2 bags Zhang Yi had brought back. Zhang Yi's mouth curled up, and he first pretended to drive the snowmobile to the underground garage in the back. He maneuvered the snowmobile into the space, bypassing everyone's view. Then he walked back with the 2 bags. He had a lot of things, so his footprints were very deep, which made the neighbors of 25 hashtag very excited. They even leaned over the window and cried out. Huang Tianfang and the others next door were also watching with their eyes shining. "Uncle, could it be food?" The fat black guy pointed excitedly at Zhang Yi and asked. Huang Tianfang scolded, "Nonsense. At this time, if he doesn't go out to find food, is he looking for a woman?" Hearing this, a group of Tianhe gang workers around him swallowed their saliva and surrounded him. "There's food? He found food outside? That's great. There's still food outside. We're saved. What are you waiting for? Let's go get him. Grab everything, including his car." The group of people yelled with bloodshot eyes. Huang Tianfang thought for a moment and said coldly, "Don't be in a hurry. This kid should be Zhang Yi, the one who killed Qin Zhanghao. This kid is vicious. He killed so many of our brothers last time. We have to be careful. And, I heard he has a gun. Even if we want to do it, we have to do it quietly." Huang Tianfang was very cautious. Although the 2 buildings were next to each other, there was still a distance of several dozen meters between them. Running across the thick ice and snow would be like a sitting duck. So although they were envious of the supplies Zhang Yi had brought back, they didn't act rashly. But there are always calm people and impulsive people. The workers behind Huang Tianfang were not satisfied with his arrangement. After some discussion, they decided that if they didn't take action now, they would never get the chance when Zhang Yi returned to the house. So a few of them sneaked downstairs with knives and wrenches. Zhang Yi entered the hallway through the window with the supplies, then took out his cell phone and told Uncle Yu that he was back, asking him to come and help him. In fact, he didn't need to say it, because Uncle Yu had already heard the sound of the snowmobile. Uncle Yu had hurried over to help Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you actually found so many things." Uncle Yu's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration as he looked at the 2 large bags Zhang Yi was carrying. It was snowing heavily outside, and if someone else had gone out, they probably wouldn't have been able to find their way. Professionals really should be left to their own devices. Chapter 83, The Invader. Zhang Yi said lightly, "It is indeed difficult to find supplies outside. As soon as I went out, I ran all over the nearby supermarkets and shopping malls that I could remember. But the surrounding supermarkets had already been looted, and there was nothing left. But I didn't give up. I knew everyone was waiting for me. In order to feed everyone, I would search the entire Tianhe city to find food and bring it back to everyone. I had no choice but to wander around the city, and finally managed to get this much food in a shopping mall. Zhang Yi handed the 2 bags to Uncle Yu, and then went back to open the door for Zhou Kur and walked down the street with her. Then he sent a message in the group, calling on the neighbors to come and get the food. Soon, the neighbors came flocking. The stairs were filled with people, and these skinny, hungry neighbors stared at Zhang Yi's bags with eager and greedy eyes. Some of them were itching to make a move, and some even had the intention of rushing over to grab it. But when they saw the black lump in Zhang Yi's right hand, they became fearful again. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I went to a lot of trouble to get these supplies for you." He gestured to Zhou Kur to open the bag. Zhou Kur obeyed, unzipped the bag and emptied the contents onto the ground. Clatter! A large pile of food appeared before everyone's eyes. There were vegetables, meat, bread, and biscuits. Although the quality of the food was questionable, most of it was stuff that even dogs wouldn't eat. But now, when these neighbors, who had been hungry for a long time, saw them, their eyes glowed with excitement. Uncle Yu raised his fist and shouted, "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi!" The neighbors immediately understood and shouted out in unison, raising their fists. "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, you are our great hero. Brother, from now on you are my real brother. Please accept my bow." Now Zhang Yi could make them crawl like dogs and they would obey him. The temptation of food was too great. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning struggled to squeeze out of the crowd. The 2 of them looked very disheveled, with their hair greasy and messy, like 2 crazy women. Seeing Zhang Yi bring back so much food, Fang Yuqing waved excitedly and shouted, "Zhang Yi brother, I am Qinger." She looked at the heroic Zhang Yi and felt very happy. She still thought that Zhang Yi loved her very much, and that even though he had Zhou Kur by his side, he would still have feelings for her. So there would definitely be more food for her. Lin Caning followed her and begged, "Yuqing, we are good friends. When the time comes, ask Zhang Yi to give me more food." Fang Yuqing glared at Lin Caning with disgust and pushed her away. "Get out of here! You bitch!" The fighting here made Zhang Yi frown. Someone immediately shouted at them, "Don't make trouble, listen to Zhang Yi." The people around them stared at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, and they immediately became more obedient. Fang Yuqing whispered, "What are you so angry about? Do you know what my relationship with Zhang Yi is?" Zhang Yi saw that everyone had calmed down, and then said, "I went out of my way to get these supplies back. The original intention was to share them with everyone." His tone suddenly turned cold. "However, this is a time of crisis, and I absolutely will not support lazy people. After eating these things, you must pick up weapons and fight against the enemy. If anyone dares to eat and not work, I guarantee that he will vomit up more than he ate." Looking at the gun in Zhang Yi's hand and the food on the ground, everyone nodded and submitted to Zhang Yi's carrot-and-stick approach. "Okay, let's distribute the food," Zhang Yi said, and then prepared to take attendance. At this moment, 2 arms appeared outside the 4th-floor window. Several workers from the Tianhe gang broke in. They saw so much food on the ground, their eyes lit up with excitement. "Brother Zhao, there's so much food, we're rich," one worker said excitedly. "What else is there to say? Grab it." 4 workers took out their weapons and hacked at Zhang Yi. This group of people were really ruthless. They didn't care even if there were dozens of people in front of them. Because they also realized that the others were all sheep, and there were very few people who could really fight. Zhang Yi's pupils constricted, and he instinctively drew his gun and aimed it at them. But suddenly, he changed his mind. Instead of shooting, he retreated, shouting, "This food is for you. Don't let them take it away. I will reward anyone who kills one of them with 5 portions of food." When he said this, the neighbors, who were originally afraid and only wanted to escape, stopped. Yes, Zhang Yi brought them this food. If it was taken away, what would they eat? Food is life. Without food, they would still be dead. What's more, Zhang Yi had said that he would provide food for 5 people for solving 1 person. The neighbors looked around. There were dozens of them, so what were they afraid of? A few young men took a deep breath, pulled out their weapons and rushed forward. Now everyone carries a weapon with them when they go out, which is very convenient. Zhang Yi retreated to the rear, pointing his pistol at the front to prevent some people from taking advantage of the chaos to grab food. The 4 members of the Tianhe gang were caught off guard. They thought these softies would run away in fear, but for some reason, they suddenly rushed up like they were on chicken blood. In the blink of an eye, everyone was caught up in a melee. The space on the fourth floor was not very large, and dozens of people were crowded together, with shovels, steel pipes and kitchen knives making a loud clanging sound. Everyone was so desperate for food that, coupled with the extremely cold temperatures, they didn't feel any pain even when they were injured. Soon, someone was injured. But before they fell, they were still desperately waving the weapons in their hands. Uncle Yu was the main force in the battle. He wielded an iron rod in his hand, swinging it with great vigor, and smashed it down while roaring. The 4 men from the Tianhe gang were not afraid of death, but they could not withstand the onslaught of so many people. They were quickly knocked to the ground. The air was filled with the roars of people. It was an emotional release. After all, they had been living in fear of death for a long time, and they were attacked by the Tianhe gang every day. So now, having cleanly and efficiently dealt with 4 of the Tianhe gang, they felt much better. Their fear of the Tianhe gang had also been greatly reduced. After the battle, 6 people lay on the ground. In addition to the 4 from the Tianhe gang, there were also 2 neighbors from the building. Zhou Kor frowned slightly at this sight. As a professional surgeon, she knew that these 2 people could still be saved. But it would require professional surgical conditions, as well as a large amount of medicine and blood transfusions. In today's environment, that is simply impossible. She sighed helplessly. Is this the lost world? Chapter 84. Zhang Yi, don't raise trash. Zhang Yi looked at the neighbors in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. After killing people, these neighbors can become qualified frontline soldiers and cannon fodder. It will be much easier for him to deal with attacks from other apartment buildings in the future. All he had to do was give them a little junk food and a lot of empty promises. Crack! Zhang Yi clapped his hands in laughter. Well done. Did you see that? As long as we stick together, what are these people afraid of? Zhang Yi looked ahead and waved to the 2 young men who had worked the hardest. You 2 come here. The 2 young men were overjoyed and came to Zhang Yi without wiping the blood off their faces. Zhang Yi reached out and grabbed a handful of food directly from the ground, then stuffed it into one of their arms. One handful wasn't enough, so he gave them another. Inflated bread, moldy biscuits, dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a large piece of pale zombie meat. These are all authentic delicacies. When the other neighbors saw this, they all salivated with envy, wishing they could have those things. Zhang Yi stuffed a large amount of food into both of their mouths and patted them on the shoulder. Work hard, and as long as you keep up this kind of energy, I won't let you down. The 2 young men were so excited that they were trembling. These things will last them for days. Tears were streaming down their faces. It had been so long since they had eaten normal food. Brother Zhang Yi, we will definitely work hard for you in the future. We'll do whatever you say. You're like a brother to us. The 2 young men, Li Changbin and Jian Lei, shouted at the top of their lungs. At this moment, they looked at Zhang Yi's eyes with gratitude. The other neighbors saw hope and secretly regretted why they had not exerted more effort. This is exactly what Zhang Yi wanted to see. After rewarding the 2 young men who had contributed the most, Zhang Yi said to the others, now, it's time to distribute the food. Come one by one. Zhang Yi had seen everyone's performance. He gave more to those who had worked hard and less to those who had not. However, most people only received a piece of bread or 2 bags of biscuits that were no bigger than a child's palm. Zhang Yi had kept a dog before, so he understood one thing. If you feed a dog too much every day, it will become lazy and not so obedient. Therefore, the best way is to let it not starve to death, but to keep it in a state of hunger. Only in this way can the dog remain obedient. The same is true for people. The neighbors were a little disappointed to see that Zhang Yi had so little food in his hand, but they didn't dare say anything. Because Zhang Yixian took out 2 typical examples to show them. You say you have little food, but you can only blame yourselves for not working hard. Look at Li Changbin and Jian Lei. Why do they have so much food? Look for the problem in yourself, not in others. Su Hao. Zhang Yi pointed at the rich second generation, Su Hao, who quickly came over and held out his hands. Where's my food? Zhang Yi looked at him with some disgust, then scratched the ground with his feet twice, and casually put a piece of fruit candy in his hand. This is your food. The neighbors around him laughed. Even those who received less food were more balanced at this point. Look, even though I got less food, there are people who got even less. Su Hao is really a loser. Su Hao's eyes widened, and a strong sense of humiliation overwhelmed his heart. He shouted angrily, "Are you kidding? Why do I only get one candy?" Zhang Yi sneered, "How dare you complain? You were just standing there watching while everyone else was fighting. You didn't even touch any of them. I'm only giving you this candy because I'm a kind person." Su Hao was very cunning. When it came time to fight, he shouted loudly and brandished a stick, shouting, "Kill them! Kill them all!" But despite his loud voice, he was honest enough to retreat to the back and refuse to fight. He was really taking everyone else for a fool. Su Hao argued with his eyes wide open, "Can I be blamed for that? There were only 4 of them, and they were all around me, so I didn't have a chance to get in." Zhang Yi said, "That's not my problem. I don't care about the process, I just want the result." Su Hao was furious and said in a frustrated voice, "It's not fair. You're being so unfair, you're obviously targeting me." Zhang Yi smiled contemptuously. "Fairness? You've got something wrong. What are you, some kind of a joke? Do you really think I'm talking to you about fairness? I am ordering you to obey my demands. Do you understand, loser?" Zhang Yi glanced at Li Changbin and Jian Lei next to him. How should we deal with people who disobey orders and have no discipline? Li Changbin and Jian Lei had already become Zhang Yi's loyal lackeys. At Zhang Yi's command, the two carefully placed the food in their hands on the ground, then walked over and grabbed Su Hao and beat him up. At first, Su Hao wanted to argue back. But as soon as a punch landed hard on his stomach, his whole body went into spasm. Anyone who still thinks about reason in the end times is definitely a complete idiot. There was no need to say anything other than to teach him a lesson with his fists. After beating him for a long time, Zhang Yi only stopped Li Changbin and Jiang Lei when Su Hao was dying. Although Su Hao was a waste, he could still be used as cannon fodder if he picked up a weapon. Zhang Yi pointed at Su Hao and said to everyone, "This is what happens when you disobey the landlord's orders. Don't say I'm overbearing, I'm a very fair person. If anyone here thinks I'm overbearing, you can put down the food in your hands and leave with dignity. I will definitely not cause any trouble for him." The neighbors looked at each other, but none of them came forward. They were joking. Food was their life. How could they give it up? Zhang Yi nodded, "Very well, then we have reached a consensus." He walked up to Su Hao, who was now crumpled up like a shrimp, his whole body in spasm. But his hand was still clenched tightly. A piece of candy might even save his life. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold, and he stomped on his hand with a fierce kick. He was wearing snow boots with very rough and hard soles. Stepping on Su Hao's hand, it directly peeled off a layer of flesh from the back of his hand, and blood was flowing. "Ah!" Su Hao screamed in pain and couldn't help but let go of his hand. Zhang Yi kicked the candy away and said to Su Hao in his despairing eyes, "Next time I hope you can learn to be a little smarter. Zhang Yi, don't raise useless people." After this show of strength, everyone became obedient. They obediently waited for Zhang Yi to distribute the food, and no one dared to voice an opinion. Soon, Zhang Yi finished distributing the food, and only a few people did not get any. Chapter 85, Humiliating the White Lotus. Okay, the supplies have been distributed. Zhang Yi told Zhou Kor to put the remaining supplies in her pocket. But at this moment, a voice of anxiety suddenly came from the crowd. "Zhang Yi, I haven't got any." The voice came from Fang Yuqing. She had always thought that Zhang Yi would definitely give her special treatment and give her the most food. But she had waited for a long time and still hadn't received any. Lin Caning, who was standing next to Fang Yuqing, also anxiously said, "Zhang Yi, how could you forget me too?" Zhang Yi looked at the two of them playfully. "I haven't forgotten you." The two girls were overjoyed, thinking that Zhang Yi was giving them special treatment and had deliberately put them last. But then Zhang Yi said something that sent them into a tailspin. "You two didn't have any in the first place." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were stunned, staring at them with eyes wide open, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Lin Caning blurted out, "Why? Everyone else has it, why don't I have it?" Fang Yuqing was even more unable to accept this, rushing from the crowd to Zhang Yi and asking with tears in her eyes, "Brother Zhang Yi, are you joking with Qinger? Right? This isn't true, you wouldn't treat me like this. Didn't you say you liked Qinger?" Zhang Yi hugged his arms and raised his eyebrows. I did say I liked you. But you can't be serious, right? I'm like that with many girls. We're all here to have fun, and we all know what's going on. Now I've lost my interest in you, so please don't bother me in the future. I already have a girlfriend. Zhang Yi said, deliberately holding Zhou Kor in his arms. Zhou Kor and Fang Yuqing stood together, a stark contrast. One is a high-achieving graduate of a prestigious university, a doctor in charge at a top-3 hospital, and has no flaws in terms of her figure, looks, or temperament. The other is an employee of a small company who chats with all kinds of men every day and constantly picks up women at nightclubs. Everyone knows which one to choose. Moreover, Fang Yuqing was disheveled and very disheveled at this time. Zhou Kor, on the other hand, was wearing exquisite makeup and a glamorous outfit. When the two were compared, it was as if they were a fairy and a beggar woman. Fang Yuqing could not bear such a blow. Her most prized beauty and charm were trampled on and rubbed by Zhang Yi. She cried and pointed at Zhang Yi, saying, "No, this isn't true. You clearly asked me to stay at your place a while ago. Why are you acting like this now?" Zhang Yi's mouth curled up. "What are you talking about? I was just playing with you. Look at how funny you look now." He then looked at Wang Min and Lin Caning. "Hey, does she tell you every day that she likes me? And that I'll let her in?" Wang Min and Lin Caning nodded quickly. Yes, this woman is not at all self-aware, she just knows how to daydream. This kind of trash doesn't know her own weight, and she also killed my cousin. She really deserves to die. Zhang Yi publicly executed Fang Yuqing, stripping her of her underwear. Everyone looked at her with contempt. Fang Yuqing's face turned pale, and she covered her head and said, "No, don't say anymore. Please don't say anymore." Zhang Yi ignored her and continued, "You think you're a goddess, but you're just a gold digger. But you don't know that you are famous in the circle of rich second generation in Tianhe City. Who doesn't know that you are a slut who can be slept with for a little money?" Zhang Yi looked at Su Hao and said, "Su Hao, what is her nickname?" Su Hao curled up on the ground and said with clenched teeth, "A pretentious gold digger." The scene erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. I never thought there was such a talent in our unit building. I had a crush on her before, but now I feel like a fool. It looks like a few hundred yuan will do the trick. If I had known that, I wouldn't have bothered. What a shameless bitch." Fang Yuqing was completely surrounded by the sound of mocking and cursing, and even though she tried to cover her ears, she couldn't stop the sound. She screamed like a madwoman and ran out. Zhang Yi took out a small bag of cookies and threw it in front of Su Hao. "Good girl, this is a reward for you. The same goes for training a dog. You have to give it some rewards when it is obedient." Su Hao's eyes were filled with joy. He never thought that he would get his food back. Even though he had just been beaten up, his hatred for Zhang Yi had diminished. Instead, he thought Zhang Yi was a fair person. He had been in the wrong, and he shouldn't have resisted Zhang Yi. "Thank you, Zhang Yi, I will be a good boy in the future." At this time, Lin Caning also stood up. "Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing has offended me before, but I don't have any conflicts with you, right? I just spoke up for you. Shouldn't you give me more food?" Zhang Yi glanced at her and said no. Lin Caning immediately became angry and screamed, "Why? You're the one chasing her, not me." Zhang Yi looked at her and said seriously, "I just don't like you, so I don't want to give you any. Is that okay?" Lin Caning was stunned by these words. "You?" Zhang Yi said, "I took the stuff back, and I have the right to give it to whoever I want. If you have a problem with it, just keep it to yourself. This is not fair." Lin Caning burst into tears. It's not fair to mention fairness. Zhang Yi didn't bother to talk to her, and the others looked at Lin Caning with a gloating expression. Li Changbin and Jian Lei very understanding of the situation, they drove Lin Caning away, so that she would not be an eyesore. After distributing the supplies, Zhang Yi said, "Next, let's talk about how to defend ourselves." Next to Uncle Yu, Xia Li Mei frowned and whispered in his ear, "Why aren't there any for our family? You killed 2 people, so you should give us 11 portions." Uncle Yu said, "Zhang Yi won't forget about us. Don't say anything yet." Xia Li Mei gave him a dissatisfied glance, then looked at Zhang Yi, lowered her head and muttered a few words. Zhang Yi said, in our building, excluding the children who can't walk, there are 47 people. I, Zhou Kor, Uncle Yu and Xia Limei are excluded. There are 43 people left, divided into 6 groups of 7 or 8 people each. They take turns guarding the building for 24 hours to prevent people from other buildings from attacking. If you see someone coming, you should ring the stair railings or other metal objects to alert everyone. When people on other floors wake up, they should use the same method to notify people on the upper floors. Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets and said seriously, the reward I just mentioned is still valid. Kill an enemy and you will be rewarded with 5 portions of food. If there is no merit, just being on duty will get you 1 person's worth of food every day. But it will have to be chosen by someone else, and the amount is not guaranteed. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, you should arrange this matter. Uncle Yu nodded and said, okay, no problem. Chapter 86, Big Sniper. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, the neighbors all lowered their heads and contemplated the pros and cons. Someone asked, Zhang Yi, it's understandable that you and Zhou Kor don't have to do the duty. But why doesn't Uncle Yu have to do the duty either? He's the best fighter. Zhang Yi stared at him and said in a tone of voice, because Uncle Yu is an important combatant, he must conserve his energy and wait for the crucial battle to come. Do you understand? This explanation is a bit far-fetched, but no one dared to contradict Zhang Yi. In fact, Zhang Yi's real purpose was to ensure the safety of Uncle Yu. The rest of the people are on the front line, responsible for defending against the enemy's attack from other buildings. In other words, they were cannon fodder, or, to put it nicely, expendable. Uncle Yu is a good fighter and a kind and upright person. He is the best subordinate in Zhang Yi's heart, so of course he must be kept alive to serve Zhang Yi in the future. After making the arrangements, Zhang Yi told the neighbors to go home, and only the people on duty were allowed to stay near the 4th floor. If they want to attack their building, the 4th floor is the only way to get there. Whether they dig a tunnel from below or climb in through the windows on the 4th floor. So if you can hold this place, you can detect any enemy in time. After everyone else had gone upstairs, Zhang Yi took Zhou Kor back with him. He would not leave his back to someone he didn't trust. At this time, there was no one else around. Xia Limei saw that Zhang Yi was reluctant to talk about the food for their family, and couldn't help but ask, Zhang Yi, did you forget to give us food? Zhang Yi looked up at Xia Limei in front of him, with a hint of cold smile in his eyes. Uncle Yu quickly pulled her arm and said, what are you talking about? Xia Limei said, you're the one who's done the most, but you're not giving us anything. This is too. Zhang Yi said, I brought back more than just these supplies. The rest is for the others. The good stuff is reserved for them. Uncle Yu, you can come to my house later to get it. Xia Limei immediately put on a smile when she heard this. I knew you wouldn't let him work for nothing. Uncle Yu gave her a dirty look and said, I told you, Zhang Yi is a trustworthy person. Zhang Yi smiled and said nothing. After returning home, Zhang Yi took out a box of instant noodles from the other dimension and placed it at the door, then informed Uncle Yu to come and pick it up in 10 minutes. Once inside, Zhang Yi quickly took off his winter clothes. Bang! The frying pan inside the leather jacket fell to the ground. Zhou Kor picked up the frying pan with a smile. There's probably not even a ghost outside, so you're being too careful. Zhang Yi smiled and said that he wouldn't need this in the future. He had found something better. Police bulletproof vests are both close-fitting and safe. After returning to his warm house, Zhang Yi felt a deeper sense of happiness. When he went out, he felt the cold even in his winter clothes, with temperatures below -70°C. Especially when riding a motorcycle, the feeling is even more pronounced. Zhang Yi took some food from the other dimension and put it on the table. Zhou Kor had also been hungry for a day. Zhang Yi took away all the food before he left, so he didn't have any to eat, and Zhou Kor didn't either. The two sat at the table and ate heartily. Zhou Kor asked curiously, what's going on outside? Zhang Yi said, what else can it be? The city is completely covered in snow, and the lower buildings are completely covered. If things continue like this, even if the snow stops and the temperature returns to normal, it will take more than half a month for the snow to melt. Zhou Kor nodded, but winter is coming soon, and the temperature will only get lower. That's not a problem for us. Zhang Yi said, what needs to be dealt with now is people. People in the end times are a more terrifying existence than the devil. After the two finished eating, Zhou Kor snuggled up to Zhang Yi and put her arms around his shoulders. Zhang Yi glanced at her. Why? Zhou Kor's face turned red. It's to keep warm, she said, and squeezed Zhang Yi with her own fatty layer. Since she was enlightened by Zhang Yi, she seemed to have awakened and was always clinging to Zhang Yi. Fortunately, Zhang Yi is young and strong, and has a lot of energy. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Zhang Yi smiled and slapped her plump buttocks. I don't have time to deal with you now. Go take a bath and go to bed. Zhou Kor threw a flirtatious glance at Zhang Yi, then obediently went to take a bath. What made Zhang Yi able to put aside even the beauty of women? Of course, it's a common man's hobby. Zhang Yi took out all the firearms he had collected today from a different dimension. He had some knowledge of firearms, after all, he had previously joined the Tianhe City Shooting Association and often went to the shooting range. The performance of police firearms is naturally much better than those he bought on the black market. So Zhang Yi replaced the guns he had used before with 2 police pistols, loaded with bullets. The holsters and belts were also ready-made and could be hung directly around the waist. Zhang Yi then began to study the rifles and the sniper rifle he had acquired. The shooting range in Tianhe City also had rifles for target practice, but no sniper rifles. However, with the development of the modern internet, there are complete introductions to all kinds of firearms on the internet. Zhang Yi took out his phone and searched online, and soon found the information he was looking for. He was surprised to find that the servers were still running. Big companies really do have the means to do it. Zhang Yi sighed. Although many internet companies have gone bankrupt and a large number of software programs have stopped operating. However, the servers of a small number of large enterprises are still in operation. Of course, this is also in line with the official operation. At least so far, mankind has not given up rebuilding after the end of the world, and still retains a part of the seed of civilization. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and learned the instructions for using these firearms online. Since Zhang Yi already had experience with firearms, he learned quickly. He didn't know if he could shoot accurately, but at least he knew how to fire and reload. At the very least, it can be used to scare people, which is enough. The existence of firearms is in itself the greatest deterrent. Zhang Yi thought about it and loaded the guns with magazines, turned on the safety, and put them in the other space. In this way, in case of an emergency, he can take out the gun and shoot at any time. But he couldn't help but feel a little attached to the big sniper rifle. Guns are the romance of men, and it is in their nature to love guns. Zhang Yi raised the gun and looked through the scope at the building across the street. The windows of the apartment across the street were clearly visible from here, and he could even see the locks on the windows. I'll try this gun out sometime. It's a great weapon for sneaking up on people. Zhang Yi smiled. He doesn't like head-on collisions. Hiding in a corner and killing people without them knowing where he is the best. Chapter 87, The Revenge of the Tianhe Gang. Zhang Yi was enjoying himself with the sniper rifle, observing the entire neighborhood through the scope. Since it was night, the other houses did not have electricity, so the apartment building was pitch black. However, with the reflection of the snow, the outside was still white, and some scenery could be faintly seen. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. When he looked into the garage not far away, 2 small black dots appeared in his field of vision. Garage, people. It looks like they're heading for my snowmobile. Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a mocking sneer. When he came back during the day, he pretended to put the snowmobile in the garage. Sure enough, someone sneaked over at night. It's just a pity that they were destined to be in vain. After a while, Uncle Yu came over. He saw a whole box of unopened instant noodles at the door and his eyes filled with tears of joy. I didn't expect it to be White Elephant. Zhang Yi, you're so nice. This box of instant noodles will last them 3 people for a week if they eat it sparingly. Thinking that Zhang Yi himself didn't have much food at home, and yet he gave him so much instant noodles, Uncle Yu was moved. Zhang Yi's family doesn't have much instant noodles, and there are only 20,000 boxes in the warehouse. And until now, he hasn't eaten a single pack. After all, there are all kinds of big meals made by famous chefs in the house, who would eat that stuff. Uncle Yu picked up the instant noodles and knocked on the door, saying, Zhang Yi, I'm taking the instant noodles. Thank you. Zhang Yi put down the sniper rifle in his hand and came to the door and said, Uncle Yu, why are you being polite to me? It doesn't matter if others live or die, Uncle Yu must be protected and fed. Only in this way can Uncle Yu be his golden medal enforcer and human shield in the future. It's not that Tianhe is heartless. He wouldn't let Uncle Yu die for him unless he had no other choice. Well, only when there is no other choice. Uncle Yu scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Don't take what Xia Mei said to you seriously. She's a bit of a gossip. Tianhe lowered his eyelids and smiled faintly. Hey, can I really be bothered with a woman? I'm not the kind of person who is petty. But Uncle Yu, are you really going to let someone else raise your child? Tianhe's tone was a little tentative. He didn't like Xia Mei, but he didn't want to make things difficult with Uncle Yu. Therefore, he had to be careful when trying to drive a wedge between them. Uncle Yu smiled. Hey, what are you talking about in this day and age? I'm lucky to have found a woman like this. Tianhe nodded. Well, you're right. In fact, Sister Xia is a good woman, she's not bad looking, and she can even give birth to children. I don't mean anything by it, but I just think you're underestimating yourself. In this day and age, a man like you, who is strong and can fight, is very popular. To be honest, even if you were to find an actress, it wouldn't be too much to ask. Uncle Yu was very happy to be praised. Am I really that good? Tianhe said, you can see what's going on now. Those pretty boys who can sing, dance, and rap are useless. They can't even support themselves. Only men like us can give women a sense of security. At this point, Tianhe changed the subject. But then again, Sister Xia is really quite good. You guys work hard, and she'll give you a baby too. After all, men still need to have their own children. Raising someone else's child is a bit, well, let's just say it's a bit. Uncle Yu felt a bit uncomfortable. Tianhe's words brought up some thoughts in his heart. He really liked Xia Mei. She was busty and had good skills, and she could satisfy him, an old bachelor. But the baby is not even a year old, and in these times it is really a burden. In order to take care of her, Uncle Yu was often woken up in the middle of the night, and his rest was not guaranteed. If it were his own child, it would be fine, but it was someone else's. People are selfish. Uncle Yu had been unhappy for a long time, but he had endured it and not thought too deeply about it. In addition, Xia Mei brainwashed him all day long, saying that he should treat the child as his own daughter and that she would be able to take care of him when she grew up. After a long time, Uncle Yu really helped raise the child for someone else. It was Tianhe's words that gave him a wake-up call and made him start thinking differently. I don't dare to think about having a child now. Let's talk about it when things settle down. Uncle Yu endured the strange feeling in his heart and smiled. Yes, you're right. I was just talking nonsense. Uncle Yu, don't take it to heart. I really respect you and Xia Jiajia, and I sincerely hope that you will be happy. Uncle Yu nodded, and I'll be going back first. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. After Uncle Yu left, Tianhe loaded the sniper rifle's magazine with bullets and returned it to the alternate dimension. These rifles and sniper rifles will become his secret weapons. After a while, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Zhou Kor came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Under the pink towel was her milky white skin. Her two long, well-trained legs had elegant lines and a seductive luster under the light. Tianhe lay on the sofa, pinched his eyebrows, and said lazily, I'm a little tired today, come and help me massage. Zhou Kor nodded and walked over to Tianhe, gently massaging his body. That night, the Tianhe gang, which had lost 4 of its members, launched another attack on 25 hashtag. The success of the past few days had made them completely ignore everyone in the 25 hashtag unit building except Tianhe. But this time, they were unexpectedly blocked. The leader was Huang Wei, Huang Tianfang's nephew, and taking advantage of the night to attack was his specialty. At around 2 a.m., he led 8 men into 25 hashtag in the dark. But before they could reach the stairs, bricks started falling from above. Bang! 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 The people on duty discovered the enemy and immediately fought back with whatever they had in their hands. They used kitchen knives, sticks and other weapons to block the Tianhe gang from above, and then threw stones, bricks and whatever heavy objects they could find to buy time. While resisting, they also knocked on the stairs and windows to make noise and attract the neighbors. Soon, the neighbors in the entire building were awakened. Huang Wei and the others were eager for revenge, and with the lack of supplies, they chose to storm the building. But they were too few in number, and even though they were fierce fighters, they couldn't beat so many people. What's more, because of Zhang Yi's reward, one of their lives was worth 5 people's worth of food. The neighbors were all like chickens with their heads cut off, scrambling to grab the heads. The battle lasted only a few minutes, and everyone used deadly force, leaving 3 bodies on the scene. Huang Wei and the others saw that the situation was not good, so they shouted, "Retreat!" As they ran, the neighbors from 25 were overjoyed and chased after them, howling. A worker who was slow to run didn't have time to climb out of the window before a kitchen knife was plunged into his buttocks, and half of the blade was stuck in. He screamed in pain and struggled to climb out with his ass crooked. After they left, the neighbors didn't dare to chase them. After all, it was late at night, and they didn't know what was going on outside. But at this time, Zhang Yi was also awakened by the noise. He went out onto the balcony and looked down at the fleeing members of the Tianhe gang. Suddenly, he had an idea. Could I kill them with a sniper rifle from this distance? Chapter 88, Precision Shooting, 100% Accuracy. When a man meets a beautiful woman, the first thing he thinks about is to have an in-depth conversation with her. When you get a good weapon, you want to try its power. This is a habit that is ingrained in the bones. Even if you pick up a good bamboo stick on the side of the road when you were a child, you would play with it like a sword. What's more, Zhang Yi got a sniper rifle, which is something that ordinary people in China can't even dream of, let alone use to beat people up. Let's see if this thing is any good. Zhang Yi took out the sniper rifle from the other dimension and stood on the 24th floor balcony and began to aim down. The 8-power scope is really powerful. The people who were only the size of ants when viewed from the 24th floor now look clearly. Zhang Yi held his breath to avoid the heat of his breath blurring the scope. The 7 people who had escaped were crawling back through the snow, so it wasn't difficult to aim. Zhang Yi suppressed his excitement and aimed at the back of one of the people and pulled the trigger. For some reason, the moment the bullet left the barrel, he had a strange feeling that it would definitely hit its target. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was particularly clear in the still night. I don't know how many people were awakened from their uneasy sleep by the sound. Zhang Yi looked through the scope and saw the man fall to the ground, his blood staining the snow. Damn, how did I shoot so accurately? Am I a genius? Zhang Yi was both surprised and happy. He had only wanted to test the gun to see if it worked, and he didn't have high hopes. But he didn't expect to hit the target on the first shot. What was that strange feeling just now? Zhang Yi was a little surprised. But he didn't have time to think about it. The other people heard the gunshot and saw that one of their accomplices was dead, so they all sped up. Zhang Yi quickly reloaded the gun and then aimed at the next person. When he focused his attention on one person, the strange feeling came back. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and another person fell to the ground. Zhang Yi understood this time that he was able to hit the enemy from the 24th floor, not by coincidence, but by talent. Cough cough, to be more precise, it should be some kind of special ability. Zhang Yi muttered to himself, it seems that the power I have awakened is not just about the different space. But the potential has not been discovered by me before. But it is certain that his superpower must be related to space. This is what makes him a natural sharpshooter. In the past, he used crossbows and pistols for close-range combat, and he didn't notice this ability. He just felt that the shooting experience was very good. But when he switched to a sniper rifle, the feeling became even more pronounced. Zhang Yi was very excited. In the end times, having one more ability is one more way to protect yourself. He reloaded and aimed at a person's head. Bang! After the gunshot, he saw the man's head explode into a cloud of blood. He was certain that this was indeed a powerful ability to shoot accurately. Zhang Yi was ecstatic, and he aimed at several other people. Click! 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 He quickly reloaded the gun after each shot, and the sound of the gunshots echoed through the neighborhood. 1 shot per person. The others didn't have time to escape and died on the way back. 7 bodies lay on the white snow, their blood staining the ground in large red patches, looking particularly glaring. Zhang Yi's mouth couldn't help but smile. From now on, he could hide and be a top-notch 6th brother, specializing in killing people in secret. At this moment, the neighbors downstairs heard the gunshots and watched as Huang Wei and the others fell one by one, like they were being called out. The gunshots came from upstairs. It must have been Zhang Yi upstairs. At such a distance, it must not be a pistol, but the power of a sniper rifle. My goodness, so far away, 1 shot and he's dead. Zhang Yi is a sharpshooter. Everyone was stunned and at the same time felt a sense of fear. With Zhang Yi's skills, wouldn't it be as easy to kill them as to crush an ant? They automatically filled in the blanks, thinking that Zhang Yi was probably a military king hidden in the city. Otherwise, how could he have such good marksmanship? It seems that it would be best to listen to Zhang Yi in the future. Yes, the reason we are still alive is because Zhang Yi has not lost his temper. The human brain's ability to fill in the blanks is terrifying. At this point, their awe of Zhang Yi has reached the sky. And it wasn't just them. The gunshots in the middle of the night woke up the entire neighborhood. Zhang Yi's sniper rifle did not have a silencer, but anyone who knew a little about this could tell that it was definitely not the sound of a handgun. In a time when a pistol can rule a building, if someone has a rifle or even a sniper rifle with even more destructive power, just imagine how terrifying it would be. Zhang Yi put away his sniper rifle and rubbed his shoulders. The continuous shooting had made his shoulders a little sore. Fortunately, he is in good physical condition, otherwise his shoulder would have been sore for a few days. That night, many people would be unable to sleep again. Uncle Yu sent a message to Zhang Yi, asking if he had fired the gun. Uncle Yu had been in the army, so he immediately recognized it as a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi did not hide it and told him, "I got it from the police station today." Uncle Yu asked curiously, "Have you been in the army before? What was your army number?" Zhang Yi's marksmanship is too fierce. According to Uncle Yu's judgment, he is definitely the best marksman in the army. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I'm just naturally talented." Uncle Yu thought that Zhang Yi didn't want to say, so he didn't ask anymore. "It's good that you fired the gun. If it was someone else, we would be in danger." Zhang Yi chatted with him casually, then went back to his room and lay down on his warm, soft bed and fell asleep. The next day, he slept until after 9 o'clock, got up, washed up, and let Zhou Kor out of the room. "Let's get something to eat. I want to eat something freshly made." Make 2 bowls of noodles with oil and chili sauce," Zhang Yi said to Zhou Kor. Zhou Kor smiled. "My noodles aren't as good as the ones at the noodle shop." Zhang Yi shrugged and said, "That's fine. We have plenty of time." After eating in a restaurant for a long time, you sometimes want to eat some home-cooked food to change the taste. Zhou Kor obediently went into the kitchen and came out with 2 bowls of noodles in oil after a short while. Zhang Yi tasted it and it tasted pretty good. By the way, Zhang Yi installed surveillance cameras throughout the house, including the kitchen. He also provided the ingredients. As for Zhou Kor, the first day she entered the house, she was thoroughly examined by Zhang Yi. Even now, Zhang Yi checks her body every day, from the inside out, leaving no corner unchecked. Therefore, there is no possibility that Zhou Kor could have drugged him. Otherwise, he wouldn't eat the food that was brought to him. Zhou Kor sat down at the table and asked curiously, "Yesterday I heard a gunshot. Did you fire a gun on the balcony?" Chapter 89, Warehouse District. Zhang Yi looked at her and said with a smile, "Yes." He took a mouthful of noodles. Zhou Kor's cooking was only so-so, but fortunately, noodles were not difficult to make. "I found it when I went out. It's a sniper rifle." Zhang Yi's tone was very light. Zhou Kor's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. "A sniper rifle? Can you use it?" "Not only can I, but I'm also very good at it." Zhang Yi pointed out the window. "Last night I killed 7 people with 7 bullets." Zhang Yi was very proud of this. Men like to show off their prey to women. Zhou Kor looked at Zhang Yi with a little more admiration. Being with such a man, her safety would be more guaranteed. "Zhang Yi, you're amazing." She held her chin in her hands and looked at Zhang Yi with admiration. "Why, aren't you curious about how I used a sniper rifle?" Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Zhou Kor shook her head. "What does that have to do with me? Even if you were a murderer or a psychopath in the past, I'm still with you now." She thought for a moment and then said, "It's better than dying outside, right?" Zhang Yi nodded. "You are really smart, unlike some stupid women who always ask questions." 26 Tianhe Gang. Huang Tianfang didn't discover the bodies of Huang Wei and the others until the morning. He sensed something was wrong last night after hearing the gunshots. But out of caution, he didn't dare to take anyone out to check, but he basically knew in his heart that Huang Wei and the others would not be coming back. In the morning, they saw the 10 bodies piled up outside. For a moment, Huang Tianfang's pupils contracted, and a strong anger arose in his heart. However, the fear in his heart was 10 times as strong as the anger. Now, there were only 9 people left in the Tianhe gang, and their fighting power had plummeted. Even if they forced the surviving owners to join, they can't make up for the lack of fighting power of those workers. If at this time, a battle suddenly broke out with other buildings, they would be at a huge disadvantage. They have guns, and not just any guns. I suspect they have rifles or sniper rifles. The bullets were fired so densely last night, which means they have a lot of ammunition in their hands. This opponent is really not easy to deal with. Huang Tianfang's expression was very solemn. The others under his command also looked scared. Boss, what should we do? Dawei and the others are all dead, and we're down by half. Are we still going to do it? Huang Tianfang looked at the next door 25 hashtag with a sinister look and said with clenched teeth, "Fuck it, they have guns, what can we do against them?" His men were anxious. But if we don't take his sled and supplies, the owners of this building won't have enough to eat for a few days. After a moment of silence, Huang Tianfang said in a low voice, "Go back at night and steal the bodies of Dawei and the others." The men looked at each other, and a look of struggle flashed across their faces. They had been brothers for many years, living and dying together. Now they had to. Everyone felt bad, but no one spoke up. They knew that nothing else mattered compared to staying alive. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Kor finished eating, he stood up and said, "I'm going out." Zhou Kor hurriedly stuffed a bag of potato chips into her pocket. Zhang Yi didn't say much, but this time he didn't put away the 2 boxes of ingredients in the kitchen. After living together for a long time, he had full confidence in Zhou Kor's IQ. Unless a better tree appeared for her to cling to, she would not do anything stupid to betray Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi came downstairs, the few people on duty immediately stood up straight when they saw him. "Brother Zhang, are you going out?" Zhang Yi looked at them and saw the awe in their eyes. Zhang Yi's strength has been recognized by everyone. Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Do a good job." He climbed out of the window on the 4th floor, thought for a moment, and then pretended to take a detour to the garage in the back. Soon after, he rode off on his motorcycle. People appeared in front of many windows, watching Zhang Yi as he rode away. Their eyes were mixed with emotions, some were excited, some were envious, and some were vicious. 21 hashtag, the building is managed by a group of young men in their 20s who call themselves the Wolf Gang. Wang Chang, the leader of the Wolf Gang, stood in front of the window, holding a bloody machete that had already begun to rust. He watched Zhang Yi leave the community with his own eyes, and couldn't help but frown. Where did he hide his motorcycle? It was him who had sent someone to steal Zhang Yi's motorcycle last night. His second-in-command Xiao Lu said, "Our community is quite large, and he hid it very well. It's really hard to find." Wang Chang snorted and said with his arms folded, "No matter what, this car must be in the hands of our Wolf Gang. With the snowmobile, we can go out and look for supplies. By then, it won't be a problem to expand the team and form a big gang." Xiao Lu nodded seriously. "Yes, in troubled times, heroes emerge. This era is an opportunity for our brothers." He looked in the direction Zhang Yi had left, his eyes bloodshot. "Now, let's find a way to get some cigarettes. I haven't smoked in half a month, and I'm going crazy." In other buildings, the leaders were also discussing Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's appearance is a crisis for them. The crisis is that Zhang Yi has a gun, and it's a large gun. But this is also an opportunity, because Zhang Yi has a snowmobile and can go out to obtain supplies. Some want to fight, some want to cooperate, but one thing is certain, they will all come into contact with Zhang Yi soon, and it is inevitable. This time, Zhang Yi left and first went to the nearby supermarket to take a look. Unfortunately, the nearby supermarkets were not built high enough, and some of the smaller ones were only 1 story high, so they were all buried in the snow. It seems that unless the snow melts, the only places where food can be obtained in the entire city are those few large independent supermarkets and warehouses. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered the place where he used to work. Southwest of the Economic Development Zone, there used to be a large area of wasteland, which was later developed to provide various enterprises with space for building factories and warehouses. Because the land is cheap, most of the city's warehouses are there. Zhang Yi had emptied the Walmart warehouse, but there were still goods from other companies there. Medical supplies, food, cars, toys, everything. Maybe there's something I can use. Zhang Yi made up his mind and turned the car around, heading towards the warehouse area. The warehouse was only about 10 kilometers away, and it took less than 20 minutes to get there. The area was very open and the buildings were built high, so there was no snow piled up as high as in the city. So when Tianhe came here, he could still see the tops of some of the factory buildings. Chapter 90 Gas Station. Tianhe knew this area too well. The warehouses of hundreds of groups in the entire Tianhe city were concentrated here, large and small. If he could gather all the supplies back, it would be no problem to feed not only himself, but thousands of people. The only problem is whether those supplies are still there. Tianhe took out his pistol and crowbar and went to check the warehouse of Artimart not far away. He took the crowbar and smashed the window from the top. He looked inside and saw that the huge factory was now empty. Had it been moved by someone else? Tianhe was prepared, so he wasn't too surprised. He continued to other warehouses, and the results were the same. The warehouses for medical equipment, daily necessities, food, and even snacks and pet food were all empty. Just as I thought. When a disaster occurs, the government's experts will be the first to report the situation. The people in power must have moved the supplies. That's why Tianhe emptied the Walmart warehouse a week in advance. He knew that once disaster struck, the powerful and influential would only think of themselves and not the lives of ordinary people. Tianhe did not give up searching. There are hundreds of warehouses here, and maybe there are things in them that haven't been taken away and that happen to be useful to him. Sure enough, after working hard for half a day, Tianhe found a warehouse that stored cars. The warehouse was huge, with an area of over 1 million square meters. On the steel racks, the cars were arranged neatly like sardines in a can. There were many luxury cars, which could have sold for millions before the end of the world. But now, they are completely useless, and it is hard to imagine what use they could be. Tianhe also felt very uninteresting after seeing so many vehicles. He bit his teeth together, thought for a long time, and then made up his mind. There was still so much space in the warehouse, so he might as well throw them in. What if he needed them later? Men love cars. Seeing so many expensive luxury cars, Tianhe thought about collecting them for fun. Although he couldn't drive them at the time, he could still get a taste of them. Just think of them as high-end models. So he selected a dozen of his favorite cars and put them into his own space. Tianhe spent the whole day in the warehouse area. Most of the warehouse was emptied, leaving only the things that were too large to be moved. For example, large machinery or large quantities of decoration materials. There was nothing to eat or use. Tianhe gritted his teeth and endured the confusion, picking up many things like a scavenger. Heavy trucks, excavators, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, bulldozers. What if I need them in the future? Tianhe reasoned with himself. But then he thought to himself that it was ridiculous to think like that. In the freezing cold, these cars wouldn't be able to move an inch, so what good would they be? Fortunately, the space in the other dimension is large enough to fit all these cars in. After all this time, Tianhe felt that it was almost enough. There was no value in continuing to explore this place, and he didn't have anything else that he needed urgently. He took a chocolate bar out of the other dimension and quickly ate it. The cold wind was blowing into his mouth as he ate, and it was a little unpleasant. There was no way to drink hot water now. As soon as the lid was opened, it would be cold in half a minute. Tianhe scooped up a mouthful of snow from the ground and shoved it into his mouth, hoping to get some water to drink. Then, he quickly thought of another place he needed to go. Because he had made a lot of cars, he thought of gasoline and diesel. The gasoline and diesel stored in the original alien space are enough for daily use. But judging from the current situation, he will use a large amount of it for his snowmobile as a daily means of transportation. In that case, the amount stored may not be enough. Out of caution, Tianhe decided to go to the gas station to see if he could get some fuel. Tianhe rode his snowmobile and, after some thought, headed for the largest gas station in Tianhe City. Soon, he arrived at the location he remembered. But when he arrived, he let out a long breath of white smoke. The huge gas station was completely covered in snow. Tianhe could only judge its location by the tall buildings around it. Although he was prepared for this, he was still a little disappointed. There are no tall buildings around the gas station, so it seems that there is no place to refuel. Damn it! Tianhe frowned, feeling somewhat helpless about the situation. With the current thickness of the snow, it would be almost impossible to dig it out by hand. And who knows how long the snowstorm will last. Does that mean we have to save on fuel in the future? According to the amount of fuel in his other world and the fuel consumption of the snowmobile, it may be depleted in 20 years. This is not good news. Human power is really weak. It would be great if we could use large machinery to dig. Zhang Yi smiled self-deprecatingly. Just as he was about to turn the key and leave, he suddenly thought of something. Excavation equipment? Can excavators do it? He had just picked up some work vehicles from the warehouse, including several excavators. He had originally collected them for future use. He never thought he would need them so soon. It was a breeze to dig a hole in the snow with the excavator. But to be honest, this is a rare occurrence. After all, it is rare to see such deep snow on the planet in the past. And no one drives an excavator to work in the Arctic. They use icebreakers. But after thinking about it, Zhang Yi decided that the idea was definitely feasible. The snow and ice have been accumulating for less than a month, and they haven't formed a hard layer of ice yet. The snow and ice underground is at most 10 meters deep, so he only needs to dig to the entrance of the door or window to break in. Therefore, it won't take too much time. It's feasible. Zhang Yi immediately got to work and brought a large excavator directly from the other dimension. Bang! The nearly 20-ton excavator fell heavily to the ground and sank more than a meter. Zhang Yi saw this and smiled. That's good, it saves me from having to dig down. After all, the snow on the surface is relatively thin and can't bear this weight. But the snow underneath should be a bit thicker. This was Zhang Yi's first time driving an excavator, but it wasn't a problem. He had driven cranes, forklifts and trucks at the warehouse. This thing is no problem. After a little thought, I knew how to drive it. Although I can't say I'm very skilled, I can at least operate it. Chapter 91, A New Way Out. The excavator is relatively simple to operate. There are two main push handles and a lever to control the bucket. Zhang Yi found the fuel tank and took out a bucket of diesel fuel from the other dimension and poured it in. Then he got into the control room and turned the key. Boom! Fortunately, the low temperature didn't affect the new machine too much, and the excavator was still able to be used normally. Zhang Yi maneuvered the excavator and began to throw the snow in front of him to the sides. At first, he was a bit slow, but gradually he got faster. After half an hour, he had dug a 3-meter deep hole, and the crawler could even move slowly. Fortunately, the excavator is not equipped with wheels, and Zhang Yi even thinks that in the event of an emergency, this thing can be used as a transport vehicle. It's a bit slow, but the excavator's tracks really work well in the snow. This thing can even drive over muddy tidal flats. It's really awesome. With his not-so-skilled technique, Zhang Yi worked for almost 2 hours before finally digging up the hard building. He was overjoyed and quickly pushed the snow aside along the building. Only then did he slowly see the huge roof platform of the gas station. Once he found the building of the gas station, the rest was a matter of clearing the snow along the way. Due to his lack of skill, Zhang Yi was busy for 4 or 5 hours before he was able to dig to the convenience store window of the gas station. Fortunately, it was the excavator that dug it, not him, otherwise he would definitely have been exhausted. Zhang Yi got off the excavator and put it back into the alternate dimension. Then he broke the glass on the window and jumped inside. When he got to the convenience store, he was shocked. The snow had broken the door, and most of the inside was filled with snow. Fortunately, the back door was still visible. Zhang Yi stepped over the snow and he needed to find the place where the oil was stored first. The storage tanks at gas stations are usually underground, which also avoids the risk of being buried in snow. It didn't take long for Zhang Yi to find the entrance to the oil storage room. Despite the large front of the gas station, the space behind it is actually very small, so it wasn't difficult to find an entrance. Zhang Yi used a crowbar to pry open the iron door and turned on the miner's lamp. The sight in front of him took his breath away. 4 huge oil tanks were placed in the oil storage room, with a capacity of almost 200 cubic meters of oil. At first glance, it is still very spectacular. Zhang Yi thought for a while, quietly stepped back from the door, removed the static electricity from his body briefly, and then dared to walk in. At this point, the gas station had already stopped operating, and it was pitch black inside. Zhang Yi turned on the miner's lamp and blocked the oil pipeline above. The pipe opening was then wrapped in many layers of plastic sheeting and cling film to prevent leakage. Then he put the 4 huge tanks into his own space. Normally, with these 3 tanks of gasoline and 1 tank of diesel, he won't have to worry about refueling his car in the future. Ha! Wait a minute. Zhang Yi had a flash of inspiration and suddenly realized something very important. If I can use an excavator to dig out the snow, doesn't that mean I can also dig out other places that have been buried by snow? In that case, the whole world would become a huge treasure trove. Even a treasure trove that I can enjoy all to myself. Zhang Yi's mind was suddenly opened, and after realizing this, he was filled with joy. There are still many buried treasures under the snow. All of them are good things. Zhang Yi knew that he would never have to worry about running out of anything again. The world is at his disposal. Zhang Yi climbed onto the snowmobile along the path made by the excavator's tracks and then rode off. It was getting late, so he decided to call it a day. He went to the supermarket in the Wanda Plaza and brought back 2 bags of junk food. As soon as the motorcycle appeared outside the community, many people stared at him through the windows. Zhang Yi drove the motorcycle to the back of the apartment building, pretended to put it in the garage, and then returned to 25 hashtag with 2 bags of food. Without him having to tell them, the neighbors had already gathered here. However, Fang Yuqing did not come this time. She seemed to have figured it out that Zhang Yi would never give her any more food. But Lin Caning was still determined to come over and try. Zhang Yi didn't even look at her. Yesterday, we all worked hard to deal with those intruders. Today's food is a reward for you. The food will be distributed according to the rules we agreed on before. He distributes food according to the degree of contribution. There's only so much food, so some people get more and some get less. In short, if you don't work hard, you won't get to eat much. Everyone was even more afraid of Zhang Yi because of the sniper rifle, and they didn't dare to say much. Moreover, they also knew that Zhang Yi had killed the most enemies. Li Changbin and Jian Lei were not on duty last night, so they only got 1 serving of food. Zhang Yi's 1-person serving meant that they would not be able to eat enough. The 2 men looked disappointed. Li Changbin said to Zhang Yi, "Brother Zhang, we're just waiting for them to come over, and I don't know when it's going to be. You killed more than 10 of them, I'm afraid they won't dare to come over. If this continues, how can we get the reward?" Young men are easily impatient. Zhang Yi touched his nose and smiled lightly. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. I only said that killing an enemy would be rewarded with 5 portions of food. But I didn't say that you could only wait for them to attack. Li Changbin and Jiang Lei's eyes lit up. You mean we can take the initiative? Then we can kill people from other buildings and get rewards for it? The 2 were very excited. They desperately needed food, and there was also a desire to perform in the group. They wanted to prove their strength and then become Zhang Yi's right-hand man and follow Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi thought about it. So far, no one has attacked 25 hashtag except for the Tianhe gang and 26 hashtag. But no one can guarantee what will happen in the future. Especially after Zhang Yi exposed his snowmobile, there must be more people in the neighborhood who want to get their hands on it. Zhang Yi was tempted by Jian Lei and Li Qingbin's proposal. These people were originally cannon fodder that Zhang Yi had recruited. If they want to die, then let them go. After all, this junk food is not worth much to Zhang Yi. He immediately smiled approvingly and nodded, of course. Now everyone outside is an enemy, so killing them will ensure the safety of our group. Now, no matter which building, anyone except us can be killed, and then they can be exchanged for rewards. That being said, due to the low temperatures and heavy snow outside, they could only pick a few nearby buildings to attack. The first to be attacked was naturally the neighboring Tianhe gang's 26th building. Li Changbin and Jian Lei cheered excitedly. The other people had different expressions on their faces, not knowing what they were thinking. But obviously some people were tempted. After all, who doesn't want to get more food? Chapter 92, You Deserve to Die for Not Saving My Grandson. After the food was distributed, Lin Caning caused another disturbance, but was beaten up badly by Jiang Lei and Li Changbin, Zhang Yi's lackeys. Then Zhang Yi told them to go back to their own homes. Zhou Kou walked next to him, put her arm around his and whispered, "There's something wrong with the atmosphere in the community today." Zhang Yi silently pulled his arm away and asked lightly, "Oh, what's going on?" Zhou Kou was slightly startled, and then realized that Zhang Yi didn't want his hands to be bound. At home, it's fine, but outside, Zhang Yi really doesn't relax at all. She said, "I always feel like there are a lot of eyes watching us, and this feeling is very strong." Zhang Yi smiled lightly, not surprising. The appearance of the snowmobile will inevitably cause jealousy in others. After all, this is the South, and this kind of transportation is extremely rare. With it, you can go out to find supplies, which means you can survive. Who wouldn't want to live? Joe Kor was a little worried. You said that people from other apartment buildings might attack us. I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Zhang Yi heard this and looked around. When she realized that there was no one around, she whispered, "Don't we have a lot of cannon fodder? Besides, no matter how good they are, it's impossible for them to break into our house." Joe Kor smiled and said, "But if people are pushed to the limit, who knows what they will do?" Zhang Yi nodded, "What you said makes sense." When the two of them were talking, Zhang Yi was in the habit of looking around. After all, it is best not to let others hear their conversation. However, it was this glance that suddenly made him see a black crack appear at the end of his peripheral vision. At this moment, he and Joe Kor were passing the 13th floor, and the iron door in the stairwell revealed a gap. A blood-red eye stared at him through the gap. Who is it? Zhang Yi's muscles suddenly tightened. Even though he was very brave, this sudden turn of events still made him a little nervous. The door to the stairwell slammed open. A woman with unkempt hair and a bloody kitchen knife in her hand rushed out and slashed at his head. Ah! Joe Kor screamed in fright. Zhang Yi quickly pushed Joe Kor to the side, and due to the reaction force, his own body also fell to the side. The knife missed its target in the air. But the woman, like a madwoman, continued to slash at Zhang Yi with the knife. Who knew that Zhang Yi rolled down the stairs? He was wearing thick clothes and a bulletproof vest, so he wasn't afraid of hurting himself. After rolling down several flights of stairs, Zhang Yi's body finally stabilized. At this point, he saw who the woman was, and it was Auntie Lin, who had disappeared for a long time. Auntie Lin did not relent, and she chased after him with a cleaver in her hand and bloodshot eyes. "Zhang Yi, I'm going to make you pay for what you did to my grandson." "Damn old thing." Zhang Yi had already calmed down, and with his right hand he took a thick, long crowbar from another dimension and smashed it directly on her head. The stairs were narrow, and Auntie Lin had no room to dodge. Her small kitchen knife didn't even have a chance to touch Zhang Yi. Faced with the crowbar, she instinctively dodged, and the crowbar didn't hit her head, but her shoulder instead. Crack! Zhang Yi heard the sound of the bones breaking. This old arm and leg really couldn't help but be smashed. Auntie Lin was knocked over on the stairs and lost all her strength to resist. Even so, she still clutched the bloody kitchen knife in her hand and glared at Zhang Yi with murderous intent. "Kill you. Avenge my grandson." Zhang Yi looked down at her coldly, then raised the crowbar and smashed it into her hand. You can't say that, in the cold of winter, the human body is really fragile. The three of her fingers were smashed off, and the cleaver fell to the ground with a clang. Her screams of agony echoed through the stairwell. The patrol heard the noise and hurried over to investigate. Seeing that it was Zhang Yi and Auntie Lin, they couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhang, what happened?" Zhang Yi said coldly, "This old woman tried to kill me." Upon hearing this, the others immediately shouted, "This old woman deserves to die. Brother Zhang is now the hope of our entire building. She even tried to kill you. Just kill her. She's already gone crazy, and sooner or later she'll be a problem." Auntie Lin had indeed gone crazy long ago, and had been talking nonsense in the group chat all day. Zhang Yi said, "You guys go back, I'll handle things here." The others dared not disobey Zhang Yi's wishes and obediently left. Joe Kor stood on the stairs, covering her mouth with her hands and looking at Zhang Yi with a worried expression. "Zhang Yi, are you hurt?" Zhang Yi pointed at Auntie Lin's head and said coldly, "She can't hurt me." Auntie Lin stubbornly raised her head and looked at Zhang Yi with a resentful look. "Zhang Yi, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. You killed my grandson, you must go to hell." Zhang Yi did not rush to attack. Instead, he asked calmly, "You didn't kill my grandson, so why are you seeking revenge on me?" Auntie Lin's timing was perfect. It was clear that she had planned it in advance. She knew that Zhang Yi would be back at this time, so she hid behind the door and waited for the opportunity to attack. And Zhang Yi was also talking to Joe Kor, slightly distracted, which gave her the opportunity. Otherwise, with Zhang Yi's caution, it would be impossible for him to notice the problem with the door. At this point, Zhang Yi wanted to ask this crazy woman why she was attacking him. Auntie Lin glared at Zhang Yi with murderous intent, grinding her teeth and spitting like a mad dog. It was you who killed my grandson. You deserve to die. I want to drink your blood and eat your flesh, and bite you to death, bite you to death. Zhang Yi's expression remained calm. But I don't remember killing your grandson. Strictly speaking, I'm still your benefactor. Because it was Chen Jianghao's man who kicked your grandson to death, and I helped you kill Chen Jianghao. You should be thanking me. Auntie Lin was stunned for a moment. She was even more furious because she found Zhang Yi's words to be reasonable. But how could a woman, especially an unreasonable woman, admit that she was wrong? Don't pretend to be a good person. My grandson was not dead at the time. It was because he did not have medication that he died of pain. It was you who let him die because you refused to lend me the medicine. You are the culprit. Auntie Lin spat out her words angrily, her eyes red from bloodshot, looking like a hideous demon. Chapter 93, You are the one who is wrong. Zhang Yi now understood the whole story. Oh, I see. That's how you understand it. He nodded. But is there some kind of misunderstanding? He looked down at Auntie Lin and met her hateful gaze. Then Zhang Yi lowered his voice and said in a low voice, Actually, I am a person who is hard to the core but soft at heart. How could I bear to see a child die of pain? That's why I went to your house to deliver the medicine. Auntie Lin widened her eyes and said, You're talking nonsense. No, I really didn't. I went to your house. Think about it. Oh, that's right, you were too focused at the time, so you probably forgot. Zhang Yi's eyes revealed a hint of regret. In fact, Xiaohu was still alive at the time. I clearly saw his chest moving. But how could you just let him? He had a chance to live, but you took that chance away from him. You're a great-grandma. Zhang Yi's eyes became dark and her tone was cold. Auntie Lin's mind was already not in good shape. Hearing Zhang Yi's words at this time, her mind was even more chaotic. A look of panic flashed in her eyes. Could it be that Xiaohu really didn't die? In the end, it was she who accidentally killed Xiaohu? No, it's impossible. Xiaohu was already dead at the time, and you killed him. Zhang Yi laughed and pointed at Zhou Core, saying, If you don't believe me, you can ask Dr. Zhou. Is Lin Xiaohu still salvageable? Auntie Lin turned her head blankly and looked at Zhou Core on the stairs. Zhou Core saw Zhang Yi's grim smile and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. No wonder Zhang Yi didn't kill Auntie Lin directly, but instead talked to her for so long. It turns out that he not only wanted to kill Auntie Lin, but also wanted to kill her in her heart, so that she would die in extreme pain. Zhou Core looked down at Auntie Lin and nodded slowly. Yes, Lin Xiaohu actually had a chance to be saved. It was me who contacted Zhang Yi, and he agreed to deliver the medicine. But you didn't wait for him to arrive, and you mistakenly thought that Lin Xiaohu was already dead. If you had waited a little longer, maybe he wouldn't have died. Zhou Core didn't say the last few words because she felt that this was already strong enough. Auntie Lin covered her face in despair and wailed in pain. No, it can't be. It's not true, I didn't know he was still alive. I thought he was dead. Her mind had already broken down, and her memories were in a mess. Sometimes she didn't even know what she was doing. She had lived up to now by relying on her hatred of Zhang Yi. But after listening to Zhang Yi and Zhou Core, she couldn't tell what was real anymore. Could it be that the person who killed her grandson was not Zhang Yi, but herself? Zhang Yi suddenly shouted out in a loud voice, Haha, so that's it. This is the good grandmother of the Lin family. She said she loved her grandson, but in the end she killed the grandson who was still alive. You really loved him. Your son and daughter-in-law entrusted their grandson to you. Have you done them justice? Auntie Lin's eyes were glazed over, and she covered her head and let out a painful wail. No, it's not like that, it's not like that. Yes, yes. It's not like that, it's not like that. Yes, yes. You did it. Auntie Lin was there, moaning in pain and despair. Zhang Yi was laughing at her while she was crying in pain and despair. Zhou Core felt a chill down her spine. People like Zhang Yi should be avoided at all costs. He is so terrible at torturing people. Ah! Auntie Lin suddenly screamed and slammed her head into the wall. She had completely lost it, and had lost all hope of living. Death would be the best relief for her. But at the critical moment, Zhang Yi was a good person. He was so kind, how could he bear to see his neighbor die in front of him? Zhang Yi shouted in his mouth, "Don't!" Then he kicked Auntie Lin out of the way. Boom! Auntie Lin fell to the side and rolled down the stairs to the next floor. Zhang Yi said with deep concern, "Auntie Lin, you have to look forward in life. Don't be so depressed." After all, his smile was even brighter. You sacrificed your grandson to live. If you die, how will you face your whole family down there? At this point, Auntie Lin was spitting blood and unable to speak, but her eyes were full of pleading for Zhang Yi. "Please, don't say any more." At this point, neighbors from the surrounding floors heard the commotion and rushed over to see the fun. Zhang Yi pointed at Auntie Lin and said loudly, "Everyone, come and see. Auntie Lin is going to commit suicide. It's strange, how did she live for so long? Hey, do you have any food in the house?" The neighbor's eyes showed extreme disgust after hearing this. Even though some people will do anything to survive. But no one would ever do such a thing to their own family. That was their last moral bottom line. Mrs. Lin was being stared at by these people, and her mental state deteriorated even further. She spat out blood and her eyes were filled with struggle and pain. She won't live long. She'll freeze to death in half an hour at most. Zhou Kor walked over to Zhang Yi and said to him. Zhang Yi's blows were so powerful that they ruptured her internal organs. Freezing to death? Zhang Yi frowned. How can you be so cruel? In this cold weather, you're letting her freeze to death. I can't stand to watch this. The neighbors looked at Zhang Yi with surprise. Does that mean Zhang Yi is going to let Auntie Lin off? Only Zhou Kor, who knew Zhang Yi, looked at him helplessly. What do you want to do? Zhang Yi sighed. Hey, it's not easy for the elderly to live their whole lives. Let's keep her warm before she dies. He reached into his clothes and pretended to be searching for something, but in fact he was retrieving a bottle of alcohol from another dimension. He unscrewed the cap and splashed it all over Auntie Lin. Seeing this, the neighbors realized what Zhang Yi was trying to do. They were speechless, but they also felt that it was very reasonable. After all, this person was Zhang Yi. When have you ever seen him show mercy to others? After splashing the bottle of alcohol, Zhang Yi quickly backed away, lit a cigarette with a lighter, took 2 puffs, and threw it over. Suddenly, the flame flared up in an instant. Soon, a piercing scream echoed through the stairwell. Zhang Yi turned around and walked back without even looking. The other neighbors were so scared that they hurriedly made way for Zhang Yi, their eyes full of fear. Chapter 94-9 #Chenlingyu. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Kor returned to their room, they took off their winter clothes, sat on the sofa, and cursed fiercely, "This crazy bitch." He lay on the sofa. Zhou Kor went into the bathroom and after a while, she brought out a basin of hot water. She smiled and knelt in front of Zhang Yi, helping him take off his cotton socks and then washing his feet with her own hands. She asked softly, "Were you scared just now?" Zhang Yi leaned back on the sofa and said in a relaxed tone, "Actually, it's okay. Since the end of the world, I've stopped being surprised by anything. In the chaotic times, anything is possible." He was wearing a bulletproof vest, so unless the old woman was a nimble killer who could precisely cut his neck, he would not be injured. But Zhang Yi is not a piece of wood, so he would naturally dodge. While I was away, did anything happen in the neighborhood? Especially in the other buildings, was there any movement? Zhou Kor nodded slowly when she heard this. I was just about to tell you. Zhang Yi sat up a little, his eyes full of curiosity and caution. Oh, what happened? Zhou Kor massaged Zhang Yi's feet and said lightly, 9 The person in charge there is my former patient, Chenlingyu. She contacted me today and asked me to help you apply through her friend. Then she said she wanted to talk to you about something. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. 9 Chenlingyu? This is a name he is unfamiliar with. Although they are in the same community, Yuelu community is very large, stretching for almost 500 meters from north to south. His 25 and 9 are equivalent to the village head to the village end, and there is no opportunity to contact each other on weekdays. What did she want to talk to me about? Zhang Yi asked. Zhou Kor shook her head. She just said she wanted to talk to the building manager of 25 about cooperation. But the specific details must be discussed by you. Zhang Yi snorted. Cooperation? Bullshit cooperation. I have everything I need right now, but they can only wait and die in the building. What can they possibly offer me in return? Zhou Kor looked up with a light smile on her lips. So I told her that you didn't want to talk to her? Zhang Yi waved his hand. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Well, tell me about her, what's she like? And the specific situation in their building. Zhou Kor told Zhang Yi what she knew. Chen Lingyu is the owner of a beauty and cosmetics company in Tianhe City, with a valuation of 200 million yuan. Although it is called a beauty and cosmetics company, it is actually a company that engages in microbusiness. Chen Lingyu is 38 years old, has an average appearance, and is a strong-willed, capable woman. She and Zhou Kor met when she went to the First People's Hospital for treatment. Her relationship with Zhou Kor is average, at most a nod of acquaintance. As for her 9 hashtag, it is now controlled by her and her subordinates. According to the information that Zhou Kor had heard, 9 hashtag was currently being managed very well, and only 10 people had died so far. After listening to this, Zhang Yi pinched his fingers and nodded, saying, at a time like this, a woman can actually manage a building. This Chen Lingyu is really something. Zhou Kor also sighed. Yes, after all, she is a micro-business network marketing person, so she is good at brainwashing others. Zhang Yi smiled lightly. This is a ruthless person. When she is really ruthless, she can be ruthless and even betray her parents and relatives. You must never underestimate this kind of woman. Zhou Kor nodded. I don't have a very good impression of her either. I haven't been in contact with her for a long time. She suddenly found me today and asked me to pass on a message for her. Zhang Yi said, this is not surprising. Nowadays, I have a snowmobile and the news that I can go out to collect supplies has long been spread. Who in the whole neighborhood isn't jealous of me? Who doesn't want to get my snowmobile? Zhou Kor nodded. If that's the case, do you still want to talk to her? Zhang Yi put his hand under his chin and thought for a few minutes. Let's talk. I also want to know what the other buildings are up to these days. At least I don't want to make them mad all at once. Otherwise, if the people in the other 29 buildings turn against me, that won't be good. If Zhang Yi just stayed inside the house and didn't go out, he wouldn't have to worry about them. But now, Zhang Yi knows that the outside world is a huge treasure, and he will need to go out and continue collecting various supplies for survival. So for the time being, he can't afford to fall out with the other 29 buildings. So, while enjoying Zhou Kor's delicate massage, Zhang Yi opened his WeChat app on his phone. There were 99 plus friend requests on his phone, but he had been too lazy to check them. After all, the people who were looking for him were basically asking for supplies, so he didn't bother to respond. When he opened the list of friend requests, the first one he saw was Chen Lingyu, the president of a Furong group. She was wearing a white blouse and a suit, her hands clasped in front of her chest, her face showing an exaggerated smile, the standard profile picture of a micro-business person. As Zhang Yi was about to accept the friend request, his eyes suddenly noticed a slightly familiar avatar below. Business people generally use their personal photos as their WeChat profile pictures. So Zhang Yi immediately recognized who that person was. Li Jian, the financial director of Walmart's South China region. He knew him because he had seen him on stage at the company's annual dinner. Zhang Yi also knew that he lived in the same community as her, but the two had no overlap in their work and therefore had no contact. Zhang Yi glanced at the time when he applied to be friends. It was 10:30 this morning. That was just after I left the community. It seems that he is looking for me for the same reason. Zhang Yi had a good idea. After a little thought, he simply approved the friend requests from both of them. He looked at what each of the two people had said to him, and used this to judge how to respond to the other 29 hashtag people. As soon as his friend request was approved, he received a message almost immediately. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Chen Lingyu from number 9. I'm currently in charge of number 9. I'd like to chat with you. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Li Jian from number 18. Thank you for accepting my friend request. I would like to talk to you about cooperation on behalf of the residents of number 18. Zhang Yi first opened the chat box with Chen Lingyu. What do you want to talk about? Chen Lingyu replied immediately, it's not convenient to chat like this. Can we talk on the phone? No, I'm not available. Let's just chat. Zhang Yi said coldly. He is very familiar with women who are doing micro-business, and his mouth is like a machine gun. If you give him a chance, he can talk endlessly for 3 days and nights. If there is anything, just say it directly. I don't have much patience and don't like to talk nonsense. Chapter 95, Cooperation and Attitude. Zhang Yi first gave Chen Lingyu a warning, letting Chen Lingyu know that he was not someone to be trifled with. 9 Chen Lingyu paced back and forth in the room. It wasn't because she was nervous, but because it was so cold that she could warm up a little by walking a few more steps. She was wearing many layers of clothing, but she also seemed to be trying to look as elegant as possible, even wearing a coat with a fox fur collar on top. After receiving Zhang Yi's cold message, she took a deep breath and said to herself, he really is a formidable character. Chen Lingyu was actually very nervous and even fearful when facing Zhang Yi. After all, Zhang Yi's deeds have already spread. He killed half of the neighbors in the building by himself. And he had a lot of weapons, even a sniper rifle. All kinds of rumors have made people in other buildings who have heard the story of Zhang Yi deeply afraid of him. Chen Lingyu calmed herself down and typed out the draft she had been working on in her head. Mr. Zhang Yi, I have heard of your name for a long time. We have heard your story for a long time and have always hoped to meet you. Now that we know you have a snowmobile and can go out to find supplies, we hope to cooperate with you. Zhang Yi glanced at it and smiled contemptuously. Cooperation? What can you offer me in return? Cooperation requires an exchange of equal conditions, you should understand. Chen Lingyu immediately said, we in 9 are relatively harmonious, and there are not many deaths. So we have plenty of manpower. Now that you have a snowmobile, you can leave the community and go out to explore. Chen Lingyu was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. We can provide you with 76 people, all of them the best labor force. Outside, the snow is so deep that order has been lost. In other words, whoever gets what the world has buried in snow and ice is the one who gets it. You have the means of transportation and weapons, and I have the family members who will follow orders and work. As long as we join forces, we will surely make great achievements in the future. Zhang Yi scratched his ear. It sounds impressive, but it's all empty talk. I ask you, with so many people not even knowing how to survive tomorrow, what the hell are you developing? Chen Lingyu swallowed. Of course, this requires you to help us collect food to ensure our safety first. Then, no matter what project you want to do, our people are the best labor force. Zhang Yi shook his head and lost interest. Ahead of a pyramid scheme, it's fine to deceive those stupid owners in desperate situations, but why would you want to deceive yourself? He didn't even bother to type, but sent a message using his voice. I'm not interested in what you have to say. Goodbye. Chen Lingyu listened to Zhang Yi's words and became a little anxious. She gritted her teeth and quickly sent a message. You have now become the object of envy for the entire community. All you need to do is provide us with food, and at the very least we can remain neutral towards you. You don't want us to become your enemy, do you? After reading this, Zhang Yi's face became slightly serious. This is what he wanted to hear. Why did he say so much useless stuff before? These damn micro-businesses. Oh, so many people in the apartment building want to attack me? Haha, I don't believe it. I'm doing well now, who would attack me? Zhang Yi asked tentatively. Chen Lingyu knew that Zhang Yi was testing her, but in order to show her sincerity, she had to reveal some information. Zhang Yi, you are a smart person, you should understand the principle of the possession of a precious stone brings its own danger. There are thousands of people living in the entire community, and everyone can only wait in their houses to starve to death. Only you can ride a snowmobile to find food. If you were in their shoes, wouldn't you be jealous? The reason why everyone hasn't made a move is that they are weighing the pros and cons. But it's only a matter of time before they make a move on you. I don't ask for much, as long as you can guarantee our basic food needs, the people in our building will never turn against you. Hearing this, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. In a way, this is a kind of threat. Oh? You mean if I don't agree, you 9 will attack us 25 right? Zhang Yi's voice was very cold and full of murderous intent. Chen Lingyu couldn't help but shudder, but she quickly said firmly, I believe you won't choose to do this. If you make an enemy of us, even if you win, you won't get any benefits. The reason she was so calm was also because the distance between 25 and 9 was relatively far. If Zhang Yi wanted to take his men over there to attack, it would be like cutting off his escape route. Moreover, they might be attacked by people from other units. We only need some food, nothing else. And with my ability and your military power, it won't be a problem for us to rule the entire community in the future. Chen Lingyu said excitedly. Zhang Yi's smile at the corner of his mouth was somewhat contemptuous. This is the first time I've seen someone begging for food so confidently. Chen Lingyu was so angry that she gasped. This is cooperation. Zhang Yi replied lightly, let me think about it and give you a reply later. After that, he didn't want to continue chatting with Chen Lingyu, so he closed the chat box. Zhang Yi put his phone on his lap and began to think about how the situation would develop. Zhang Yi didn't care about Chen Lingyu. It's just a 9 hashtag, and there's no problem with having more people if you want to fight him. They have no idea how many guns and bullets Zhang Yi has in his hands. If they really came over, Zhang Yi, armed with an assault rifle, could wipe them out with his superhuman ability to shoot accurately. However, the problem is that there must be more than one person in this community who thinks like this. In the other 29 buildings, everyone is coveting his snowmobile. Some even came to fight him to the death, driven by impatience and the scarcity of supplies. If they really united and attacked 25 hashtag at the same time, Zhang Yi would have to kill until his hands were sore. Zhang Yi looked up at his safe house. The outer shell was made of aerospace alloy, which could withstand shelling. Even if the entire community attacked, they would never be able to break through. Unless those people can tear down Building 25, they pose no threat to Zhang Yi. What are the chances of that happening? Zhang Yi frowned and thought about this question. If it really was the people from the 29th building who came together, then this was a real possibility. The current electricity supply does not allow the use of high-power appliances. They can't use equipment like impact hammers and electric drills. They would have to bring down the building entirely by hand. In the current environment of extremely low temperatures and a severe lack of food to provide energy, this is absolutely impossible. After all, with their current level of physical fitness, they probably couldn't even walk outside for a while without freezing. How could they have the strength to break down the walls? Chapter 96, Should we kill them all? Zhang Yi thought about it for a while and came up with a satisfactory answer. That is, as long as he stays in 25 hashtag and doesn't go out, using the firepower in his hands and the strength of the safe house, even if the people in the other 29 buildings join forces, they can't do anything to him. To put it plainly, in the current situation of extreme food shortages and extreme cold temperatures, it is a huge ordeal for a person to go out and walk in the biting cold. 20 people can't do the hard work that one person used to do. My personal safety is not a problem. At the very least, I can ride my motorcycle out of the siege and use the weapons in my hands to fight guerrilla warfare with them, slowly killing them. But that would be too much trouble. How long would I have to kill people from 29 buildings? But if I don't kill them, they will definitely come and attack me. Zhang Yi thought it over carefully. Should he spend some time and effort to kill all the people in the community who were a threat to him, or should he think of another way? In the short term, Zhang Yi did not make up his mind. He glanced at his phone and decided to chat with Li Jian. He had to see if all the owners were thinking the same way. Zhang Yi opened a chat box with Li Jian. He didn't respond to Li Jian, but Li Jian was very proactive in introducing their situation to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, I am here with sincerity, hoping to work with you to build a harmonious home, a utopia of the end of the world. So far, only 5 elderly people have died in 18 hashtag due to complications caused by extremely cold temperatures. Everyone is getting along very harmoniously through the rational distribution of supplies. I think this is the best way to survive in the end times, preserving the spark of human civilization. It is also conducive to the reconstruction work after the snowstorm. Now, we lack an effective source of food. Because we hope to cooperate with you, as a price, we can provide manpower and material resources to meet your needs as much as possible. We can also help you coordinate with other units to avoid conflicts. Zhang Yi felt much more comfortable after hearing Li Jian's introduction. He is indeed the financial director of a large group, and his emotional intelligence is much higher than that of Chen Lingyu, who is a micro-business owner. He was clear and concise in his presentation of the interests at stake, and his tone was neither condescending nor arrogant. But what Zhang Yi cared about most was what he said about the harmonious home. It has been more than 20 days since the end of the world, and not a single one of them has died in a conflict. Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Kor, who was trying to be attentive to him. Kor, do you know anything about the situation in 18 hashtag? Zhou Kor thought for a moment and said, I've heard of it. It is said that the head of their building is a very charismatic person. After the end of the world, he united all the residents and adopted a unified distribution of supplies, allowing most of them to survive until now. Zhang Yi sighed. He is indeed a financial director. Management accounting not only requires an understanding of how to manage, but also how to maximize profits. In fact, Li Jian's approach is the most reasonable. Other buildings, such as 25 hashtag, where Zhang Yi lives, have a lot of waste because of conflicts and internal friction. In theory, if a person does not exercise, including mental exercise, the energy consumed in a day is minimal, and just one meal is enough. Li Jian is a talented person. Zhang Yi sighed, but then said, but it's still impossible to survive in the end times for a long time. Li Jian's ability lies in establishing order, and through his influence in 18 hashtag, he united everyone early on. But what if they face an attack from the outside? The group of people who are used to living in comfort will probably be slaughtered if they encounter the Tianhe gang or a villain like Chen Zhanghao. This is the same reason why the ancient Central Plains civilization was defeated by nomadic civilizations many times. Without the protection of military force, all stability and harmony is false. Zhang Yi asked, what would you do if I didn't agree? Li Jian thought for a long time before replying to Zhang Yi. We are extending an invitation to cooperate with you in the spirit of friendly cooperation. I would be very sorry if you refused. But that doesn't mean that your mind won't change in the future. I still look forward to the opportunity to cooperate with you again. Zhang Yi smiled. This official reply seemed very comforting. Why, don't you choose to attack us in 25 hashtag? Or when attacking other buildings, don't you choose to join in? Li Jian's reply was also very honest. Our military force is only used for self-defense, and we do not take the initiative to attack others. It's not that we don't have the strength, but that useless internal friction will only end in mutual destruction. Zhang Yi wanted to give him a round of applause. Look at him, he's obviously being sly, but he's still trying to sound righteous. But then again, the 18 hashtag harmonious home has spent the last half-month in peace, and indeed does not have the courage to fight with others. Li Jian is a sensible person. He also knows that if Zhang Yi really fights with someone else, they won't be able to get much benefit even if they get involved. It's better to sit back and watch the battle. If Zhang Yi loses and the snowmobile falls into the hands of someone else, he can still find someone else to cooperate with. Wait for my reply. After sending this message, Zhang Yi went to the list of friends to find others. Because there were so many people who wanted to add him as a friend and ask for supplies, he had ignored all the friend requests. But now it seems that everyone in the entire neighborhood wants to talk to him and ask him to help them collect supplies. Sure enough, Zhang Yi later added the heads of several buildings. Their message was almost the same as Chen Lingyu and Li Jian's. They all hoped to cooperate with Zhang Yi and asked him to help them collect supplies so that they could survive. However, the conditions they could offer were extremely limited. Only labor, women, and a promise not to take advantage of the situation when there is a conflict. The only difference was the attitude, and that was all. Zhang Yi lay on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, and whispered, there are only two options now, war or peace. If I fight, I have to kill everyone who threatens me. This is not impossible, but it will take a lot of time and ammunition. If I kill all the residents of the 30 buildings in the neighborhood, I will run out of ammunition. I don't have much ammunition in the first place, only 1,000 rounds. This is still an ideal situation. I can kill them all if they come to attack me, but if they hide inside the building and don't come out, I don't dare to go in. Besides, although I have no psychological problems with killing people, I am not a psychotic butcher. Most of the people in the neighborhood don't have much of a grudge against me, so I can't bring myself to kill them all. Gosh, I might even end up with mental problems. Zhang Yi rubbed his temples. He didn't think killing the entire community was a good option. It would be too much trouble. Chapter 97, The Attitude of the Buildings in the Community. As Zhang Yi mumbled to himself, Zhou Kor felt a chill down her spine. At this moment, no one in the entire community knew that they were all frantically jumping left and right on the edge of the entrance to hell. Life or death, it was all in Zhang Yi's hands. Fortunately, I chose to follow him. Zhou Kor was extremely grateful. Suddenly, Zhang Yi looked at Zhou Kor in front of him and patted the sofa next to him. Come over. Joe Core came over and sat down next to him. The temperature in the room was high, so when they were at home, the two of them usually wore loungewear, which was very casual. Joe Core didn't bring any clothes with her, and Zhang Yi chose them all for her. So the style of her clothes is naturally whatever Zhang Yi likes. The outfit she is wearing is very cute and suits her good figure. When sitting next to Zhang Yi, she is as gentle as a Siamese cat. Zhang Yi picked up a glass of water from the table and took a sip before asking Joe Core, "Can you tell me, from your perspective, should I fight with them or with them?" Joe Core thought that Zhang Yi wanted to tell her something personal. But he was actually asking for her opinion. Of course, this was a sign of trust, which was a good thing. She felt a little disappointed, but was happy that Zhang Yi had asked her for her opinion. Joe Core turned her eyes and said to Zhang Yi, "If you fight, can you withstand the attacks of the residents of the other 29 buildings at the same time?" "Well, no problem," Zhang Yi said confidently. In fact, he was a little bit worried because he was only 99.99% sure, but there was still a 0.01% chance that he was not sure. After all, he couldn't guarantee that there wasn't someone in the other 29 buildings who had hidden explosives that could bring down a building. But the probability of this is about the same as the probability of a bomb falling from the sky and hitting his house. There's nothing you can do if you run into it. Zhang Yi didn't think about it. Joe Core's eyes were filled with surprise. She thought Zhang Yi would say he couldn't do it, but she didn't expect him to give a positive answer. After all, Zhang Yi had never told her how much weapons and supplies he had on hand. But then she thought to herself, Zhang Yi is a person with supernormal abilities, so anything is possible for him. She took a deep breath and asked, "If we negotiate a peace, will you have to provide the living materials for everyone in the entire community afterwards?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily. According to their logic, that is indeed the case. Joe Core immediately said, "Of course not. The entire community, even if the number of people in each building is calculated at 50, there are still 1,500 people. If you have to take care of the food and drink of so many people, I don't know how much supplies you would need. It's too much to ask of you." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "That's not how the math works. They put forward their conditions, naturally speaking, they are going to say something high, and then wait for me to cut the price. And don't take these people for good guys. Anyone who can control a building must have their own small group. If they have supplies, they will prioritize supplying their own people." Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a deep light. "As for the others, they are just reserves. Do they need to waste food on the reserves?" Joe Core thought Zhang Yi's words made a lot of sense and nodded. Even so, it would be a huge hassle to provide the supplies for 30 buildings by yourself. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's exactly it. So I have to get rid of this problem. Either I kill them all, which is a complicated and troublesome process, and maybe a little dangerous. After all, I'll have to leave the house and go out to play with them." He rubbed his head. "Is there any way I can get rid of this trouble without having to kill them all?" Joe Core thought hard. Zhang Yi reached out and embraced her slender waist, while pondering in his heart. After a long time, Joe Core said helplessly, "There is no solution to this problem. You are the only hope for them. If you don't help them, they will definitely come to kill you. There is a theoretical explanation, but it is not realistic." Zhang Yi's eyebrows raised slightly. "Oh? What is it?" Joe Core smiled and said, "It's shameful to run away, but it's useful. If you leave this neighborhood and live somewhere else, you can get away from them, right?" Zhang Yi stared at Joe Core with wide eyes. At first, he thought that Joe Core's argument was very funny, even inexplicable. He had worked so hard to build a safe house, and now he was supposed to leave the neighborhood? But suddenly, another idea popped into his head. Could he take the safe house into his own space and take it with him? Zhang Yi had also tried to collect large objects, but the objects he collected had to meet one condition: they had to be self-contained. His safe house is integrated into the building frame. To take it away, it would have to be dismantled. But how? With what? If it could be dismantled, I believe his neighbors would have done it already. Although this idea is bold and extremely difficult to implement, it still makes Zhang Yi feel refreshed. Perhaps in the future, when the conditions are right, he can try it. But for now, it is clearly not a viable option. Joe Core looked at Zhang Yi's thoughtful expression and couldn't help but smile. "I was just talking nonsense." You're not taking it seriously, are you? Zhang Yi looked at her and smiled, pinching her little nose. So what do you think we should do? Zhou Cora pouted, I don't know either. Zhang Yi looked deep into her eyes, so don't worry, just wait a little longer. After all, time is on our side, and I have the advantage. The only thing that can cause Zhang Yi a little trouble is the fact that the other 29 buildings have joined forces. But in the end times, people are all scheming against each other. Within a single residential area, 30 buildings have already given birth to various types of civilized groups. Zhang Yi, Tianhe Gang, and the Wild Wolf Gang belong to the type that uses force and killing to gain control. Chen Lingyu controls the people in a building through brainwashing and hypnosis. Li Jian, on the other hand, has created a harmonious home without strife through scientific management. These organizations have completely different levels of thought. And they have to be on their guard against each other, as they could become enemies at any time. It is not easy for them to unite. Zhang Yi decided to continue observing and see how they move before deciding what to do. After all, the initiative is in his hands. In terms of force, he has a large arsenal of heat weapons and the blessing of precision shooting, so he is not afraid of group battles. Chapter 98, Establishing Authority. Zhang Yi had made up his mind and decided to wait and see what would happen. But he also knew that those people would not be able to resist and would want to take action against him. So in the near future, he will pay special attention to security issues. He had a police helmet on his head and body armor to protect him. Zhang Yi looked at his legs and couldn't help but frown. He had a bulletproof vest, but not a bulletproof pair of pants. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yi had an idea. He took out a bulletproof vest from the other dimension and handed it to Zhou Cora. Is this for me? Zhou Cora asked happily. Help me unpick the thread so I can use it. Zhang Yi said. Zhou Cora's mouth twitched in disappointment, but she still obediently took the bulletproof vest and used scissors to cut the threads on both sides. The thread of the bulletproof vest is also very tough, after all, it is made of special materials that can withstand huge impacts. Zhou Cora had to make a great effort to tear the bulletproof vest apart. The bulletproof vest was now divided into two pieces of fabric. Zhang Yi took it and tried it on his leg, nodding in satisfaction. Wrap it around your leg and put on a pair of winter clothes on top. Isn't that a bulletproof pair of pants? There are also large arteries in the legs, so you can't be careless. After getting his equipment ready, Zhang Yi thought for a while and decided that he couldn't let the neighbors in the building be too comfortable. They must be given a sense of crisis, and then be tricked into going out to find someone to fight. After all, Zhang Yi organized them as cannon fodder, not to raise them as masters. The other buildings had sent him a signal, and he had to do something in response. So Zhang Yi sent a message to the owners group, telling everyone about the current situation. At everyone, brothers and sisters, family members of the 25th. We are now facing a major crisis, and someone is coming to rob us of our food. Some of the neighboring buildings are jealous that I can go out to help everyone find food, so they threaten me. They said that if I don't share the food with them, they will attack our building. When this was said, the owners group exploded. The neighbors had just seen a glimmer of hope for survival, and now they were relying on Zhang Yi to go out every day and bring back some food to keep them alive. Now that other buildings are jealous and want to come over and grab it, of course they won't agree. What the hell are these bastards thinking? If they're so capable, they should go out and find it themselves. We'll fight them to the death to protect our food. Not a single grain of rice will we give them. Right, we have Zhang Yi anyway. If it really comes to a fight, we're not afraid of them. However, some people have raised concerns. But, there are only 30 or 40 people in our building, and if the other buildings attack us, can we really defend ourselves? Well, that's a bit difficult. Can we negotiate with them and ask them not to attack us? Do you think that's possible? Everyone is fighting for food right now, who would listen to reason? What should we do? If we don't do anything, we'll die anyway. The neighbors are arguing very loudly. They are indignant, but most of them are also afraid. If you really go against the entire community, you'll have to fight more than 1,000 people. That would be like looking for death. Zhang Yisher sent a message in time. Everyone knows the situation outside. The heavy snow has already covered all the low-rise buildings, including most of the supermarkets. So finding supplies is also a very difficult thing, and it depends on luck. There are thousands of people outside, and if you really give them food, then you won't have any left to eat. I don't want to offend them either. I have enough supplies to last a few days. So I'll leave it up to you to decide what to do. You can either keep the food for yourself or give it to them in exchange for safety. You decide. Zhang Yi's choice is like holding a gun to someone's head and asking if they want to live or die. In fact, there is no choice at all. When the neighbors heard Zhang Yi's words, they knew they had no choice. Without food, they would surely die. If they fight, they might have a chance to survive. I understand. Let's do it. This food belongs to us, why should we give it to them? Let them die. Exactly, if they can't get food on their own, they think they can just take it from others. Is that not evil? Luan Chang's most disgusting thing in life is people like this. Zhang Yi saw that the mood had been pulled down enough, so he said, okay, we can't let them look down on us. We have to let them know how powerful we are. Tonight, Li Changbin and Jian Lei, you lead the men to storm 26 #. There are not many left of the old gangsters from the Tianhe gang, so kill them. First, avenge the death of our family members, and second, warn the other units. Li Changbin, okay, brother Zhang. Jiang Lei, yes, brother Zhang. Zhang Yi, as for me, I've been busy outside all day today and I'm a bit tired. I won't take you there. Next time for sure. Li Changbin, Zhang, I understand. You've worked hard today. Jiang Lei Zhenggu has done the most, we can't let Zhenggu do everything, right? Neighbors, yes, yes, yes. Zhang Yi, good brother, you go. After the neighbors were finished, Zhang Yi threw away his phone and picked up Zhou Kor in his arms. Ah! Zhou Kor let out a scream with a smile. An hour later, Zhang Yi was lying on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, and Zhou Kor was lying on his chest with a tired look on her face, but a satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth. Ding dong! A WeChat message rang. Zhang Yi picked up his phone and found that it was from Jian Lei. Brother Zhang, those old-timers from the Tianhe gang are a bit difficult to deal with. Zhang Yi's mouth curled up. Of course it's hard. If it were easy, I would have rushed in with a gun and shot them all. The people in the Tianhe gang all work on construction sites, so they have a lot of tools, are strong, and have great endurance. And they have been dealing with construction for a long time, so they know how to use the terrain. Jian Lei and the others stormed in, but they would definitely suffer heavy casualties if the Tianhe gang was prepared. But they were cannon fodder anyway, and Zhang Yi wouldn't even be sad if they died. He might even laugh. After all, most of these bastards are neighbors who have shared his cup of meat soup. Zhang Yi pretended to be worried and asked, how are our casualties? Jiang Lei said, we lost 8 people, but only killed 3 of them. Zhang Yi was very satisfied with the result. There were not many people left in the Tianhe gang, and they were all tough characters who could fight. With 3 dead, Huang Tianfang was almost alone. Chapter 99 Ambush. Zhang Yi asked with concern, are you okay? Jiang Lei didn't expect Zhang Yi to ask about his condition, so he quickly said, I just grazed it, I'm fine. Zhang Yi immediately said in a tone of grief and indignation, these Tianhe gangsters nearly injured one of my generals. Jiang Lei, you don't need to be on duty tomorrow, take some time off. Then he said to the group, everyone did a great job tonight. Tomorrow we will reward those who participated in the attack on the Tianhe gang. Everyone who participated will receive at least 2 portions of food. Jiang Lei was injured in a heroic manner and is worthy of everyone's learning, so let him rest for a day tomorrow. In addition, he will be rewarded with a large portion of braised pork rice. Hearing Zhang Yi's inspiring words, the neighbors were thrilled. Although 8 neighbors had died, now it was no big deal if someone else died. They had long since become numb. The most important thing is that they will have double the amount of food tomorrow. The most enviable thing is that Jiang Lei can eat braised pork rice at a time like this. Even if they had the ingredients, they didn't have enough seasoning to cook with, and they were reluctant to light a fire. They eat whatever they can get their hands on every day, and have almost forgotten what braised pork rice tastes like. Zhang Yi is awesome. It's true that you have to follow Zhang Yi to get meat to eat. Damn, I didn't get the head this time, but the next time, the braised pork rice will be mine. Many people secretly made up their minds to fight harder. The next morning, Zhang Yi put on his full body armor and left home with peace of mind. He planned to go to some of the nearby large shopping malls and hotels to see if there was anything he could use. Climbing out of the fourth-floor window, he saw that the snow in front of him had sunk down a large area and was all mottled with blood. Zhang Yi then realized that there had been a lot of fighting in their area recently. Zhang Yi just felt a little sad, then he got his snowmobile out of the closet and drove out of the community. After the sound of the motorcycle, the familiar feeling came back. The feeling of being watched. Although Zhang Yi couldn't see clearly the people behind the windows, he knew that many people were watching him. Zhang Yi looked up and coldly scanned the high-rises one after another. These people might become his enemies in the near future, and then die at his hands. Zhang Yi's gaze moved from far to near, and then slowly retracted. But as he passed one building, he suddenly sensed that something was not quite right. 21 hashtag. The red 21 on the wall was very eye-catching, and it was under its reminder that Zhang Yi felt that strong sense of discomfort. 21 hashtag, the Wild Wolf Gang. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and his eyes immediately became fierce. I know what's wrong. The 21 hashtag where the Wild Wolf Gang is located is not far from their building. But until now, even though they knew that Zhang Yi had a large amount of supplies and a snowmobile, they still hadn't made a move against him. In the past, Zhang Yi thought they were being cautious and afraid of him. But now, I think it's too weird. No matter how cautious they are still a group of passionate young people in their 20s. Faced with the temptation of a snowmobile, they couldn't possibly remain indifferent. The strangest thing is that the owners of other buildings in the neighborhood have all approached Zhang Yi to discuss cooperation. But the members of the Wild Wolf Gang never contacted Zhang Yi. This is very abnormal, extremely abnormal. Zhang Yi understood that there was only one explanation for this behavior, and that was that the most vicious dogs were the ones that didn't bark. They were planning to attack quietly. Zhang Yi touched the pistol in his pocket and thought of the large guns in the other dimension, loaded with bullets and cocked, and felt much more at ease. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and quickly sent a message to Uncle Yu and Zhou Kur, asking them to lock the door at home and be careful of sneak attacks from other residents of the building. Then he stuffed the phone into his chest to keep it from freezing. Zhang Yi started the snowmobile and drove forward. When the vehicle reached the edge of the community, something strange happened. Snowflakes suddenly burst out on the ground in front of him. Then a door panel stood up straight, blocking the front of Zhang Yi's car. Zhang Yi's car was unable to stop in time and quickly turned the car around. Bang! The motorcycle crashed into the door panel sideways, and two people were thrown into the snow. It turned out that two people were hiding in the snow, using the door panel as a trap for the barricades. Unfortunately, the door panel was too thin and light, and instead of tripping Zhang Yi, it threw him into the air. This proves that you shouldn't copy things from TV dramas. Zhang Yi immediately realized that he had been ambushed. Before he could think, 7 or 8 people had already climbed out of the snow, taken out their weapons without saying a word, and charged at Zhang Yi, yelling. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, and the cold air calmed him down. He then quickly took out his gun from his pocket. By the time he had turned on the safety, 8 people had already rushed up to him. Zhang Yi raised his gun and fired. Bang! 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 If an ordinary person were to be attacked at such close range, even if they had a gun in their hand, they would probably be in trouble. But Zhang Yi has the ability to shoot accurately, and he has a strong sense of spatial control. The bullets in his hand never miss. 3 bullets killed the 3 people in front of him, all headshots. Before he could catch his breath, several people on the other side also came with machetes, only 1 meter away from him. The machete was raised high and swung down at Zhang Yi. At the last minute, Zhang Yi turned the gun around. Before his knife could fall, Zhang Yi aimed his gun at his head and almost shoved it into his mouth. The man's body instantly stiffened, and he was about to say something. Bang! A bullet pierced his head. This scene scared the other people who were charging next to him into a stupor. They had never seen anyone so ruthless with a gun, killing 4 of them in one shot. Could it be that he was half man and half ghost, the first-rate sharpshooter Yan Xuanying? Zhang Yi did not give them a chance to be stunned, and shot 2 more people with his gun. It was only at this point that the remaining 4 people panicked and turned around and ran back. Zhang Yi aimed his gun at their backs and watched them desperately running forward in the snow, then suddenly changed his mind. He bit his gun in his mouth and then started the motorcycle to follow them. The few people in the snow could not run very fast. It was more like crawling than running. At this point, the sound of the motorcycle rang in their ears, and the few people were so scared that they peed their pants. Zhang Yi caught up with the last person, and the motorcycle ran right over him. Half of his body was in the snow, and Zhang Yi's motorcycle knocked him over and then mercilessly began to run over him. What was it like to be crushed by a 400+ kilogram person and motorcycle? The man let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His spine was broken by the impact, and the motorcycle ran over his back and then his head. The screams of the man in front of them made the faces of the others turn even paler. They bit their teeth and ran as hard as they could, as if there were evil spirits chasing them. Chapter 100, Kill with Pleasure. After Zhang Yi's motorcycle passed the man, he looked back. Although he had snow under his body, the weight of more than 400 kilograms made him spit blood. Zhang Yi shot him in the back, ending his suffering. Then he continued to slowly chase after them. He wanted to know where these people came from. If they want to harm him, they must pay the price. The direction in which the few people fled was very similar to the territory of the 21 #Wild Wolves gang. At this time, on the 7th floor of 21 #, the leader of the Wild Wolf gang, Wang Chang, and the deputy leader, Xiao Lu, watched the scene in front of them and their hearts were bleeding. They had prepared for this robbery for many days, and had found out Zhang Yi's travel route and time, and had sent 10 of their men to ambush him. They thought it was a foolproof plan, but they never expected Zhang Yi to be such a good shot. They also didn't expect that Zhang Yi had so many bullets in his hands. Instead of successfully killing Zhang Yi and stealing his snowmobile, instead, they lost many soldiers and were even killed by Zhang Yi. Now, the trouble is huge. Wang Chang said, "Quickly gather everyone at the door, set up a trap, and be careful of the gun in his hand." Xiao Lu nodded, assuredly, "Don't worry, we've set up a complete trap in the hallway. If he dares to come in, it doesn't matter if we kill him here. The result will be the same anyway." The two men were very tough in their words, but they backed away from the window, afraid to show themselves. They knew that Zhang Yi had a gun and a sniper rifle. To stick your head out would be like looking for death. 21 #, the members of the Wild Wolf gang were like facing a great enemy, all hiding in the hallway, praying that Zhang Yi would not kill his way in. Outside, Zhang Yi was still slowly hunting down the remaining few young wolves. Along the way, he shot and killed one person at a time. The last person ran to the front of 21 #. But before he could reach the entrance, the roar of Zhang Yi's motorcycle sounded in his ears. Zhang Yi glanced at the dark room in front of him. He knew that the people from the Wild Wolf gang were definitely waiting in ambush. Instead of using a gun, Zhang Yi took out the Damascus steel hunting knife he had bought earlier. This thing is used to cut wild animals, it is extremely sharp, but Zhang Yi has never used it to cut people. Pop! The hunting knife sliced across the man's neck, and the unexpected feeling was very smooth. The sound of the blood splashing was like the sound of the wind, and a head flew high into the air before falling to the ground. At this moment, the members of the Wild Wolf gang, who were hiding in the dark, all felt a chill down their spines. All 10 of the brothers they had sent out had been killed by Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stopped the snowmobile, got off, picked up the head on the ground, and threw it into the 4th floor room. The head rolled a few times before stopping, its eyes staring blankly at the people inside. There was complete silence inside, and the members of the Wild Wolf gang were trembling with fear. They knew that once Zhang Yi came in with a gun, it would be a fierce battle. Many of them would die. Zhang Yi, however, stood outside 21 # and did not go in. He didn't know what was inside, but there were definitely traps and ambushes. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He would not put himself in danger. But letting the members of the Wild Wolves go would be too lenient on them. At this moment, the gunshots woke up everyone in the community, including those in 25 #. At this time, Uncle Yu and Li Bin were on duty, and they came over with weapons to support Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, what's going on? How did you get into a fight with them?" Uncle Yu asked angrily. Zhang Yi looked at them and said indifferently, "They were ambushing me outside, and I killed them all." From outside the community to 21 #, there were 10 bodies lying along the way, bloody and very glaring. Uncle Yu shouted angrily, "These damn things are so insidious." He said to the people behind him, "If Zhang Yi has any problems, our food supply will be cut off and we will all be dead." Hearing this, the group was also shocked and realized the seriousness of the matter. Zhang Yi waved to them, "Go back first and call people. Call everyone over." The group immediately returned to 25 # and called all the owners over. Zhang Yi's expression was very grim. He was in a very bad mood, very bad. He was not afraid of being ambushed, because in the end times, this kind of thing is inevitable. He was also fully prepared, with equipment all over his body and assault rifles in the space. A dozen or so people couldn't really do anything to him. But he was angry because he knew that someone on the 25th floor must have tipped off the members of the Wild Wolf Gang. The reason is also very easy to explain. Zhang Yi, for safety reasons, did not go out at the same time every day, because he did not want others to use this against him. It was even less likely that he would be ambushed in advance. At this temperature, even if he buried himself in the snow, he couldn't have survived for more than half an hour, no matter how thick his clothes were. But today, those people happened to ambush him in the snow. There is no such thing as coincidence in this world, which means that it must be someone from the inside who knew he was going out and then told the people from the Wild Wolf Gang. Zhang Yi was not angry at being betrayed because he knew that these neighbors were not good people either. As long as the benefits were sufficient, they would not even consider turning against him. He just wanted to kill the person who leaked the information. But in the entire building, almost everyone could have done such a thing, and he didn't know who did it. In that case, treat everyone the same. The 21st Wolf Gang is on high alert, and a frontal assault would surely result in countless casualties. Zhang Yi simply let them fight each other, because he didn't care who died. Zhang Yi's cold gaze swept over everyone. Everyone saw Zhang Yi like this, and their expressions were full of fear. But they also knew that being ambushed like this would not be pleasant. After a while, Zhang Yi said in a calm voice, "The people from 21 hashtag have attacked me. If I die, you won't survive either. So if they want to kill me, they want to kill you. We must wipe out all of them. Uncle you will accompany me this time. The rest of the men will be led by Li Changbin and officially launch an attack on 21 hashtag. I will reward 10 people's worth of food for every person killed." When they heard Zhang Yi's reward, many people couldn't help but be moved. Many people were still annoyed that they didn't have the opportunity to earn merit last night. However, some people raised objections. It's not a good idea to go there now. They must be on guard against our revenge. Even if we go there, it's better to wait until nightfall. Zhang Yi glanced at a Mediterranean uncle named Guo Dahai. He pointed to Uncle Yu and said, "And Uncle Yu is our main force. If we attack, it's best to leave him behind." When everyone heard Guo Dahai's words, they all thought they made sense and couldn't help but murmur to themselves. Yes, even if it is for revenge, it is better to sneak in at night. Is Zhang Yi now filled with rage? Calm down. Uncle Yu is a strong fighter and should be the main force. Chapter 101, Disobedient, You Must Die. Zhang Yi heard this voice and sneered. His voice made everyone there shut up. Has the food I've been feeding you every day recently fattened your guts? Zhang Yi's gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Guo Dahai. The fat Mediterranean man took 2 steps back in fear. When I was the head of the building, I said that everyone had to listen to me. He smiled grimly. "Oh, it's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten?" After saying this, Zhang Yi suddenly took out a pistol and aimed it at Guo Dahai's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! Guo Dahai's head exploded with blood, and many female neighbors screamed in fear. No one expected Zhang Yi to shoot and kill on a whim. Those who don't listen will die. Zhang Yi said coldly to everyone. It was only at this moment that everyone suddenly remembered that Zhang Yi was not a gentle neighbor who brought them food. He is the demon who killed most of the owners of the entire building. The scene was silent, and everyone dared not breathe. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and looked completely unconcerned. Go over there right now and kill the people from the Wild Wolf Gang. Who is for it and who is against it? After a few seconds of silence, Li Changbin raised his hand and said, "I agree. Listen to Brother Zhang." The others then slowly raised their hands, saying, "We'll listen to Zhang Yi." After seeing this, Zhang Yi's face once again revealed a gentle smile. That's right. We're all family, and family members help each other. You see, I'm not trying to trick you. I killed 10 of them myself. The rest of them are up to you and the dozens of others. Am I being nice enough to you? Come on, Uncle Yu and I will go out and help you find food. We'll have a special dinner tonight, and everyone will have a good meal. Zhang Yi's strategy of carrots and sticks was very effective. Although the neighbors were initially shocked by Guo Dahai's death, it was Guo Dahai who died, so what did it have to do with them? Zhang Yi also promised to bring them food back, and their dissatisfaction immediately diminished. Zhang Yi was holding a gun and watching them from behind. So, whether they wanted to or not, the group had to rush into Building 21 with their weapons. After a while, there was a chaotic noise and a noisy shout of death. Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. The gold Rolex was still so simple and boring. Let them continue to fight. I have to go. Otherwise, I won't know what time it is when I come back. He looked at Uncle Yu and said, let's go. You help this time. Today's outing was still a routine search, and there was nothing special to find. So it doesn't matter if I bring Uncle Yu along. Uncle Yu smiled and glanced at 21 not far away, nodded and said, okay, let's go. Zhang Yi frowned slightly, as if in pain, and covered his ribs. I can't drive the car. I just got hit when I was fighting with them, and now my ribs hurt a little. Uncle Yu looked at the snowmobile and volunteered to drive. Then I'll drive. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile, okay. So Uncle Yu was in charge of driving, and Zhang Yi sat behind him. The injury was fake, but he was not at ease with giving his back to others. The god of war, Yan Xuanying, once said, beware of your back. The two of them left the community together. Uncle Yu didn't have a helmet or goggles, and the cold wind made him squint, allowing the cold wind and snow to slap his face. However, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but rather very happy. It had been a long time since he had left the community. He had been confined to the community for more than half a month, and he had been extremely depressed. It's really refreshing to be out. By the way, Zhang Yi, where are we going? Zhang Yi said casually, the city is so big, you can go anywhere. Let's go to the World Trade Center first. The World Trade Center is a famous commercial district in Tianhe City. Uncle Yu nodded and then, relying on his memory of the surroundings, headed for the World Trade Center. After half an hour, the two of them arrived here. At this time, many of the high-rise buildings in the World Trade District were like bamboo shoots that had grown out of the snow, half of them sticking out and half of them still buried in the ground. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu got out of the car and the two of them went inside the building to collect things at random. It was the first time Uncle Yu had been out, and everything in the commercial street looked new to him. Especially in the commercial buildings, many of them were luxury brand boutiques. Jewelry, designer clothes, luxury cars in the showroom. The luxury goods that he had never dared to think about before were now available for the taking. Uncle Yu was so excited that he ran inside and started looking for a bag to put the goods in. Zhang Yi glanced at him and was shocked to discover that he was looking for clothes, especially baby clothes. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Should he say that Uncle Yu is kind, or that he is a dog licker? Zhang Yi was bored and walked over to him and said, Uncle Yu, I've looked around here and there's no food. Looks like we came to the wrong place. Uncle Yu smiled and said, yes, that's true. But we don't really need food at home. It's the children who are growing up fast and don't have any clothes to wear. Zhang Yi smiled helplessly and sat down in the chair next to him. It seems that your relationship with Sister Xie is quite good. Uncle Yu smiled and said, what's good or bad about it? We're just living together. Having a woman to keep you warm at night makes life worth living, doesn't it? Zhang Yi heard this and a playful light flashed in his eyes. If you like this, I'll introduce you to a few women with big breasts and big butts. How about letting them serve you well? Uncle Yu turned his back to Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi could clearly feel his body shake. This is not good. You know, I'm not really that kind of person either. Zhang Yi raised his chin and gave a knowing look. He knew that Uncle Yu had gone to Yulu Street several times a month to find a female technician from Shuangfeng barbershop to help him solve some problems. Uncle Yu is a straight man, but that doesn't mean he doesn't like women. If that were the case, he wouldn't have fallen for Xiaolime so easily. Don't worry, we're all buddies. I'll take care of this from now on. Zhang Yi put his arm around his shoulder and said with a mischievous smile. Oh, look at you, saying that again. I'm a decent person. Uncle Yu licked his lips and said so, but his face was full of an uncontrollable smile. Yes. Zhang Yi had already made up his mind. Uncle Yu has feelings for Xiaolime, but not many. So in the future, if Xiaolime is a problem, he can get rid of her. However, in order not to affect his relationship with Uncle Yu, he would have to find a new woman who was considerate, knew how to keep him warm, and had good skills. Chapter 102, Weapon Intelligence. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu were wandering around outside, casually collecting supplies. As they chatted, they mentioned the current situation in the community. Uncle Yu asked Zhang Yi, someone is already planning to do something to you. They are jealous of the snowmobile you have in your hands. I'm afraid things will get more complicated. Do you have any plans? Zhang Yi rarely chats with Uncle Yu. Hearing this question, Zhang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "You're asking me? I was going to ask you." He sighed, "Everyone is after my snowmobile now, knowing that it is the only means of transportation available. Everyone wants to take it from me. What can I do? I can only try to protect it as much as possible, and of course myself as well." Uncle Yu nodded solemnly. "You're right. Under the current circumstances, it's hard enough to take care of us. It's impossible to take care of thousands of people in the entire community." Zhang Yi said, "You're right. So now I can only take things one step at a time and slowly find a way." Uncle Yu pondered for a while and said, "In fact, this morning, Huang Tianfang contacted me." Zhang Yi's clear eyes suddenly became fierce. What did he want? Uncle Yu was facing Zhang Yi from behind, so he didn't notice the change in expression. He said, "Huang Tianfang has been scared by you, so he wants to make peace. He also told me that people in other apartment buildings have already formed a coalition to put pressure on you. He has been invited. He can choose not to join them, but he needs you to provide food and winter supplies." Zhang Yi let out a sigh. He had heard this request many times before. It was not unexpected. Now everyone really wants to get me, it's terrible. Zhang Yi's tone was sullen, but you couldn't see any fear in his eyes. If he had enough time, he could even wipe out the entire neighborhood if he didn't have to worry about ammunition. Of course, this timeline might be a bit longer, but it's safer. But Huang Tianfang, that bastard, I'm definitely going to kill him. I won't let either of them go. Zhang Yi's voice was very flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But the words revealed a murderous intent. They started the attack on Zhang Yi, so Zhang Yi must let them die. In order to survive in the end times, he would not allow anyone who threatened his safety to exist. Uncle Yu said, "They really deserve to die. They killed too many innocent people and attacked you on their own initiative. But, if you fight them, do you have enough weapons in your hands?" Zhang Yi had obtained a large number of weapons and ammunition after emptying the police station's weapons arsenal. But Uncle Yu doesn't know exactly how many. He only knew that Zhang Yi came back that day with a clean body and didn't see much. Therefore, he thought that Zhang Yi had used up most of the bullets after fighting for a few days. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance, and then he sighed helplessly. It is indeed a bit difficult. I don't have many bullets. But as long as it's not a large-scale battle, I should be able to handle it. Uncle Yu scratched his head. Zhang Yi, if we have enough weapons and equipment, do you think we can successfully protect our home and your snowmobile? This sudden question made Zhang Yi's eyes light up. Uncle Yu, do you know where there are weapons? Zhang Yi had a lot of weapons and ammunition, but there were not many sniper bullets. After all, the police station doesn't store a lot of these things. Even the police sniper rifle was only found one. Of course, the more ammunition, the better. All fear comes from a lack of firepower. Uncle Yu chuckled, his expression showing a hint of pride. Don't you remember what I used to do? I was in the army for 5 years. Zhang Yi hurriedly asked, was it in Tianhe City? In that case, Uncle Yu can take him to the military barracks in Tianhe City to collect weapons. Uncle Yu said, I was in the army long ago, not in Tianhe City. But I have old acquaintances in the army in Tianhe City. I know where that place is. Once you get to the barracks and find the ammunition, you won't have to worry about bullets anymore. He looked at Zhang Yi with some admiration. If a marksman like you doesn't have ammunition, it would be a waste of talent. The military has always respected the strong. And a gun king is the god of all soldiers. Uncle Yu had seen Zhang Yi's terrifying marksmanship, and naturally admired him. Zhang Yi was ecstatic, and he didn't expect to have such a windfall. What are we waiting for? Let's go over there. There are so many hot weapons in the army. If he can get a tank or an armored car, he can drive it over and blow up those who don't obey him. Who would dare to oppose him then? Uncle Yu, you are really a treasure. Zhang Yi's eyes were shining. Uncle Yu scratched his head. Seeing Zhang Yi so excited, he was also a little embarrassed. Don't worry. I haven't finished yet. The place is quite remote, northwest of the city, and it's over 100 kilometers from here. And although I know there is a military camp there, don't get your hopes up too much. After all, it's been snowing for so long that it's not easy to find the right direction. Even if you get there, it's possible that everything has been buried by snow. Military camps are usually located on the outskirts of cities, but the military base in Tianhe is located in the countryside. There are fields and wastelands all around, and it's difficult to find the location after it's buried in snow. Zhang Yi calmed down and said seriously, "Can we spend more time to confirm the location?" Uncle Yu said, "I know the area very well. There are no high-rise buildings, but there are still 6-story commercial buildings. If you look carefully, you should be able to confirm the location. I'm just afraid that the barracks have been buried in the snow, so it's useless to go there. After all, there's no way we can dig it out." Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a mysterious smile. Digging? He is familiar with this. It doesn't matter. At least we can find the place first. If we think of a way later, we can use it, right? His face grew serious, and he patted Uncle Yu on the shoulder. "We may face many enemies, so we must have more weapons to protect ourselves and our families." Uncle Yu nodded vigorously. "You're right. Let's go look for it." The two men got on the motorcycle and, braving the cold wind and snow, began to head northwest towards Tianhe City. Chapter 103, Finding the Military Camp. In the heavy snow, the snowmobile couldn't go too fast, otherwise there was a risk of overturning. Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu kept their speed at 40 to 50 miles per hour, and it took more than 2 hours to reach the wilderness in the northwest. After leaving the city's buildings, they basically lost their landmarks. The snow and ice, which was more than 10 meters thick, covered everything on the ground. In front of them was a white expanse. Uncle Yu stopped the snowmobile on the side of the road, and after several observations, he confirmed the direction. He pointed to a white hill in the distance and said, "Luckily, there's still something to look at. It's not far now, only about 5 kilometers away." Zhang Yi nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. The two of them soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. On the ground, you can still see scattered buildings. Uncle Yu said, "It's around here, but I need to double-check the exact location of the barracks." "Okay, let's look for it carefully," Zhang Yi said. The two men parked their motorbikes on the side of the road and got off to look for the barracks. There are very few high-rise buildings in the barracks, and the dormitories are all 2 or 3 stories high, which is convenient for emergency musters. In addition, the barracks are relatively large, which makes it more difficult to search. If Zhang Yi had come alone, without Uncle Yu's help, he would have been searching for a week or 2. After searching for a while, suddenly, Uncle Yu saw a building not far away and his eyes lit up. "We've found it," he said in surprise. "Have you found the location of the barracks?" Zhang Yi also looked over in a hurry. Uncle Yu shook his head and pointed to the golden sign on the building. "They found the bath center." Zhang Yi's expression suddenly became speechless, and he looked at Uncle Yu sideways. Uncle Yu laughed and said, "Don't worry. As long as I find this place, I can determine the location of the barracks." He explained to Zhang Yi. It turned out that the bath center was run by his comrade in arms. Uncle Yu came here once or twice a year, first to catch up with old friends, and second to spend money. The Kuan Bath Center. Kuan? Wonderful. Zhang Yi looked at the golden signboard and couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. The owner of this bath center is indeed a talent. But he was a little curious and asked, "The bath center is outside the barracks? Will there be any business?" Uncle Yu smiled and said, "You don't understand, do you? It's better to open it here. Life in the army is very boring, and most soldiers don't have girlfriends. Young people have a lot of energy and need to let off steam. And they have no place to spend money in the army. They get their monthly allowance, so they need somewhere to spend it. Plus, they are in good physical shape, have a lot of energy, and don't get into trouble. So they are especially popular at the bathhouse." Uncle Yu's explanation was very convincing. When he talked about his past experiences in the army, there was a clear light in his eyes. Zhang Yi laughed and said, "So the leaders in the army don't care about this?" Uncle Yu said, "Of course, this kind of thing is not allowed by discipline. But the leaders also understand that the soldiers have needs, so they turn a blind eye." He pointed to the plaque with the words "The Universe Within" and said, "Anyway, as long as you see this, you know the general location of the barracks." Uncle Yu turned to look north, stood in the wind and looked carefully for a long time, then suddenly pointed to a distant location. "There. Can you see the watchtower?" Zhang Yi squinted and looked carefully, and only then did he see a small black dot in the snow and wind. "I see it," Uncle Yu said. "The barracks are located there." Zhang Yi looked at Uncle Yu, "But the barracks are quite large. We've only confirmed the location of the barracks. How do we find their arsenal?" Uncle Yu said, "I came to visit my old comrades in arms a few years ago and also went into the courtyard. I still remember the approximate location of the arsenal." Zhang Yi quickly said, "Let's go and take a look." As long as he knows the general location, he can use an excavator to dig it up next time he comes. The two men got on the snowmobile and sped off in that direction. Soon, Uncle Yu pointed out the location to Zhang Yi. "It's almost here." "Oh, it's a pity, we came too late. It's all buried in snow now." Uncle Yu looked a little guilty. "I'm sorry, Zhang Yi. You probably made a wasted trip." When he came, he still had some hope that the place hadn't been completely buried. But when he got there, he realized that this was too naive. Zhang Yi stared at the snow in front of him for a long time, and memorized the obvious landmarks in the vicinity. For example, the guard tower and the officer's office building, which have not yet been completely covered. After memorizing these, Zhang Yi smiled at Uncle Yu and said, "It's okay. You were just being kind. Maybe one day the snow will melt and we can come back here." Uncle Yu nodded with a smile, feeling a little embarrassed. Zhang Yi patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go, we should be getting back too." It was getting late after running around for so long. It would take another 2 or 3 hours to get back, so they couldn't delay any longer. Uncle Yu let out a sigh and quickly went to start the car. Inside the community. Retreat! Retreat! Li Changbin led a large group of neighbors and hurriedly retreated from the territory of the 21 Wild Wolf Gang. They had suffered heavy losses in this attack, and more than 10 people had been killed. It is true that playing away from home is too much of a disadvantage. Although they were outnumbered, the other side was well prepared and had set up many traps, so they didn't have any advantage in the fight. However, they also killed 5 or 6 people on the other side, which was a good result. Due to the cold weather, everyone was panting after the fight, and they decided it was unwise to continue the assault upstairs, so they chose to retreat. On the way back, Li Changbin counted his fingers, thinking about how much reward Zhang Yi would give him when he returned, and he felt a little pleased. But some people were very depressed, their faces full of displeasure. "I really don't know what the point of this attack is. More than 10 people died for nothing. Didn't we do the same thing when we attacked the Tianhe gang? We lost more people than we killed. If we keep fighting like this, we'll all be dead." Is this just to vent his anger at Zhang Yi? "I almost got my head chopped off just now. Zhang Yi told us to attack, but he ran away with Uncle Yu. They are the 2 best fighters, but they hid in the back and refused to go." These voices came from a few middle-aged uncles in the neighborhood. They are old and cunning, and they contribute the least, but they complain the most. Plus, the wild wolves, who were attacking this time, were fierce characters themselves, and some people were injured or even almost killed, so they couldn't help but complain about Zhang Yi. Li Changbin, who was walking in front, frowned at this and shouted, "What are you talking about? Be honest and don't say things you shouldn't. If it weren't for Zhang Yi bringing us food, I don't know how many people in our building would have starved to death. How can you still be yelling here?" Chapter 104, Getting More Than You Bargained For. Li Changbin's words did not make the complainers shut up. Anyway, a fat guy with glasses sneered, "Li Changbin, you're about the same age as Zhang Yi. So you're taking Zhang Yi as your father? Can't you see that he's using us as cannon fodder?" The word cannon fodder is undoubtedly very powerful. The other neighbors also changed their expressions after hearing this. After all, in the past few days, they had lost more than 10 people due to the successive attacks on the Tianhe gang and the Wild Wolf gang. The others thought that this might be their own end, and their backs went cold. Li Changbin pointed at him and scolded him, "Don't talk nonsense. At least, we can eat now, and this is all thanks to Zhang Yi." The fat man named Luan Chang snorted in contempt. "It's true that he gave us food. I admit that at first I was quite moved." At this point, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "But then what?" He forced us to go to war with others, which was pushing us into the fire pit. We should have just stayed in our own building. Why did we have to fight others? We could have ensured our own safety and let Zhang Yi go out every day to find food for us. That would have been the best outcome. But he had to stir up trouble and offend the people in other buildings. If he really made the other people angry, what would they do when they came to attack us in the future? At this point, Luan Chang dropped another bombshell. And according to my observations, he never eats the food he brings us. So he must secretly keep the good stuff for himself and let us eat junk food. There are so many supermarkets and shopping malls outside, and he says every day how hard it is to collect food. Do you really believe that? He's just taking advantage of us. These words struck a chord with many people. At first, they all thought they just needed to quietly guard 25 hashtag. Then Zhang Yi would go out and bring them a lot of food to make them full. But who would have thought that Zhang Yi would let them go out and fight against others? How cruel. They don't want to die, so why should they be sent to their deaths? A woman in the crowd also said with her head bowed, Zhang Yi is doing something wrong. There's no need to let us die for nothing, is there? Emotions are contagious, not to mention that they are now on the same side. One by one, the others began to express their dissatisfaction. We work hard every day, and all he has to do is go out and find something. He just has a snowmobile, so what contribution has he made? That's right. If he gave me his snowmobile, I could go out and find food too. It's not that hard. I think Luan Chang is right. He is planning to use us as cannon fodder. Listen to him and risk our lives. Li Qingbin's grip on the shovel loosened a little, and he suddenly shouted angrily, "That's enough. Don't say that kind of thing again, or Zhang Yi will find out and kill you all." Everyone was shocked and shut their mouths. At this time, Wan Chang walked up to Li Qingbin with a sinister look on his face and said in a low voice, "We all said these things. Are you going to inform on us and let Zhang Yi kill us all?" Everyone's eyes turned to Li Qingbin. If Li Qingbin dared to say a word that they didn't like, they would kill him right now to keep their mouths shut. Li Qingbin's spine went cold, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. "I didn't mean it. We're all neighbors. And if you die, how can I live? Don't worry, I won't tell on you." Luan Chang then smiled and said, "That's right. We were just venting our frustrations, that's all." The others also laughed. "That's right, why be so serious? When I was working, I used to curse my boss in the company, but I still had to go to work." Everyone had a smile on their face. But there was something strange in their eyes. After all, they had lost so many people in the past few days, and everyone had some thoughts in their hearts. Soon after, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu returned, bringing 2 bags of junk food with them. After learning about the situation, he pretended to comfort everyone and publicly gave Jiang Lei and Li Qingbin 2 portions of braised pork rice as a reward. The other neighbors also received more than 2 servings of food. However, Zhang Yi felt that everyone's mood was a little off this time. Although they didn't say anything, there was a hint of rejection in their eyes. Zhang Yi sneered to himself. He knew that these people were beginning to suspect him. But so what? He knew these neighbors too well. They had the heart of a thief but not the guts. They had been scared by Qin Zhanghao's pistol and had let themselves be slaughtered. Now they don't want to be cannon fodder for Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi can make them kneel and lick with a gun and a piece of moldy bread. A bunch of low-life trash, there's no need to treat them as human beings. Uncle Yu, on the other hand, took the clothes he had collected and gave them to Xia Limei with a smile. Xia Limei's eyes lit up and she happily took the clothes in her hands. The clothes that Uncle Yu found for Xia Limei were all designer brands, and because he didn't know much about them, he even asked Zhang Yi for help. Xia Limei had never worn such expensive clothes before. Seeing that she and her child had new clothes to wear, she couldn't help but hug Uncle Yu's arm and say affectionately, "You're so nice, Uncle Yu." The neighbors couldn't help but feel jealous when they saw the new cotton-padded clothes. Wan Xiangzhuang said with a brave heart, "Zhang Yi, when you go out next time, can you bring some clothes back for us? Preferably down jackets, or..." He looked at Zhang Yi's professional cold-weather clothing and greedily swallowed his saliva, pointing at him and saying, "Something like the one you're wearing. Shouldn't it be possible to find it? You can tell the quality of the clothes by whether they shake when you're outside." Every time they saw Zhang Yi's calm and composed appearance, they knew that Zhang Yi's clothes were top-notch for keeping out the cold. Everyone's eyes were filled with longing, and they all looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, since uncle you can find it, then next time you can bring some back for us. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and sneered in his heart. You really are greedy. You know how many people envy you for being able to eat well? Now you want to wear good clothes. He nodded with a smile. I will definitely help you find some clothes if I have the chance. But my car is too small to carry much. Otherwise, I won't bring you food, but clothes? The crowd objected. No, we still have clothes, although they're not as warm as we'd like, but we won't freeze to death. But we can't live without food, it's too hard. Zhang Yi nodded slowly. Let's find food first. When I have the chance, I will definitely help you find warm clothes. So that you will never feel cold again. Zhang Yi smiled brightly. Chapter 105, It is advisable to use fire to attack. Zhang Yi finished distributing today's food. Since more than 10 people had died in the past 2 days, there was a lot of food left over. Many familiar figures had disappeared from his sight. For example, Fang Yuqing and Ling Caning, who have not been seen for several days, are probably already dead from hunger and cold. Zhang Yi returned home, and Zhou Kur came out of the kitchen wearing an apron, smiling gently. Welcome back, master. Seeing the gentle and virtuous Zhou Kur, Zhang Yi's mood improved slightly. After a long time, Zhou Kur had gotten used to her role as Zhang Yi's servant. She is a smart woman who knows that in the end times, the happiest thing is to be a vine clinging to a big tree. So she would fulfill all of Zhang Yi's requests. Even if Zhang Yi didn't mention it, she would still try her best to fulfill his requests. What are you doing? Zhang Yi took off his winter clothes and asked, What are you doing? Zhou Kur squatted down to help Zhang Yi take off his slippers and put his snow boots on the shoe rack next to him. Potato stew with beef brisket. Don't you like it? I'm trying to make it. I just don't know if it's going to taste good. Zhang Yi also wanted to eat something warm to warm his stomach. He sat down on the sofa and Zhou Kur brought him a foot bath. Stepping into the warm water, the feeling of comfort and relaxation instantly made Zhang Yi's body less tense. He had been out in the snow all day, and even with all the cold weather gear, he still felt a little cold. Only at this time does he feel how comfortable it is to have a warm home. His mood today was generally very good. With the exact location of the barracks, he could go there alone next time and dig up the weapons depot underneath. There must be many times more weapons and ammunition in the barracks than in the police station. And there might be some powerful military weapons. Like grenades and RPGs. Or even tanks and armored vehicles? Zhang Yi shook his head. Those things are not what ordinary troops would have. And with their tonnage, if you take them out in the snow, they will sink directly into the snowdrifts and are not very useful. However, there must be a lot of weapons and ammunition. With these weapons, no one here can pose a threat to me. While I was happy, I also thought of some unhappy things. For example, being attacked by the wild wolves in secret. Fortunately, he was fully equipped and had a gun and plenty of bullets in his hands. Otherwise, how could he fight 10 people in the snow? The wild wolf gang, I must destroy them. But they are quite cunning, and they know that I have a lot of firepower, so they are all hiding. I don't dare to attack them easily, so how do I deal with them? Zhang Yi was lost in thought. If you want to attack a tall building, it would be foolish to attack it head-on. They have plenty of room to retreat, but the attacking side is surrounded by snow, making it difficult to move around and there are no coverings. Plus, the corridors are narrow and the environment is complicated, so it's very difficult to fight your way up. If they use Molotov cocktails to attack like me, they will be killed by the smoke, even if they don't get burned to death. When he thought of this, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Fire attack? Yes, I can use fire to attack. He recalled the news he had often seen before. A fire broke out in a residential building, and the thick smoke prevented people on the upper floors from escaping and they were eventually asphyxiated. The more Zhang Yi thought about it, the more he felt that there was a way to do it. People can't get in, but smoke can. And smoke always rises, so it's useless for them to escape to the upper floors. The temperature outside is too low, and they usually lock the doors and windows, which will make them choke to death even faster. If they try to escape by opening the windows, I would kill them all by jumping down. Zhang Yi clapped his hands in delight. This method is very good, it is an excellent way to deal with enemies hiding in buildings. But then the problem arose again. If you want to set a fire, it has to be a big one. The wood that could be used to start a fire in each building had been removed, except for the doors. Zhang Yi also had a solution. There are a lot of trees outside. I'll chop down some more in the next few days. These trees are damp, so when they burn, they don't oxidize completely, and the smoke is even thicker. Just douse them with some gasoline, and it's perfect. Zhang Yi figured out how to deal with those people who hid in the house and didn't come out, and couldn't help but feel relieved. Zhou Cora brought the prepared dinner. Zhang Yi tasted it and praised it with a smile. Your cooking has improved. Zhou Cora was overjoyed to hear Zhang Yi's praise. Really? If you like it, I can cook it for you every day. Zhang Yi nodded with a smile. While the two were eating, Zhou Cora sat across from Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was still thinking about how to solve the problem of those troublesome neighbors in the community in the recent period. He had a preliminary plan in mind, and for the time being, he would not have a large-scale conflict with them. Even if he has to fight, he will wait until he has collected enough firewood and dug up a large number of weapons from the barracks. Only then would he be 100% sure that he could kill those who intended to do him harm in one fell swoop. While eating, Zhou Cora suddenly said to Zhang Yi, in the past 2 days, there seem to have been a lot of deaths in our unit. Zhang Yi's thoughts were interrupted by Zhou Cora. He looked at the woman in front of him and said in a flat tone, "Oh, really? Then what?" Zhou Cora continued, "I think they seem to have some resentment towards you. You'd better be careful." Zhou Cora's eyes revealed her concern for Zhang Yi. Women are very sensitive. She sensed the changes in the neighborhood today. Zhang Yi smiled gently, and he reached out to rub her soft cheeks. "Don't worry, if I needed you to remind me of this, I would have died many times already." Zhou Cora said seriously, "The death rate has been too high these days, and some people may have changed their minds. I'm worried that they're conspiring with people from other buildings to do you harm." Zhang Yi nodded, but his expression was disapproving. "It doesn't matter. If they want to betray, let them. I never trusted any of them anyway. In fact, I'm going to kill them all sooner or later." It's not a new thing for these neighbors to turn against Zhang Yi. Zhou Cora was shocked and covered her mouth, then said in a dejected tone, "I was worried about you here, but it seems that it was all in vain. You are much more ruthless than they are." Although she was a little disappointed, her heart was at ease. With such a reliable man by her side, her safety was guaranteed. Zhou Cora suddenly thought of a question. Zhang Yi said he didn't trust anyone, so what about her? The two had lived together for a while, and Zhou Cora had given him her most precious things, and she had developed a strong dependence on him. Women are emotional creatures, and even if they are extremely intelligent, it is difficult for them to extricate themselves from this. Therefore, she hopes that she is different from others. "Zhang Yi, do you trust me?" Zhou Cora looked at Zhang Yi with a hint of expectation in her eyes, even a plea. In these times when people are so cold and no one can be trusted, she also longs for a little warmth. Zhang Yi looked at her and said without hesitation, "Carrie, you are the only person in this world that I trust." Zhou Cora's eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars, and her face quickly flushed. "You are lying to make me happy again, right?" Zhang Yi shook his head, "Of course not, you are unique. No one else but you." His gaze was firm, as if he was telling the truth. Zhou Cora's eyes were slightly moist, and she was a little convinced of what Zhang Yi said, and she couldn't help but be moved. Zhang Yi smiled gently and gave her a piece of beef brisket. "Come on, eat something." Seeing Zhou Cora's happy face, Zhang Yi sighed in his heart, "Women are so easy to deal with, just don't feel guilty when you lie." Zhang Yi really liked Zhou Cora. But the only person he loves is himself. But he had to make Zhou Cora believe that he loved her. The best way to win someone's heart is to use your feelings. It's the same as going to work in a company. Don't the leaders of the company talk about feelings with you? And call employees family? But when they fire you, they are ruthless. Only by making Zhou Cora think this way and be devoted to Zhang Yi can Zhang Yi's position be stabilized. After dinner, Zhang Yi planned to take a bath. Zhou Cora stood up with a blush on her face and asked, "Do you want me to help you wash your back?" Zhang Yi looked at her, and Zhou Cora's eyes seemed to have more affection in them than usual. Zhang Yi nodded, "That's good, it's not convenient for one person to wash your back." Chapter 106, Tianhe Military Camp. At this time, the neighbors of 25 were curled up at home eating dinner with the food that Zhang Yi had given them. They hadn't bathed in almost a month, and their bodies were itchy and uncomfortable. Some of them even had ringworm. But there was no way they could get that much hot water. Even if they could boil water in a kettle, they would have to save it for drinking, so how could they dare to take a bath? If they get sick after taking a bath, they will only have to wait for death. Zhang Lei and Li Changbin were roommates. They had been good friends since college, and after graduation they had worked in the same company. Their relationship was as close as it could be. That night, the two of them were in a good mood because Zhang Yi had given them each a box of braised pork rice. The 2 boxes of braised pork rice were taken from the supermarket shelves and were already frozen hard. But that didn't stop them. They stuffed the rice into their down jackets, heated it for a few minutes, and the rice was ready to eat. In the dark room, the two of them were wrapped in thick blankets and quilts, with only their heads showing. Zhang Lei used a spoon to painstakingly scoop out a piece of braised pork, put it in his mouth and chewed it for a long time, finally tasting the flavor of the braised pork. He was beaming with happiness. To be able to eat this at this moment was like eating a top-class meal. Fortunately, we followed Zhang Yi and now we can eat braised pork, Zhang Lei said happily. But next to him, Li Changbin was silent, munching on the rice in his hands. That's right, he wasn't eating, he was gnawing. After all, the rice and meat were frozen together, so he didn't want to bother with a spoon and just stuck his face in and ate it. Zhang Lei saw that Li Changbin was not talking, so he thought he hadn't heard him and poked him with his elbow. Hey, do you think I'm right? We'll follow Zhang Yi from now on. Didn't you see Zhou Kor? That girl is still gorgeous, wearing designer clothes and Canadian goose. The most terrifying thing is that she seems to be able to take a shower. Zhang Lei's eyes were full of envy. His current method of cleaning was to rub ash on his body with his hands, and when he did so, a long streak would appear. But then he didn't want to rub it anymore because it kept him warm. Li Changbin looked at him and said in a low voice, "What's the use of envying others? You don't have the conditions." Zhang Lei sighed, "You're right, we don't have that part either. Otherwise, I'd have to try it out." He looked at his brother and smiled. "But before that, I'll let you have a good time." Li Changbin said angrily, "Get out of here. You look like shit, I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me for free." Zhang Lei argued, "Don't be too picky about the dirt. I'll use my mouth if it's the worst." Shut up, the more you say, the more disgusting it gets." The atmosphere between the two of them began to become a little bit more subtle. After a moment of silence, Li Changbin said in a low voice, "Zhang Lei, do you think that Zhang Yi is actually using us as cannon fodder by giving us food? He doesn't want us to live at all." Zhang Lei's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Li Changbin told Zhang Lei what the neighbors had said that day. Zhang Lei also fell silent. "What can we do if we say useless things? At the beginning, we didn't think about killing him and then robbing their house and food. But we couldn't beat him, and he almost killed us. In this world, whoever has the strongest fists is the boss. If he can give us a mouthful of food, we have to listen to him obediently." Li Changbin was silent. At this moment, their cell phones rang. Li Changbin took out his cell phone from his pocket, glanced at the message, and his eyes suddenly became serious. This seriousness was mixed with a hint of inexplicable tension and excitement. The next day, Zhang Yi rode his motorcycle out of the neighborhood as usual. Since he had been ambushed yesterday, this time he took a long detour and went out in a different direction. Today, he didn't call Uncle Yu because he was going to the military camp to dig up the buried weapons and equipment. He also wanted to find some trees to cut down for later use. Last night, Li Jian and Chen Lingyu contacted him again. They just asked him how he was thinking about it. Zhang Yi just gave them a perfunctory answer and said he would think about it some more. But he could clearly feel that some people's temperaments were beginning to become impatient. Zhang Yi didn't care about their attitude, he just wanted to know when they would take action. After all, it would take some time for the residents of Building 29 to reach a consensus. This time was enough for him to make thorough preparations. After 2.5 hours, Zhang Yi followed his memory and arrived at the place where he had been yesterday. There was a large expanse of white snow beneath his feet, and apart from the nearby reference object, there was nothing around him. Zhang Yi took out the excavator from the other dimension and began digging down again, just as he had done the last time. With experience, Zhang Yi's skills in operating the excavator have become much more proficient. After another busy period, he dug down to the house below. Zhang Yi didn't know if it was a weapons depot, but once he had dug down to the house, it was easier to break through the walls and make a hole than to dig through the snow. So he jumped down and looked around carefully, only to discover that this was not a weapons depot, but a military dormitory. Although he had found the wrong place, at least he had seen a building, which meant that the weapons depot could not be too far away. However, Zhang Yi noticed something strange when he entered the dormitory. In theory, with the heavy snowfall, almost all land-based transportation would be unusable. So if the soldiers were stuck here, they would not be able to leave once the snow got too heavy. So there must be many corpses in the barracks. But when he entered the dormitory, he found that the quilts were neatly folded and the sheets were all smoothed out. And he didn't find a single frozen soldier. How strange, how could there be no one? Zhang Yi couldn't understand why the soldiers were all gone. He went to check the other barracks next door, and the same scene was repeated. Could it be that they had all left? Zhang Yi had a thought in his mind, and he felt that this was the most likely scenario. After the snowstorm, the higher-ups must have received accurate information as soon as possible, knowing that the end of the world was inevitable. So they needed to go to the shelter, and these soldiers were transferred to protect their safety and carry supplies. Thinking about this, Zhang Yi's mind cleared up. Combined with the empty warehouses he had seen in the warehouse area earlier. The truth is that a small number of high-ranking officials probably completed their relocation on the night of the snowstorm. But the average person didn't get a single piece of information about this. They were hiding somewhere, waiting for the disaster to pass and then coming out to continue ruling the world. Zhang Yi's heart rose a hint of vigilance. Because he knew that the disaster would not be over for a long time, and after a long period of time, everyone's inner heart would change. At that time, some armed forces may appear and become a huge threat. However, that time will not come too soon, because for now, they still have a minimum of order to maintain. Chapter 107, A Bumper Harvest. Zhang Yi did not have much time to think about it here. The days were long and the nights were short. If he did not hurry to find the weapons storage, it would be dark when he returned. But at least he had a reference point when he dug up the dormitory. Zhang Yi climbed out of the dormitory onto the snow and began to recompare the surrounding reference objects. In his mind, he recalled the location that Uncle Yu had mentioned yesterday. The excavator continued to work, and this time it didn't take long for Zhang Yi to find the location of the weapons storage. The weapons storage was tightly sealed, and it was hard to see the whole picture because it was blocked by the snow, but it felt like a concrete box. Zhang Yi found the iron door, which was locked with a heavy silver lock. Zhang Yi took out a crowbar and tried his best, but after half a day of hard work, he still couldn't pry the door open. The weapons depot in the army is really not that easy to pry open. But I don't dare to use a gun. Zhang Yi, with his hands on his hips, was thinking when he suddenly remembered that he had come with an excavator. He slapped his forehead and quickly got on the excavator and used the machine to break the door lock. Then, he couldn't wait to enter the weapons storage. He opened the steel door in front of him, and the sight inside was enough to make every man's blood boil. This was the first time Zhang Yi had seen a real weapons arsenal, and it was not quite what he had imagined. There were no boxes of bullets piled up in the large iron cabinets. There were many iron racks against the wall in the armory, and on them were placed a number of dark-colored guns, all rifles. There were also some gray-green boxes made of unknown metal on the iron racks, which looked very heavy. Camouflage uniforms and helmets were hung on the wall, and Zhang Yi even saw some camouflage spray paint under the iron rack. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and first stored all the rifles in his own space. He now had too many guns in his hands, and there was no way he could use them all. Unless he wants to form a doomsday survival team one day, they won't see the light of day. But Zhang Yi didn't care about that. He just put them away first, in case they would be useful in the future. He wasn't particularly interested in the guns. He was mainly looking for bullets, grenades, and even RPGs. Since he was in the weapons room, Zhang Yi was very careful. He opened the metal boxes one by one and sure enough, there were different types of bullets. Zhang Yi had learned about firearms at a shooting club, so he knew the basic types of bullets and the types of guns they fit. There are about 2,000 pistol bullets and 5,000 rifle bullets of various types in this weapons room. There are also more than 300 sniper bullets. In addition, he also found a military sniper rifle. Unlike the police model he uses, this military sniper rifle is more adaptable to the environment, with good waterproofing, dustproofing and even frost resistance. However, its accuracy is not as good as the police model. But for Zhang Yi, this was not a problem at all, as he could make up for it with his superhuman ability to shoot accurately. What surprised Zhang Yi even more was that he found 10 boxes of grenades, 5 in each box, or 50 in total. This search was already a big harvest for Zhang Yi. If they were all out on a mission, they would need to bring their equipment with them. So the equipment in this warehouse was reduced by more than half. Since the snowstorm came suddenly, they left in a hurry and didn't have time to get rid of the surplus supplies. But for Zhang Yi, this amount was more than enough. However, there should be more than one weapons warehouse in the barracks. According to Uncle Yu, the army station in Tianhe City has a regiment of 1,500 soldiers. So it's impossible that there's only one small weapons warehouse. After Zhang Yi collected the items he needed, he went outside and continued to use the excavator to clear the snow along the cement walls of the house. Sure enough, he soon found another weapons depot next to it. The weapons in this weapons depot were fewer than those in the previous one. But Zhang Yi also found several thousand rounds of ammunition and 2 boxes of grenades. At the moment, it's more than enough. Zhang Yi's face showed a satisfied smile. With these weapons, if a fight broke out in Tianhe City, basically no one could pose a threat to him. He had never used a grenade before, but he could ask Uncle Yu or look it up online later. As for other heavy weapons, Zhang Yi didn't find any. After all, Tianhe City is home to an infantry army, and there are no artillery or tanks. As for other weapons such as heavy machine guns, they must have taken them with them when they went on their mission. If it weren't for the snowstorm, Zhang Yi would have had a hard time keeping the weapons and ammunition he found. Anyway, these weapons are enough for me. It also shows me a direction to obtain weapons through police stations and military units in the future. Every city of a certain size has a police station and a garrison. Zhang Yi has a vehicle, so he can easily cross the city and look for weapons and equipment in nearby satellite cities. After searching the area for a while, Zhang Yi confirmed that there was nothing else of value, and then left the barracks on his motorcycle. He didn't go far. The area was mostly wilderness, with a lot of trees planted, which just happened to meet Zhang Yi's requirements. He used the excavator to break the trees in half and then stored them in his own space. This time, he was busy for a long time and didn't return until the evening. At this time, the neighbors of the entire building were waiting for him to return and distribute food. But this time, Zhang Yi came back empty-handed. After seeing his neighbors, Zhang Yi spread his hands. I looked in many places today, but I couldn't find any food. Everyone just have to bear with it for now. You can't feed people too much, because if they're full, they'll start thinking about things that aren't important. For example, yesterday, some people went too far and started asking for clothes. Zhang Yi deliberately didn't bring anything back today, just to let them remember, you are all under my care, don't be cheeky. If you want to eat, you have to be obedient. When Zhang Yi said there was no food, the neighbors grumbled. What? No food today? No way. There are so many places outside, can't you find more? It's so hard to go to bed without food. You worked all day and got nothing? Zhang Yi looked at the chattering crowd with a smile. Are you finished? Everyone looked sternly at him and closed their mouths in displeasure. You seem to have gone a bit crazy lately. You all forgot that you were the ones who begged me to save you. You think I should bring you food after just a few days? If that's the case, then we might as well just break up. From now on, you'll have to fend for yourselves. Everyone was shocked. Li Chengbin quickly said, Brother Zhang, that's not what we meant. We all understand how hard you've been working. It's not easy to find food in the snow. You should go back and rest first. Chapter 108, Training the Neighbors. Zhang Yi spread his hands. That's it for today. After that, he waved his hand and let everyone leave. However, Luan Chang, who had been in the crowd, suddenly spoke up. Zhang Yi, it's not good to go out alone. Why don't you bring a few more people with you? I think your motorcycle can seat 3 people without any problem. It will definitely be faster if everyone helps you look for it. The others turned their heads and looked at Zhang Yi with strange eyes. They were also very tempted to go out and look for supplies. Especially after seeing Uncle Yu help Xie Limei and her daughter find their clothes. If they can go out, they can take whatever they want from the outside. Zhang Yi, if you need help, we're happy to help. A woman said with courage. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He laughed. What, you want my electric motorcycle too? If that's the case, then we're done. I won't be bothering you anymore. Luan Chang hurriedly tried to explain something, but Zhang Yi stopped talking nonsense at this time. He just took out his pistol. Click. He expertly pulled the safety catch. Everyone turned pale and quickly backed away. Zhang Yi, don't do anything rash. We're just talking to you, we don't mean anything by it. Right, if you don't agree, we'll forget about it. Okay? We are actually very grateful to you for helping us find food, and we are only saying this because we don't want you to get tired. Don't misunderstand us. Zhang Yi smiled contemptuously. Don't say things like that again, it's not good for unity. Or maybe I've been feeding you too well lately. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he raised his gun and shot Luan Shang dead with a bang. No one expected Zhang Yi to shoot him on the spot. They thought Zhang Yi would reason with them, and then they would use their numbers and verbal superiority to silence Zhang Yi and finally agree to their demands. But they forgot that they and Zhang Yi were never on an equal footing. Dialogue requires sufficient capital. A scream rang out, and the neighbors immediately fled in fear. But the corridor was too narrow, and the people were so crowded that they tripped over each other. You won't understand your position until you kill a few people. Zhang Yi's eyes were cold, and he fired several more shots at random, killing 4 more people. Then he stopped, watching these people run away like dogs. Only Uncle Yu and Xia Limei did not run. Uncle Yu was on Zhang Yi's side. Xia Limei, as always, hid behind him, pretending to be an ostrich. Uncle Yu said to Zhang Yi, "They are so full of themselves that they have forgotten who they are." Zhang Yi thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that they are still useful as cannon fodder, I would have killed them all. On the surface, he shrugged generously, "It doesn't matter, I'm always kind. Forgive them." Now he has plenty of firepower in his hands, and he is much more reckless in doing things. Xia Limei took Uncle Yu's arm and looked at Zhang Yi with some fear in her heart. Kind? You'd better. Let's go back. Zhang Yi walked with a gun in his hand and a pace that was indifferent to all. Now he was almost ready, and these cannon fodder wouldn't last long. Even if they don't die in the next battle, Zhang Yi will clean up most of them, or even all of them. So he doesn't really care if these people live or die. And he knows that even if he kills a few people, these people will still have to beg him for food. Sure enough, as Zhang Yi had expected, the 25th group of people were scared out of their wits by Zhang Yi, and hurriedly fled back to their homes, where they shut the doors tightly. At this moment, they recalled the fear they felt when they were under Qin Zhanghao's control. At that time, they also hid in their homes every day, not knowing when death would come. The owners secretly created a new group, but did not include Zhang Yi, Zhou Kor, Uncle Yu, and Xia Limei. Since the end of the Ice Age, there have been at least dozens of groups in a single building. The distrust and insincerity between people is vividly reflected. What should we do? Zhang Yi is angry now and wants to kill us. We don't have a gun, how can we fight him? Someone asked nervously. After a while, the neighbors who had recovered from their shock began to discuss the matter. Zhang Yi, he's not being reasonable at all. We were just talking to him, and he just started shooting. What's scary is that he's killed so many people with his gun these days. How many bullets does he have in his hand? Why does an ordinary person have so many bullets, and even a sniper rifle? I've been saying it for a long time, Zhang Yi is a city warrior king, or a retired special forces soldier. You still don't believe it? A certain heavy internet novel fan expressed his opinion. Who cares who he is? We should have given up on him a long time ago. He is a very selfish person. Everything he has done for us has cost us dearly. All the good things he did for us were lies. He is not kind at all. Yes, he wants us to be cannon fodder for him, to fight for him and seize supplies and territory. Zhang Yi was scolded in the group, and even Zhou Kor and Uncle Yu, who were close to Zhang Yi, were scolded over and over again. They can't beat Zhang Yi, and in front of Zhang Yi, they are as humble as ants. But on the internet, they can regain their self-esteem and transform into a god of war to attack Zhang Yi. After a while of cursing, everyone felt better and their anger was vented. But a new problem arose. Although Zhang Yi is very selfish and gives us food for a purpose, but if he doesn't give us food, what will we eat in the future? After this sentence was posted, the chat group fell into a long silence. The owners, who were hiding in various rooms, were shocked, and then began to feel extreme panic. They thought about how they had lived before Zhang Yi had provided them with food. They had eaten everything in the house, even leather belts and jackets, which they had cut up and cooked. The most desperate people, when they were desperate from hunger, thought that dogs could survive by digesting excrement a second time. So they started eating shit. The most unbearable thing for people is to go from having hope to despairing again. If they had never seen the light, they would not have been afraid of the dark. But with Tianhe providing them with food for a few days as a precedent, they no longer wanted to return to the past. Finally, someone said, actually, when you think about it, Tianhe is not a bad person. The people he killed deserved to die. Chapter 109, Pressure from the entire neighborhood. Faced with the horror of death, the owners began to miss Tianhe's good deeds. Someone started it, and in these chaotic times, others were easily persuaded. Especially now that they were hungry, they could easily think of how delicious the food Tianhe had provided them was. Come to think of it, weren't we being a bit too demanding of Tianhe? It wasn't easy for him to brave the snow and go out alone to find food. And he had to find food for dozens of people. Yes, it's just that he didn't find any today. Everyone won't starve to death, so we can just bear with it. The people who were killed were just asking for it. What a nerve! That's right, what are you? You dare to hit someone's snowmobile idea. Pa, deserved to die. Hey, you remind me of something. That Luan Chang is the worst. He let his dog off the leash and almost bit me. Really? Oh, he really deserved to die. He even got us into trouble before he died. Let's not talk about that. Anyway, we have to convince Tianhe to help us find food again. Yes, this is the only way we can survive for now. That makes sense. Their house is made of metal, and we can't get in. We'll have to beg him to take pity on us. Just as Tianhe thought, these neighbors, if you treat them a little better, they will become arrogant. But if you treat them like pigs and dogs, they will come and lick your feet. Confucius said it best, women and petty people are hard to deal with. If you treat them well, they will be insolent. If you treat them badly, they will complain. Not long after Tianhe returned home, someone from the group of 25 owners sent him a message to apologize. Tianhe, we were wrong today, and we sincerely apologize to you. I also hope that you will not take offense with us, on account of our many years as neighbors. Tianhe, it was that dog Luan Chang who was provoking him. We all have no such thoughts at all. You must be clear about this. We will definitely listen to you in the future and do whatever you say. By the way, tomorrow you should go out and get some food. We're really hungry. Tianhe saw this message and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't bother to reply. Let them suffer and toss and turn. Should I let them have one last fling and become a suicide squad? Tianhe thought to himself, rubbing his chin. I just need to throw in a couple more pieces of moldy bread, and they should be scrambling to do it. At this moment, a series of ding-dong sound prompts came over. Tianhe was a little curious. He had mostly blocked notifications for group chats, so why was there one here? He took a look and then realized what had happened. It turned out that the 9 building manager, Chen Lingyu, had pulled him into a new group. He looked closely and discovered the secret of this group. There were exactly 30 people in the group, including him. Among them, he saw many familiar names. 18 Li Jian, 26 Huang Tianfang, 21 Wang Chang, 5 Zhang Yunian. These people are all the current leaders of the 30 buildings. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he muttered, it seems that they are going to show their hand to me. Zhang Yi knew that this day would come sooner or later, and it was not surprising. After all, not everyone is like him, with an endless supply of goods at his disposal. The other buildings are living day by day, and they can't wait a day. Seeing Zhang Yi come in, Chen Lingyu said, I've already brought Zhang Yi in, let's talk about that thing. Zhang Yi remained silent, wanting to see how the group would discuss it. As Zhang Yi's enemy, Wang Chang, the leader of the 21 Wild Wolf Gang, spoke first, his tone smelling of gunpowder. Zhang Yi, I heard that you 25 have been living well these days. You have food to eat every day. You're comfortable, but you don't think about us poor neighbors. Zhang Yi snorted and was too lazy to argue with them. One mouth cannot argue with 29 mouths, especially when they are online. If you're just going to let me listen to you fart, then I'm leaving now. Huang Tianfang hurriedly said, Zhang Yi, don't worry. If you leave now, we can't guarantee what will happen. Zhang Yi sneered. Are you threatening me? Huang Tianfang, you Tianhe gang dogs let me kill so many, how dare you call here? Believe it or not, I'll come over tomorrow and kill you all. Huang Tianfeng, who was behind the phone, suddenly felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly sent a voice message, "Don't scare me." Now the owners of the other 29 buildings have reached a united front. If you want to attack any of our buildings, you're attacking all of them. No matter how powerful you are, can you fight against so many of us? Zhang Yi's eyes flashed. Sure enough, these people have united and reached a united front. The good-natured Li Jian stepped forward and said, okay, let's all calm down. We set up this group to negotiate cooperation, not to kill each other. Wang Chang snorted and said indolently, boldly, you have a silver tongue. Tell him what we discussed. Li Jian said, okay, Zhang Yi, let me explain the current situation to you. Li Jian was still very good at talking, and in no time at all, he had explained to Zhang Yi the agreement reached by the 29 buildings. First, they agreed to take the same side and put pressure on the 25 building where Zhang Yi was located. If at this time any one of the units was attacked by Zhang Yi, the other units must provide assistance. Second, they asked Zhang Yi to provide them with supplies to ensure their basic survival. In exchange, they would not attack 25 Third, in order to ensure that Zhang Yi can fulfill his promise in good faith, Zhang Yi's snowmobile is required to be used by everyone in turn and cannot be in the hands of one person. Fourth, Zhang Yi needs to disclose the resource points he has in his possession. After all, it is snowing outside, and even if they have a means of transportation, not everyone can find supplies. Li Jian, Zhang Yi, that's it. Have you finished listening? Zhang Yi's mouth curled up in a sneer of contempt. These people have really got some nerve, trying to take his snowmobile and then asking him to help them navigate the neighborhood for free to ensure the basic needs of the entire community. All they have to offer is so-called sincerity, and they are only not attacking Zhang Yi's 25th? They are not worthy of it? Zhang Yi was not angry. Although these conditions are ridiculous, and even seem comical to him, from the other party's perspective, they do make some sense. Negotiations are all about gaining benefits bit by bit, and asking for a lot is also a way to prepare for a better price cut later. However, Zhang Yi could still laugh at them. Because the basis for their conditions was based on their serious miscalculation of the combat effectiveness of 25 They thought that as long as they joined forces, it wouldn't be difficult to kill all the people in 25 But how did they know that Zhang Yi now had a large amount of weapons and ammunition in his hands? If a fight really broke out, the gap between the two sides would be completely different. It's not that more people will necessarily win. A single drop of water from the three-body people can wipe out the entire Earth's space fleet. Chapter 110, Compete with me in consumption? Are you sure? Zhang Yi did not say a word. He was mocking the stupidity of these people. He really wanted to see the look of shock and panic on their faces when they saw his true strength. Should I kill them all now? And clean up 25 in the process? Zhang Yi touched his chin and said to himself. With sufficient firepower and a way to deal with the people hiding in the building, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to kill everyone in the entire neighborhood. Moreover, these bastards in Building 25 will be of no use by then, so they can be cleaned up as well. No, there will still be security loopholes. Even if I want to kill them, I have to kill them one building at a time. But what if they all decide to die together and come after me? 1,000 people, just by piling up their bodies, could crush me to death. Although these people are as timid as mice, the probability of this happening is not high, but it is not completely impossible. My life is more valuable than theirs, so I can't afford to take any chances. I still have to think of a more secure method. While Zhang Yi was thinking, the owners of the chat group were also a little impatient when Zhang Yi didn't answer for a long time. They felt that they had the upper hand, and that Zhang Yi had no other choice but to bow to them. After all, in their own minds, there is no such thing as a character as powerful as Yuelu community, who can fight against thousands of people at the same time. If there were, it would be a myth. Wang Chang had already begun to urge, are you dumb? Hurry up and speak. You have to agree to this, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, none of us will be merciful. Shen Lingyu said, Zhang Yi, we all don't want to die, we all want to live. Although I know you may not be very balanced in your heart, sometimes in life, you have to be able to bend and stretch. After all, those who know how to adapt to the times are the heroes. Li Jian, Mr. Zhang, I think you need to think about this. We don't want to solve this through conflict either, but we also want to live. If you agree to cooperate with us, then the problem of supplies for the entire community can be solved. By then, we might be able to return to the state of a civilized society. Other people also chipped in. Some played the good guy, others the bad guy. But in the end, the meaning is the same: you, Zhang Yi, must agree to our demands, or else you will die. Zhang Yi glanced at the messages in the group, and as his eyes passed over the names of the owners, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Capture the king first. If you can kill the owners of these buildings, then the remaining people will inevitably be in chaos. By then, if they are left to fight it out, I'm afraid that before Zhang Yi has even made a move, half of them will be dead or injured. So, he slowly said, I still need to think about this matter. You have been discussing it for a long time, but you haven't given me time to think. Moreover, I hope that we can sit down and talk it over. There are too many people here, and it's not convenient for everyone to speak. Why don't we meet up in a few days and talk about cooperation? As soon as he said this, Wang Chang immediately replied with a cold smile. What, do you want to gather them all together and kill them? We can meet, but you have to come to our place. I think we should meet at 21 hashtag. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. He knew that these people would not agree so easily. After all, none of them are not smart. He was not in a hurry, and said calmly, you can also send a representative. However, the negotiations must be held at our 25th floor. Zhang Yi's tone was very firm, with an unmistakable flavor. Wang Chang laughed heartily, why do you get to decide? Do you think we're all idiots? Huang Tianfang also said, Zhang Yi, don't be so clever, we're not idiots. Zhang Yi snorted. If you don't even dare to send a few representatives, what's the point of talking? Don't you like to fight? Fine, let's not talk about it, let's fight. Both sides were very tough, and neither side would back down. During negotiations, momentum is very important and must not be lost. Otherwise, you will be at the mercy of others. At this point, the peacemaker Li Jian came out again. Everyone, don't be like this. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. He asked Zhang Yi, how do you plan to negotiate with us? Zhang Yi said, you should send a few representatives from the 29 buildings to come over and we can talk about how to cooperate in the future. I, Zhang Yi, am not that unreasonable. Now that you all covet the goods and snowmobiles in my hands, how dare I talk to you? My conditions are here anyway, you can come or not. I believe you have already inquired about me. I don't mind telling you that I knew about this unprecedented cold wave long ago. That's why our house is built so solidly that we don't have to worry about you breaking in. If it comes to that, we'll just see who can outlast the other. After Zhang Yi finished asking, he stared at the screen. This is a test to see if anyone in the neighborhood can destroy his house. Although the probability of this is extremely low, Zhang Yi may face the siege of thousands of people, and he must consider all aspects. As it turned out, math doesn't lie. The rare event did not happen, and after a while of thinking, the people in the group felt a bit discouraged. They knew that Qin Zhanghao was killed by Zhang Yi, and when Huang Tianfang brought people to blow up the house, Zhang Yi's house was left intact. They were just ordinary people in society, and they couldn't get hold of a large amount of explosives to blow up the building. So once Zhang Yi chose to stay in seclusion, they really didn't have much of a way out. After a while, one of the owners said, you can protect yourself, but there are so many people in your building, can you protect them all? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Does he think he is a saint? He must have run out of ideas and resorted to this. At this point, I'm of course going to save myself first. Don't play this kind of moral blackmail with me, it's pointless. Chen Lingyu was a little anxious. Zhang Yi, even if your house is sturdy, the food inside will eventually run out. Can you guarantee that you won't come out for the rest of your life? So it's pointless to use this ostrich method to avoid reality. Zhang Yi's smile could not be stopped. Then let's try it and see who can last longer. Compare with him? Zhang Yi had a saying, I never care about how much other people have, because they don't have as much as I do. Chapter 111, Zhou Kor's Massage Technique. The other owners didn't expect Zhang Yi to respond to them in this way. After all, Zhang Yi had to go out every day to find supplies during this period. This made them think that Zhang Yi must go out to search for supplies to survive. But now Zhang Yi has his hands in his pockets and is directly calling the shots. You want to beat me up? Come on, I'm hiding inside the Iron King, see what you can do. When everyone was at a loss, Li Jian came out and broke the deadlock. I think negotiation is the best way to solve problems. It's better than a dead end. If there is a negotiation, I can step in. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Mr. Li, I really appreciate your attitude. When I was at the company, I always thought you were the most reasonable person. Come and talk to me. I feel more at ease talking to you. Unlike those bastards who like to sneak up on people. Zhang Yi deliberately called Li Jian Mr. Li, which was telling everyone else that he and Li Jian were very familiar with each other. At the same time, he also stepped on Huang Tianfang and Wang Chang. To deal with this kind of temporary alliance, you need to create internal conflicts. Although the 29 buildings' leaders had temporarily reached a united front, they were not on good terms with each other. If it weren't for the common goal of dealing with Zhang Yi, they would have been fighting each other. Sure enough, this remark had a certain effect. Wang Chang sneered, Li Jian, can you represent all of us? Huang Tianfang also said in a sinister tone, you can't go talk to him alone. Chen Lingyu said, in that case, I'm going too. Afraid that someone else would get there first, they all reached some kind of agreement with Zhang Yi in private. So they were all in a panic and demanded to negotiate with Zhang Yi. Once they started, the others couldn't help but want to negotiate with Zhang Yi as well. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I'm not afraid of you coming, I'm afraid you won't come. Fine, I'll be waiting for you all at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow at 25 hashtag. I won't wait any longer. Zhang Yi left this sentence and did not give them any room for negotiation. He quickly exited the group chat. If he succeeds, tomorrow, he can kill all 29 of the owners of the forums. Although this will cause the group of people under their command to collectively hate them. But without a leader, once they are in chaos, it will be difficult for them to quickly unite. Zhang Yi has time to break them one by one. As always, Zhang Yi's confidence comes from his powerful firepower and impregnable fortress. He is both offensive and defensive, and he is not afraid of any opponent. The foot bath water was a little cold, so Zhang Yi lowered his head and said to Zhou Core, okay, help me clean it up. Zhou Core nodded and used a foot towel to help Zhang Yi clean his feet. She went to the bathroom to pour out the foot bath water, and then came back to help Zhang Yi massage his feet. Zhang Yi turned his head to look at the beautiful female doctor, lowered his eyelids, and suddenly reached out to her. Don't use your phone for a few days. I'll keep it for you. The war is coming soon, and he needs to be fully prepared to take out those who are against him in one fell swoop. And any unsafe factors needed to be completely eliminated. Zhou Core froze for a moment, then handed the phone to Zhang Yi. Are you going to fight with them? She asked softly. Zhang Yi said indifferently, maybe. But I need to prepare for the war in advance. After all, the number of opponents we need to face this time is incomparable to before. Oh, I see. Zhou Core nodded and continued to massage Zhang Yi without asking any more questions. After all this time, she had come to understand Zhang Yi's temperament. When he is in a good mood, it is fine to joke around and chat. But when he is serious, it is best not to talk to him, and even worse to ask questions. Looking at Zhang Yi's serious expression and occasionally revealing his sharp eyes, Zhou Core knew that Zhang Yi was thinking hard about a plan. She could not do anything else for Zhang Yi, and for the time being, she could only do her duty as a woman. After thinking for a while, Zhou Core came up behind Zhang Yi. She placed her snow-white hands on Zhang Yi's shoulders and began to knead them with just the right amount of strength. She had recently learned a new massage technique, and she began to apply it to Zhang Yi's head. This is... Zhang Yi's eyes floated up. Zhou Core's massage technique was unexpectedly good. The feeling of her fingers pressing on the scalp made her nerves jump. It feels so good. Zhang Yi couldn't help but say. Zhou Core's heart leapt with joy, and she blushed as she said, I'm glad you like it. I just learned it recently. Zhang Yi leaned back on the sofa. This superb massage technique made him feel much more relaxed. At the same time, his thoughts became clear and bright. Zhang Yi closed his eyes and thought to himself. He had an appointment with the head of the 29th building. If those people come tomorrow, Zhang Yi will not hesitate to kill them all. The remaining people will definitely be in a panic, and Zhang Yi will have the opportunity to defeat them one by one. However, those people are not all fools. Some of them may not come over and keep a wait-and-see attitude. If that happens, killing them will alert the enemy and cause trouble for the subsequent operation. What should he do then? Zhang Yi's mind was in a state of turmoil. After thinking for a long time, he made up his mind. If the people didn't come according to his plan, or if less than half of them came, he would first pretend to agree to their demands. He would hide his strength and let the other side become complacent. Then, through a series of means, he would cause internal strife among them, weakening their fighting power. Then wait for the right opportunity to wipe them all out. Time is on Zhang Yi's side. In terms of strength, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack other buildings, Zhang Yi can absolutely crush them all. You mustn't rush. If you rush, you'll make mistakes, and if you make mistakes, I could be in danger. I have to be a patient hunter, setting traps step by step, and then letting the prey walk into my trap. Zhang Yi's thoughts were clear in his mind, and he figured out how to deal with those people. This might also have something to do with Zhou Kor's new massage technique. In order to prepare for the negotiations tomorrow, he needed some help to maintain the situation. The first person he thought of was Uncle Yu. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Uncle Yu, briefly explaining what was going on tomorrow. Uncle Yu immediately replied, "Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do it. I'll do whatever you say." Zhang Yi has been showering Uncle Yu with small favors and gifts for some time now, and his marksmanship in several battles has completely won over Uncle Yu. Now Uncle Yu is completely devoted to Zhang Yi, and he follows his orders without hesitation. Chapter 112, Arranging the Troops. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, "You don't need to do anything special. Tomorrow's negotiations will be held on our turf. At that time, people from the other 29 buildings may send representatives to come. Therefore, I need someone to maintain order at the scene. I want you to take charge of this." Uncle Yu nodded, "That's easy. If they come, first search them and make them throw away their weapons." Zhang Yi said, "Yes, that's what I mean. Then I'll go talk to the other neighbors." Uncle Yu said, "Okay, that's settled then." After confirming with Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi opened the group of owners. At this time, the owners were still begging Zhang Yi to spare them. They hoped that Zhang Yi would continue to provide them with food as he had in the past. Zhang Yi was too lazy to waste time talking to them. He said directly in the group, "Tomorrow, people from the other 29 buildings will come to force me to make a decision. They are forcing me to decide whether or not to provide them with supplies. If that happens, I will have to abandon you. Anyway, you know that I can still save myself. Or you can listen to my orders and stand guard tomorrow. Maybe you can still save a little life. Of course, I will also try my best to get supplies for you." When the neighbors heard Zhang Yi say this, they couldn't help but get nervous. How dare they say no? They promised repeatedly that they would follow Zhang Yi's orders. After all, at present, the combat effectiveness of the entire 25th district is largely due to Zhang Yi. Without Zhang Yi's protection, they could be wiped out by the neighboring Tianhe gang and the Wild Wolf gang at any time. After the plan was complete, Zhang Yi patted Zhou Kor on the back of her hand. "Get some rest early today. Tomorrow, there's something very important." Zhou Kor bit her lip and whispered shyly in his ear, "In that case, do you want me to relax with you tonight?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "I need to conserve my strength. So let's simplify the process." Zhou Kor nodded and skillfully came to Zhang Yi, lowering her head. Because of something to do, Zhang Yi woke up at 7 o'clock the next morning. He glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. It was still early, and he was no longer sleepy. Zhang Yi rolled over and sat up in bed, and began to prepare the equipment he would need for the negotiations in advance. Bulletproof vest, modified bulletproof pants, police helmet, crowbar, and mountain knife. 2 military-style daggers were stuffed into the outer pockets of his pants. If he ever got into a hand-to-hand combat situation, these would be extremely useful, even better than the mountain knife. Then, 2 police pistols, all loaded with bullets. 6 more magazines are also loaded and inserted into his belt. These are not enough. Zhang Yizhong took out 2 assault rifles from the space, also fully loaded with bullets. When the time comes, you can take these out in a room and quickly kill a lot of people. I'm afraid no one would have thought that Zhang Yi could suddenly pull out an assault rifle out of thin air. Then there is Zhang Yi's beloved sniper rifle. Now the basic weapons and equipment were complete. Zhang Yi then looked at the dozens of boxes of grenades in the space. If they are all there and gathered in one room, then I only need to throw a grenade in and they will be crippled if not killed. Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a cold smile. He learned how to use grenades online. This kind of short-range AoE weapon on the battlefield is very easy to use, as long as you know how to open it and when to detonate it. Zhang Yi had never used one before, but after experiencing the apocalypse for so long and killing dozens of people, his mentality had already become as firm as iron. Therefore, he could overcome his fear of this kind of hot weapon, and at least he didn't have to worry about shaking when throwing the grenade. Next, he just had to wait for the fish to bite. Zhang Yi's cold eyes flashed a smile of anticipation. After 12 o'clock noon, Zhang Yi went downstairs fully armed and at the same time asked everyone in the group to gather on the 7th floor. There is a one-bedroom apartment on the 13th floor, which is relatively large and convenient for gathering a large number of people. And at this height, it can also avoid being attacked by people below by throwing stones. Even if there was a fight below, Zhang Yi would still have time to run back to his safe house. It was very safe. The neighbors, of course, dared not say anything about the food in Zhang Yi's hands, and they all came here. Zhang Yi glanced at them, said nothing, and picked up 2 black bags from the ground and threw them in front of them with a bang. This is the food for you today. Take it and share it. Yesterday, he actually collected food, but he didn't give it to these neighbors. The neighbors had not eaten for a day, and when they saw the food Zhang Yi had brought, they rushed over excitedly. They started scrambling for the food like hungry dogs. Zhang Yi didn't say a word, just quietly watching them gulp down the food. Today may be a fierce battle, and if that is the case, these cannon fodder may not be able to survive. Don't get me wrong, Zhang Yi didn't do it out of the kindness of his heart to let them eat a good meal before they died. It is only when they have eaten enough that they will have the strength to help Zhang Yi fight. After these people have finished eating, Zhang Yi will give them their orders. There is nothing special today, just negotiations with the other floor leaders. We will communicate in a peaceful manner, and there is a high probability that there will be no bloodshed. Therefore, you only need to stand at your posts and maintain order at the scene. If the negotiations are successful, everyone will be able to live a normal life without fear. So today, everyone must be on their toes and not let anyone disrupt the negotiations. Do you understand? Zhang Yi drew a big pie. Normal life. When these words were spoken, none of the neighbors on the scene could help but be moved to tears. Some of them covered their mouths and cried on the ground. They had suffered too much in the past month, from the harmonious society to the end of the world. They even did many inhuman things. Sometimes, they were so confused that they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Only in their dreams could they dream of living in the past, not in this miserable world. A neighbor couldn't believe it and asked, Zhang Yi, are you serious? Can we go back to the past? Yes. Zhang Yi nodded firmly, with no hesitation in his eyes. As long as this negotiation is successfully concluded, and everyone solves the problem of food, there will be no more bloodshed in the future. So, for a bright future, please try again today. Chapter 113, People are great when there are many of them. The neighbors had eaten their fill, and Stockholm Syndrome had made them grateful to Zhang Yi. At this point, Zhang Yi said that they could return to their normal lives and no longer have to live in fear, and their morale was suddenly boosted. What are you waiting for? Let's do it. I don't want to live like this anymore. I'm willing to risk my life if it means I can live a normal life. Seeing that the morale had been sufficiently boosted, Zhang Yi slowly stood up from his chair. Okay, next, I'll assign everyone a job. They were about to face the tough guys from the other 29 buildings in the entire neighborhood. They must be fully prepared to ensure Zhang Yi's safety. Everyone else can die, but Zhang Yi must be given enough time to return to the safe house. In the apartment building, excluding Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu, there were 28 people available. Zhang Yi asked Li Changbin and Zhang Lei to lead the team, and they let 18 people to guard the entrance on the 4th floor. The entrance to the 4th floor is rigged with traps, leaving only a narrow space for people to enter and exit. The area is filled with all kinds of electrical appliances and equipment. If someone comes to attack, they can only enter through the narrow passageway. In other words, no matter how many people they sent, they could only attack one by one, which was tantamount to suicide. If they storm the building, they will have to use a large number of people to remove the debris blocking the windows. But this would take a lot of time. Therefore, even if people from the other 29 buildings suddenly attack while the negotiations are going on, Zhang Yi can use this time to kill all the people on the scene and then calmly leave. On the other side, Uncle Yu led 10 people to maintain order on the 13th floor. Zhang Yi left behind not many people, mainly to act as a facade. After all, even if 29 people came, Zhang Yi could kill them all in this open space. Everything is within his plan. After Zhang Yi had made all the arrangements, he waited. here for the other party to arrive. The agreed time was 2:30 p.m. However, everyone was in a hurry, so after 2 o'clock, people began to emerge from the other buildings. It was like a swarm of ants suddenly crawling out of their anthill. The black figures on the white ground became more numerous. The snow and wind continued unabated. The snow was much lighter than usual, but the wind seemed to be stronger. The howling north wind swept past, cutting through the buildings and making a shrill noise. Tianhe sat in front of the window on the 7th floor and saw the scene below. So many people. They kept coming from all directions, at least 500 or 600 at first glance, and the number was still increasing. The area in the middle of the community is full of people, and there is almost no open space to be seen. Playing tricks on me, are you? Zhang Yi's mouth curled into a sneer. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and sent a message to the group chat. Tell everyone to stay away from me, or you won't need to come here today. After that, he put away his phone, took out a sniper rifle from the space, placed it at his feet, and covered it with the table. Then he shouted out, "Uncle Yu!" Uncle Yu walked in with a large crowbar in his hand. Zhang Yi, what are the arrangements? Zhang Yi said, there are too many people here. I'm afraid the boys won't be able to handle the situation. Go over there. Don't worry, I'll be here to support you. Uncle Yu glanced out the window, and his pupils also suddenly contracted. But he still nodded firmly, okay, I'll take care of it. After Zhang Yi's message was sent out, the footsteps of those people did not stop. However, they stopped 25 meters away from the 5th floor. The crowd gathered together in a dark mass, everyone wearing thick clothes, hats, and scarves covering their faces. The entire 25 hashtag was blocked off, and even the light from the 4th floor became dim. Li Changbin and Jiang Jia and the others all felt a chill down their spines at the sight of so many people. If so many people rushed over, even if they had the advantage of the terrain, they could only delay them for a while. If they really fought, they would surely die. How can so many people be stopped? Didn't they say they were coming to negotiate? They don't look like they're here to negotiate. They're here to destroy us. The neighbors on the 4th floor all felt a chill in their hearts and didn't know how to respond. At this moment, a calm voice came from the stairs. What's the rush? If they wanted to fight, they would have already rushed over. Uncle Yu calmly walked down the stairs with a crowbar in his hand. Seeing Uncle Yu, everyone's heart settled a little. After all, they had seen Uncle Yu's formidable fighting skills. Li Changbin frowned, Uncle Yu, there are too many of them. I'm afraid that the whole neighborhood has gathered here. How can we fight? The others were also scared, and they looked to Uncle Yu for help. Uncle Yu had to reassure them, don't worry. They're not after you, they're trying to force Zhang Yi to give in during the negotiations. Besides, what are you afraid of? Think about it, what do they want from you? Uncle Yu explained the stakes clearly, which immediately made everyone feel much more relaxed. Yes, they have nothing on them. What's the point of making a big fuss and coming over to beat them up? Their target is Zhang Yi, they are not worthy. For the first time, everyone was glad that they were insignificant. At this moment, the crowd suddenly began to move. They saw the crowd split into several paths, and then 5 people came out, surrounded by their subordinates. The 5 people were Huang Tianfang from the 26th Tianhe Gang, Wang Cheng from the 21st Wild Wolf Gang, Li Jian from the 18th Harmonious Home, Chen Yuling, the 9th floor leader, and Zhang Yinian, the 5th floor leader. The 5 men came to the door of 25 hashtag, their faces full of confidence. Especially Wang Chang, the 22-year-old street rascal, had a look of arrogance on his face. With a large army of thousands of people behind him, he felt a sense of pride in his chest. Zhang Yi, who was about to face them, made him feel like a tiny figure. They are confident of winning today's negotiations. Wang Chang laughed and said, did you see those people? Just seeing our numbers is enough to scare them to death. Huang Tianfang's thin, wizened face also broke into a smug smile. Zhang Yi has probably already gone to change his pants. He can't refuse any of the conditions we've proposed. 1,000 people against 30, they can't imagine how they can lose. In their eyes, Zhang Yi has no choice but to obey their orders. Li Jian pushed his glasses up his nose, his expression humble, but there was also a hint of arrogance and confidence in his eyes. To be able to organize a team of 1,000 people was something that they had never dared to think about in the past. At this moment, they all felt like ancient generals, commanding thousands of troops. Chen Lingyu crossed her arms and said with a look of arrogance, "Don't just stand there, it's cold outside. Let's go in and talk to Zhang Yi, inform him of the decision we made yesterday, and let him accept it." Chapter 114 Fire in the Hole. Several people looked at each other, and then Huang Tianfang shouted in a cold voice, "Where is Zhang Aaron? We're here to negotiate with him." Uncle Yu walked over with a crowbar. The scene in front of him reminded him of his military career. He felt as if he had turned 20 years younger, and his blood was boiling. Uncle Yu looked fearlessly at the several building managers and said, "Our leader is waiting for you upstairs." "What, didn't you come with 29 building managers?" Li Jian pushed his glasses up and his smile was still humble and polite. "We discussed it yesterday, and it wouldn't be appropriate for all of us to go together, so we've asked 5 of us to go as representatives." They were also worried that Zhang Yi would take the opportunity to get rid of them. So after a long discussion, they finally decided to select 5 of the most capable people to represent them in negotiations with Zhang Yi. Uncle Yu had received Zhang Yi's instructions, and after a slight frown, he said, "Then you may come in. However, only you 5 can come today, no one else. And for safety's sake, if you have any weapons on you, you'd better put them away. Otherwise, it won't look good when we check." Uncle Yu's words made the faces of the people in front of him change drastically. Chen Lingyu's eyebrows stood on end, and she angrily said, "Search me? What does Zhang Yi mean? Is this his attitude?" Wang Chang laughed loudly, pulled out a machete with a hideous look on his face, pointed at Uncle Yu and cursed, "Zhang Yi, this ignorant fool, at this time, still dares to make demands. You really aren't afraid of death." Huang Tianfang smiled coldly, "Is Zhang Yi blind and can't see what's going on? With just a few dozen of you, we could drown you all with a single spit." Uncle Yu didn't say much, and took out his cell phone from his pocket. It turned out that he had been keeping in touch with Zhang Yi to let him know what was going on. After hearing the arrogant tone of these people, Zhang Yi also laughed. "I know what's going on. Just wait a little longer. It seems that I have to beat them down a bit." He had to let these guys know that just because there were a lot of them didn't mean they could get away with anything. Zhang Yi walked to the window and pushed it open. The cold wind whistled past. He glanced down and saw people everywhere. Zhang Yi took out a grenade from the other dimension, quickly pulled the pin according to the method he learned from the internet, and then threw it into the crowd of people in the distance. The people behind him were all watching the show. Although there were many of them, most of them had only been pulled over by the building manager to make up the numbers. Therefore, they also felt that they were there to watch the fun. The thought that someone would provide them with free food, clothing, and other supplies in the future made them very happy. They were all chatting cheerfully, dreaming about the future. Suddenly, a sound of breaking the air came. Everyone looked up and saw something falling. What the hell? Some people thought it was a stone thrown from a distance and didn't pay much attention to it. Before they knew it, the grenade had landed on the ground. Boom! The fire rose up into the sky, and 7 or 8 people near the grenade were blown up. Along with the snowflakes, there was also bright red blood and broken limbs flying about. The deafening explosion caused a panic-stricken scream. A grenade killed 7 or 8 people on the spot, and the 2 people at the center were shot to pieces by shrapnel. The shockwave and shrapnel also affected 10 or so people, causing them to bleed profusely. In this environment, these injured people were like a pile of dead people. The sudden explosion took everyone by surprise. After all, ordinary people don't come into contact with grenades in their entire lives. Even in the end times, they never thought they would be attacked by a grenade. The scene was in chaos. Although there were many people, they were all a motley crew, and many were there just to make up the numbers. Everyone was screaming and running for their lives. Wang Chang and the other floor managers were also scared white. What kind of floor manager? They are just ordinary people, just a little more daring and ruthless. They are also afraid of explosions. Don't panic. The building managers in the crowd, with great difficulty, shouted orders to stop the panic. But they are not the military, so where is the discipline? Even their subordinates and close associates were scared out of their wits, and they hurriedly threw themselves to the ground, covering their heads, or found a place to hide and curl up. At this moment, a voice full of mockery came from Uncle Yu's mobile phone. So what if there are so many of you? Wang Chang and the others widened their eyes, their expressions full of disbelief. This grenade was thrown by Zhang Yi. Where did he get the grenade? Why did he have a grenade? Not to mention them, even Uncle Yu and the others behind him, Li Changbin, were dumbfounded. It wasn't until they heard Zhang Yi's voice that they realized what had happened, and everyone's hearts were relieved for a moment. Uncle Yu was still shocked, but he coughed and said to Wang Chang and the others, "Do you have any more comments now?" Wang Chang and the others were so scared that they couldn't speak. They looked at me and I looked at you, and only then did they realize how unpredictable Zhang Yi was. It was bad enough that he had a gun, but then he pulled out a sniper rifle. They put up with the sniper rifle, but now grenades have appeared. They were also armed with sticks and machetes. How could they fight back? When they came, they were a group of men with a fierce look, but now their faces were extremely ugly. Wang Chang said with a gloomy face, "We are here to negotiate, there is no need for this." Zhang Yi's voice was contemptuous on the phone. "Do you need more than 1,000 people to negotiate? I just wanted to get rid of them because they were in the way." On the 13th floor, Zhang Yi glanced at his watch. "Oh, it's almost 2:30. You have 5 minutes. If I don't see you in 5 minutes, then there's no need to talk. Let's fight." Fight? What the hell? This is a clear case of a dimensional attack. Wang Chang and the others broke out in a cold sweat. Chen Lingyu clenched her legs tightly and bit her lips in pain. In fact, she had already peed herself when the grenade exploded. But as a female building manager, she absolutely couldn't let anyone know about it. "No, we came here with good intentions. Please wait, we'll be right there." Li Jian was anxious. He hurriedly walked up to Uncle Yu and asked, "Please tell us, which floor is he on?" Uncle Yu pursed his lips and looked slightly smug. 13th floor. 13 floors, which means they need to climb 9 floors. With their physical strength, they would probably have to pant to get up there. The few people did not dare to delay, quickly left their weapons behind, and then scrambled to run upstairs. Chapter 115, Let's Go Plant Corn. Zhang Yi himself could not help but gasp in horror when he saw the more than 1,000 residents of the community scattered in the window of the 13th floor. This was the first time he had used a grenade. To be honest, he didn't think it would be so powerful at first. Maybe it was because he had watched too many action movies in the past, where the heroes could withstand all kinds of grenades without a scratch. But in fact, the lethality of modern heat weapons to ordinary people is unimaginable. With just one grenade, Zhang Yi scared more than 1,000 people into hiding, killing nearly 20 people directly and indirectly. Zhang Yi originally planned to throw more grenades. But after the first grenade exploded, the others ran away like scared birds and animals. The effect of continuing to throw them was not as good as the first one. Seeing how useless they were, Zhang Yi didn't bother to waste his grenades. After all, he only had 20 boxes of grenades, and he still had to save them. He sat on the chair, waiting for Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang to arrive. After a few minutes, the panting group arrived one after another. In such cold weather, climbing 9 floors in one go was really too much for the average person. Only Huang Tianfang, who worked at the construction site, and Zhang Yunyan, the head of the 5th floor, were in better shape. Zhang Yi knew Zhang Yunyan a little bit. He had previously run a boxing gym and was a skilled fighter. But that didn't matter to Zhang Yi, because he had a gun in his hand. The gun is fast at 7 paces, and it is fast and accurate at 7 paces. "You're all here?" Zhang Yi said in a flat tone. "There are too few people here." He was a little disappointed. If there was no way to catch all the building managers in one fell swoop, then the second plan would have to be implemented. After a few people had caught their breath, their arrogance had been almost completely extinguished. Faced with a ruthless character who can throw a grenade at any time, what are they? Li Jian said, while calming himself down, "Yes, we are representatives." "Oh." Zhang Yi responded indifferently, "Then let's talk." Wang Chang and the others took a deep breath, found a place to sit down, but no one dared to get close to Zhang Yi. Everyone knew that Zhang Yi was armed. It was Li Jian who spoke first. He looked at Zhang Yi seriously and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Yi, you know the situation is difficult. Everyone is short of food and clothing, and many people have even died of cold and hunger. I also heard that some apartment buildings have started to cannibalize. If things continue like this, none of us will survive. So I hope you can understand that we're not targeting you. We just want to survive, so we have to talk to you this way. Li Jian's tone was much more polite. But if Zhang Yi hadn't thrown the grenade, his argument would have been different. Zhang Yi was unmoved. Don't play the emotional card with me. Do you think it's useful to say this now? Just talk about your terms. Zhang Yi had the 5 people across from him completely subdued. Even if they tried to act calm, climbing 9 flights of stairs in one go would take its toll. Yes, all of this was also within Zhang Yi's calculations. Zhou. The building managers looked at each other, and Wang Chang nodded to Li Jian. Oldly, you should speak up. They don't dare to use force now, so they can only talk to Zhang Yi. In this case, it is obvious that Li Jian is better at speaking. Li Jian frowned, thought for a moment, and then slowly spoke. What we want are some essential supplies for daily life. First, food, which you will need to help us collect from the outside. The second is heating supplies, such as clothes and quilts. Li Jian paused here for a moment, and the others immediately stared at him with their eyes. There was nothing he could do about it, so Li Jian continued, if our cooperation goes well in the future, we can also send someone to help you collect supplies. It would be great if everyone could find more supplies. Afterwards, Li Jian felt that his words were not bad, and asked Zhang Yi again, Mr. Zhang, what do you think? Whatever comes out of Li Jian's mouth always makes people feel comfortable. But Zhang Yi was not stupid, and he could hear the undertones in his words. Language is always an art. The same request, when expressed in different words, can have completely different results. Zhang Yi understood it after a little thought. He snorted in derision. I understand what you mean. In other words, you want me to help you collect food and supplies. You didn't say how much, so there's no limit. In addition, what you mean by helping me collect supplies is that you want me to hand over my snowmobile for you to use. Is that what you mean? Li Jian was about to explain further, but Zhang Yi's expression suddenly changed. Without further ado, he took out his gun and slammed it down on the table. The 5 men also changed their expressions, and subconsciously wanted to escape. But the door had already been blocked by Uncle Yu and his men. Wang Chang said in a stern voice, Zhang Yi, what do you mean? I tell you, even if you kill us, it's useless. By then, the entire community will not let you go. Li Jian also waved his hands to persuade, Mr. Zhang, don't get excited. We can talk slowly. Zhang Yi smiled lightly. What are you nervous about? I just think this pistol is a bit of a nuisance, so I'm taking it out to dry. Don't be nervous. Come, sit down and let's continue. The 5 men looked a little uncomfortable, but they sat down anyway. Zhang Yi said, first of all, I want to tell you that I can't possibly agree to the conditions you've proposed. The others were a little anxious and were about to speak up, but Zhang Yi stopped them with a hand. Don't worry, just listen to me. You mean you want me to take care of the entire neighborhood? Don't be ridiculous. No one can do that. There are 30 buildings and over 1,000 people, and it would be exhausting just to find them every day. The most important thing is that, as far as I know, none of you are so kind-hearted that you don't have enough to eat and still care about your neighbors, right? Zhang Yi said in a strange tone, then looked at the 5 people on the scene. The 5 of them looked at each other, but no one spoke. Only Li Jian's brows were furrowing deeper and deeper as he weighed the pros and cons. Because the entire community, only their unit building exists in a harmonious way. Everyone shares resources and does not plunder each other, which is why they have survived with the highest survival rate. Seeing that no one had any comments, Zhang Yi said, I'll now state my conditions for cooperation. You can see if they are feasible. But if you don't accept them, I won't change them. Let's fight. The 5 people had different expressions on their faces. To be fair, they were now very afraid of Zhang Yi's strength. If they fought one-on-one, Zhang Yi could easily defeat any of them, or even several of them working together. Zhang Yi raised a finger, first, I can provide you with supplies, mainly food. But the quantity is limited. I will only provide 10 people's worth of food per building. I don't care who gets the food or who distributes it. You decide that within your own building. This way, I will be responsible for the daily supply of more than 300 people, which is already my limit. When Zhang Yi said this, the 5 people in front of him all lowered their heads and thought about it. They didn't expect Zhang Yi to agree to provide the living supplies for the entire community. But at least they wanted to ensure that their own faction could survive. 10 people's supplies are too little. Chen Lingyu was the first to voice her opinion. There are 76 living people in our building. I have more than 20 employees in my company alone. You're only giving 10 people's worth. How are we going to divide it up? Zhang Yi gave her a cold stare. So, there's no way to talk? His tone was cold and murderous. Chen Lingyu then remembered Zhang Yi's words, if the negotiations don't go well, then fight. Huang Tianfang was unhappy. He quickly raised his hand and said, wait. Chen Lingyu, don't be in such a hurry to represent us all. I think the quantity of the goods can still be discussed. Huang Tianfang was of course more than willing. The Tianhe gang had been decimated by Zhang Yi, and now there were only 7 of them left. With him, there are 8 people in total, and 10 people's worth of supplies is more than enough. As for the other neighbors, just kill them all when the time comes. Wang Chang looked at Zhang Yi and hesitated. He still had 16 men under him, and 10 people's worth of supplies would obviously not be enough. However, there is not absolutely no way. The worst that can happen is that we have to optimize the supply for 6 people. 10 people is a bit less, and we won't be able to explain to the other units. Wang Chang said this deliberately, trying to get more benefits. Zhang Yi's expressionless face, do you think it's a small amount to provide food for 300 people every day? Just one ration of supplies has caused a rift in this loose alliance. Some people have many people under their command, while others have few. This is the difference in interests. Li Jian was full of worry. The reason he was able to become the head of the building was because of the system of equal distribution of benefits. Once the 80 people in the building can only share 10 portions of supplies, his leadership position will be lost in an instant. The entire harmonious home would collapse, and it would even degenerate into a situation of cannibalism that was even more insane than in other apartment buildings. Li Jian looked over to the side, and Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang were obviously tempted. He quickly said to Zhang Yi, let's think about this. You first say the other conditions. Zhang Yi said indifferently, okay. Next, it's the compensation you have to pay for the supplies I'm going to provide for you. His right hand was on the table, 2 centimeters away from the gun, lightly tapping the table. Since we are going to keep 300 fire seeds, we will definitely have to develop sustainably in the future. It is impossible to survive by going out to search for supplies. No one knows when the snow will stop. Therefore, we must be self-sufficient and start working. Zhang Yi said, and then, like a magician, he took a bag of corn seeds from behind him and threw it in front of the group. When I went out, I found a batch of grain seeds. I think we can grow crops to get a steady supply of food. Zhang Yi joked, just like our ancestors. Food is obtained through manual labor. Chapter 116, A Pig Teammate. Li Jian and the other 4 building managers looked at each other in confusion, none of them knowing what Zhang Yi was up to. Planting? Be a farmer? Isn't this a joke? Huang Tianfang said discontentedly, have you ever planted crops? In such cold weather, all the crops will be frozen to death. Zhang Yi said, hey, you can't say that. Back in the day in Siberia, they were also promoting corn. If you don't think corn is good, I have other seeds here, potatoes, wheat. There's always a suitable one. Li Jian and the others were completely speechless. Zhang Yi, you're not kidding. How cold is it outside? Besides, it's freezing cold. Where would you plant it? Zhang Yi said seriously, what does it matter if it's cold? We survived, didn't we? The snowstorm will probably continue for a long time. You may have noticed that the higher-ups have all disappeared, preparing for a long period of seclusion. This means that the end times will continue for a long time. If we don't plant crops, we will run out of food very quickly. Won't we all be dead by then? As for where to plant, this is an easy problem to solve. Zhang Yi pointed to the window, isn't it all land outside? As long as everyone shovels the snow away, there's land underneath. To overcome the low temperatures, we can plant underground. Although this process is difficult, we must try. Only in this way can we maintain a complete ecological chain. Let everyone survive in the end times. Among the 5 people, Huang Tianfang and Li Jian looked a little excited. Huang Tianfang had been a farmer and was very good at farming. If the food problem was solved by farming in the future, he would undoubtedly have an advantage over the urbanites in the community. Li Jian, on the other hand, thought that the large number of people in their unit would be an important labor force. If the community develops into an agricultural model, his voice in the community will also increase. Wang Chang looked at Zhang Yi with a suspicious look. He couldn't possibly grow crops. But as the leader of 21 hashtag, he could naturally get others to do the work. Li Jian suddenly asked, if we are going to start farming, we must provide enough food. In that case, 300 portions of food is too little. Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, but I need more than 300 people. He spread his hands out. Okay, it's time to talk about my second condition. That is, each building needs to send someone out to organize the farmland. I need to see your progress every day. After all, I didn't go out and find food just to feed the idle. Zhang Yi looked at the crowd, tapping his fingers on the table, while the others were also tapping their abacuses in their hearts. These are my two conditions. If you agree, I will provide you with supplies. And if I provide food for 300 people, the quality of the food will be guaranteed. In the future, I will even provide cigarettes, alcohol, clothing, and even medical supplies. As soon as he said this, some people couldn't sit still. Wang Chang stood up abruptly and asked loudly, "Can you get cigarettes?" His eyes were full of expectation. Huang Tianfan was also excited, his lips trembling. "Do you have any cigarettes? Hurry, give me one to try. I haven't smoked in half a month, I'm going crazy." These two people are heavy smokers, and it is even more difficult for them to go without smoking for more than half a month than to kill them. The reason why they became so irritable later was also related to withdrawal symptoms. Zhang Yi smiled and took out a pack of Lucky Strike from his pocket, then threw one to each of them. The two men greedily looked at the cigarettes in their hands and quickly stuffed them into their mouths. "Fire, did you bring any fire? Here, come on, light it up." Wang Chang and Huang Tianfan didn't even care what they were doing at the moment, and ran over to light their cigarettes with trembling hands. Then they put them in their mouths and took a deep breath. White smoke spewed from their nostrils, and both of their faces revealed a blissful expression. They could go without food, but without cigarettes they would really go crazy. Zhang Yi's smile grew even wider. "Now my conditions are here. Will you accept them?" Chen Lingyu's legs were clenched tightly at this point, and her thoughts were on her wet crotch, which was so cold that she dared not show it. Zhang Yinian, who was muscular and simple-minded, was completely confused by Zhang Yi's farming conditions and didn't know how to open his mouth. Only Li Jian was planning to argue and negotiate some more conditions. But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Wang Chang. "As long as you can guarantee that I have cigarettes in the future, I can agree to these conditions. But we've agreed that I'll get at least 2 packs a day." Huang Tianfang also said, "I have the same conditions." Zhang Yi said, "I can only give you 1 pack a day. I can't find any more." Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang quickly agreed. "That's fine, 1 pack a day. You must bring it to us." Zhang Yi smiled and spread his hands. "So, we have reached a consensus in today's negotiations, right?" Wang Chang and Huang Tianfan were not very smart people. And cigarettes are highly addictive and can easily destroy people's will. As long as they could get cigarettes, they didn't care about anything else. The two men had no complaints about the benefits Zhang Yi offered them. Li Jian said, "We still need to discuss this matter." Chen Lingyu clenched her legs and said with difficulty, "Yes, we still need to discuss this at length." Zhang Yi waved his hand, "That's up to you. Anyway, my conditions are here, and this is my greatest sincerity and bottom line. If you still don't agree, then we'll just have to meet with swords and spears." Zhang Yi emphasized the words swords and guns a little too much. This is a reminder to the people in front of him that if they fight Zhang Yi, it will be like fighting with swords, spears, guns and cannons. Wang Chang reached out to Zhang Yi and said, "I have no problem with that. First, give me a cigarette." Zhang Yi snorted. "What kind of joke is this? Aren't you all on the same side? These conditions won't take effect until you give me a clear answer. So if you want a cigarette, wait until you have decided." Wang Chang smoked heavily, his eyes a little blurred. He impatiently said to Li Jian and the others, "What are we waiting for? Don't we have everything we need? Just do what he says." Li Jian said, "But this is too." Wang Chang said with a glare, "What this is? I said, just do it. Don't waste time. I hate people who are so wordy." Huang Tianfang exhaled a ring of smoke and said, I think we've had enough. Zhang Yi gave us face, and we should also understand his difficulties, shouldn't we? Li Jian's face was as calm as water, but in his heart he was cursing Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang. These two pig teammates actually started a civil war in front of each other. Chapter 117, The Deterrent Power of the Sniper. Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang were so desperate for cigarettes that they were willing to agree to Zhang Yi's conditions immediately, just so they could get a pack of cigarettes every day. Chen Lingyu was so busy with her wet diaper that she couldn't spare any energy to think about anything else. Li Jian had to grit his teeth and say, this condition is indeed a bit harsh, and we can't make a decision on our own. Otherwise, the other units won't agree. Zhang Yinian had his arms folded, and he was not the type of person who was very smart. In his opinion, as long as Zhang Yi could provide food, no matter how much, he, as the leader of Unit 5, would never go hungry. But since everyone else had spoken, he also pretended to say, yes, this matter cannot be decided lightly. I think we should discuss it further. Zhang Yi's face suddenly changed, and his voice became cold. Discuss it again? Are you trying to fool me? If you five can't make a decision for the entire community, why do you claim to represent me and come to negotiate? Uncle Yu and the others outside the door tightened their weapons and approached the door, their faces cold and serious. Wang Chang and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Now Zhang Yi wants to kill them, it's too easy. After all, he has a gun in his hand. And they have nothing with them. Wang Chang quickly reached out to stop Zhang Yi. Don't worry, who said we can't make a decision? He glared at Li Jian and Zhang Yunyan and said, didn't we agree on this? The five of us will make the decision. How dare the people in the other buildings not listen? I think Zhang Yi's condition is acceptable. How much social experience does Wang Chang, who is in his early 20s, have? He made the cardinal mistake of revealing his own cards first and was eager to express his own attitude. But there was nothing he could do. He was the head of the building, but he was just a street thug who liked to show off. Li Jian and Chen Lingyu saw Wang Chang's performance and wanted to beat him to death. But the words had already been spoken, and there was no way to take them back. Not only Wang Chang, but Huang Tianfang also came out to help. After all, he had the fewest number of people under his command. With 10 people, they have enough supplies to last them a lifetime, and they even have cigarettes to smoke every day. Huang said, I think we all need to understand each other. Zhang Yi has his own difficulties. Let's just leave it at that. Don't push people too far. In order to gain Zhang Yi's favor, Huang Tianfang patted Zhang Yi on the chest. Zhang Yi, I'll state my position first. I agree with your proposal. Wang Chang followed up, I agree too. Zhang Yunnan still frowned, making a thoughtful look, but he was experiencing this scene for the first time and didn't know what to say. Anyway, just act like you know what you're talking about. Of the five, only Li Jian and Chen Lingyu had any brains. However, due to special circumstances, Chen Lingyu's IQ has dropped sharply, leaving only Li Jian to fend for himself. The group was in a mess, and they were having internal conflicts. Zhang Yi sat by the window, observing them with interest, and incidentally using the corner of his eye to observe the reaction downstairs. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly, and he realized that something was wrong. The group of people who had just been scared away by his grenade suddenly began to gather in groups and then quietly approached 25 hashtag. Zhang Yi's mouth curled slightly. These people took advantage of the negotiations to suddenly launch an attack, which was also within Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, the strongest combatant in the entire 25th floor is Zhang Yi. It can even be said that more than 99% of the combat power comes from the weapons in Zhang Yi's hands. Now Zhang Yi is being held up upstairs by the negotiations, and the others are taking the opportunity to attack and seize 25 hashtag. This is a very classic strategy. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi is not stupid. With over 1,000 people outside the building, would he be completely off guard? Looking at the people who were about to make a move, Zhang Yi said to the 5 building managers in front of him, did you arrange for someone to sneak in while we were negotiating? Wang Chang and the others were dumbfounded when they heard this. Wang Chang smiled disapprovingly and said, what are you talking about? We're all here, and then someone comes over to attack us. Isn't that playing with our lives? Zhang Yi smiled lightly, I think so too. But in that case, you'll have to check it out when you get back. It is highly unlikely that these people were arranged by the 5 of you in advance. After all, they know that Zhang Yi has a gun in his hand and can easily kill them all. There are only two explanations. Either the other floor managers chose to abandon them, using them as bait to distract Tianhe and then launch a surprise attack on 25 hashtag. Or, it could be that their own men wanted to seize power and launched an attack regardless of their lives. Li Jian realized it at once. His face turned white and he stood up in a flash. They're attacking. Wang Chang, Huang Tianfang, Chen Lingyu and Zhang Yunyan turned pale at the sound. Damn them! Who told them to do this? Zhang Yi's face still wore a cold smile. He suddenly reached down and picked up the large black sniper rifle from under his feet. Sit down, all of you! Zhang Yi shouted, then pointed the black muzzle of the gun at the 5 people in front of him. Uncle Yu also immediately led his men to rush in and block all their paths. The 5 men were already scared out of their wits when they saw the big sniper rifle. Zhang Yi, it really wasn't us, don't shoot, please don't. Wang Chang's forehead was sweating in a panic. Chen Lingyu was completely unable to hold herself together, and she collapsed on the ground, her pants getting even wetter. Zhang Yi ignored them and turned around, placing the sniper rifle on the windowsill. The people downstairs had already begun to gather at the temporary main entrance of 25 hashtag, and it would only take a moment for them to launch an assault. Zhang Yi aimed at a tall figure in the crowd and pulled the trigger. Bang! The roar echoed through the community, and the head of the 11th floor suddenly had a brainwave, and red and white things splattered on the snow. The people below who wanted to sneak up were also stunned in place. Bang! The second shot rang out, and another head was pierced. At this point, the stunned crowd finally reacted, and they hurriedly fled for their lives, or simply crawled in the snow. Zhang Yi's cold eyes were like the Grim Reaper, continuing to mercilessly reap lives. Out of a playful mood, he didn't shoot at those who were desperately running back this time, but aimed at the guys who were lying on the ground. Voldemort? Do you think you're clever? Then I'll kill you. The sound of the spear echoed throughout the entire neighborhood, and the people on the ground twitched and their heads exploded. In the negotiation room, the 5 building managers were also deeply shocked by this scene. Seeing Zhang Yi shoot and kill someone with their own eyes, they finally realized how terrifying this man was. Chapter 118, Zhang Yi's kindness can never be repaid in a lifetime. Zhang Yi killed more than a dozen people in one go. By the way, have you ever played the game of smashing tadpoles? In the spring, there are many tadpoles in the stream, swimming in groups in the stream. If you throw a stone in, the tadpoles scatter in all directions, which is very interesting. When Zhang Yi kills people, it feels similar to smashing tadpoles. When he saw a group of people, he would pick out the most conspicuous ones to kill, and then the others would be so scared that they would flee in a panic. The residents who were still alive watched as the people next to them died. Their bodies were still covered in the blood and brains of others, and this was a huge deterrent. They lost the courage to resist for a short time. Zhang Yi saw that they were scared out of their wits, so he slowly put away his sniper rifle. Then he turned around and faced the 5 people who were stunned. He said, "Have you thought it over?" Even the most vicious Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang felt their legs shaking at this moment. It was the awe of mankind for the heat of weapons. Wang Chang swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and then raised his hand and said, "I agree to the 2 conditions you have proposed." Huang Tianfang also said, "I have no objections either." Then Zhang Yunyan and Chen Lingyu, who had said nothing, probably didn't know how to speak, and could only raise their hands to agree. Li Jian saw that the other 4 had already compromised, and bitterly raised his right hand. "I agree too." Zhang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. "Okay, starting today, you will start working. Then tomorrow afternoon I will notify you to come and collect the supplies. Also, you must work hard. I will be watching you, don't try to trick me." The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi waved to them. "You can go back now." Li Jian left the negotiation room first, his head hanging low, followed by Zhang Yunyan. Chen Lingyu walked with a strange posture, her body trembling slightly, and she almost couldn't stand up straight. Wang Chang and Huang Tianfang, however, were slow to leave. Zhang Yi, can I have your pack of cigarettes? After all, we're already partners now." Wang Chang pointed at Zhang Yi's cigarette, his eyes full of longing. Huang Tianfang was anxious, fearing that Wang Chang would eat the food alone. "Wang Chang, don't think you can eat it all." He turned his head and smiled at Zhang Yi, saying, "Zhang Yi, I haven't had a cigarette in a long time. Can you give it to me?" Zhang Yi glanced at them and picked up the half pack of cigarettes and threw it on the ground. You guys can share it. The two men pounced on the ground like vicious dogs. The two men, for the sake of half a pack of Lucky Strike, began to wrestle on the ground, completely disregarding their appearances. Wang Chang, you little bastard, you dare to fight with me? Old Huan, don't you dare. Let go of me. Give it to me. In the end, the two men tore the cigarette pack to shreds, each grabbing a few sticks and leaving the negotiation building with angry looks. The crisis in Building 25 was temporarily resolved. Zhang Yi put away his sniper rifle, sat down in a chair, and looked extremely indifferent. Because the result today was obviously not ideal. He had originally hoped to kill all the owners of the other 29 buildings in one fell swoop. However, that was only an ideal situation. Now this situation is not bad either. He will cooperate with them on the surface, then let them kill each other, and finally find the right opportunity to strike. Zhang Yi is not in a hurry. Because he has enough supplies and a good living environment, he is always in a position of strength. After the 5 block leaders left, the people in 25 hashtag all felt relieved and hurried over to ask Zhang Yi about the outcome of the meeting. Zhang Yi told them, under my military threat, they have compromised. In the future, they will need to provide 300 people's worth of food in exchange for peace. In addition, everyone needs to participate in labor. In the future, they will develop land, carry out agricultural planting, and adhere to the sustainable development routine. The neighbors were stunned. 300 people's worth of food? Can this be done? And what about us? No one understood why Zhang Yi had made such a demand. After all, Zhang Yi had not consulted them at all when making his decision. Zhang Yi calmly explained, "What do you want to do if you don't reach this agreement? Do you really want to fight against thousands of people in the entire community?" He sneered and said, "I don't care. I'm not afraid of their numbers, but can you stand up to them?" The neighbors looked at each other and were too embarrassed to speak. 99% of the military power of the entire 25 hashtag neighborhood is in Zhang Yi's hands. Zhang Yi has powerful firepower and an almost impenetrable fortress. If they just leave, they can still live very well, no matter what they say. But what about them? They will still be killed by the angry owners of the community and made into kebabs? Zhang Yi said calmly, "You don't have to worry too much. I will try my best to find food. No matter what, I won't let you starve to death." The neighbors looked up, their eyes filled with tears of emotion and disbelief. "Zhang Yi, you." A woman choked up, "You really are." I cried. "Zhang Yi, you are carrying the pressure of the entire 25 hashtag on your shoulders. I really will thank you. Zhang Yi, we were right about you. You are a leader worthy of our respect." The neighbors were moved to tears. The pressure of searching for food was all on Zhang Yi's shoulders. Zhang Yi sighed softly, and his tone became softer. He looked slowly at everyone, his tone solemn and deep. "Everyone, stop crying. I know you all have some opinions about me in the past, and you think I'm a bad person. But no matter how you think of me, I sincerely hope that you can all live well. Not just me, Zhang Yi, but everyone." Jiang Lei wiped away his tears and said loudly, "Brother Zhang, don't worry, we will remember your kindness and never let you down." The other neighbors also nodded and whispered to each other. In fact, if you think about it, although Zhang Yi killed 70 or 80 people, the people he killed were all evil. He didn't attack them on his own initiative. Zhang Yi was just defending himself. He was actually very good to us. Maybe we all misunderstood him in the past. He really is a good person. From now on, I will fully support Zhang Yi and uphold all his decisions. Zhang Yi's kindness can never be repaid in a lifetime. Chapter 119, Open Conspiracy. Zhang Yi moved the neighbors, and they went back to work. With tears in their eyes. Only Uncle Yu stayed behind. He walked up to Zhang Yi and looked at him suspiciously for a long time, as if he had never met Zhang Yi before. "Do I have a young wife on my face?" Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Uncle Yu looked a little embarrassed and shook his head. "No. I just think you're a little strange today, not quite like the person you used to be." Zhang Yi knew what Uncle Yu was thinking. He smiled and his eyelids drooped slightly. "Don't you understand why I agreed to such a cooperation agreement with them?" Uncle Yu nodded. "Indeed, it doesn't seem like your style to compromise. That's 300 meals a day. It would be very laborious to transport it all by Zhang Yi's snowmobile alone. And with so many people and so many mouths to feed, how many supermarkets would have to be dug out of the snow to feed them? Uncle Yu was puzzled. In his mind, Zhang Yi was not a bad person, but he was definitely not someone who could be bullied, and he was certainly not a saint who pitted others. Zhang Yi didn't rush to explain, but looked out the door and pointed over there, saying, "Is there anyone outside?" Uncle Yu immediately went to take a look and returned only after confirming that there was no one around. There was no one there. Zhang Yi nodded. Some things must be kept secret and not be heard by outsiders. Otherwise, the hard work he had just done to fool the neighbors with his acting would have been wasted. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, "Working with them is just a temporary measure. I was planning to call all the building managers over today and kill them all. When the buildings are leaderless, they will fall back into chaos. In that case, I would have the opportunity to defeat them one by one. But today, they only sent 5 people over. Although they are the 5 most powerful block leaders, killing them won't help. After all, the others have already formed an alliance. So I had to suppress my murderous intent and show them that I was weak, making them think that I didn't dare to fight against the people of the 29 buildings at the same time, so I compromised with them." Uncle Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He gave Zhang Yi a thumbs up. "So that's how it is. I said that what you did before didn't seem like your character." Zhang Yi nodded with relief. "You understand?" Uncle Yu shook his head. Although he didn't understand, it seemed like it made sense. Zhang Yi. He took a deep breath, but his eyes rolled back in his head. "Okay, to put it simply, we'll let them get careless first. Then, when they show their weakness, we'll get rid of them. And I've also dug 2 big holes for them." Zhang Yi smiled devilishly as he said this. Uncle Yu was hooked and hurriedly said, "Tell me more." Zhang Yi glanced out the door and pointed over there, saying, "Go see if there's anyone there." Uncle Yu thought Zhang Yi had seen a shadow and hurried over. After searching for a long time, he still didn't see anyone. He came back a little confused and said to Zhang Yi, "I didn't see anyone." Zhang Yi said, "Oh, I didn't see anyone either. I just wanted to make sure. What if someone came running while we were talking?" Uncle Yu. Zhang Yi cleared his throat and coughed. "Okay, let's continue. The first thing I did when I dug the hole for them was to limit the amount of supplies. There are only 10 portions per building. In this way, there will definitely not be enough food in the future. As the saying goes, it is not the scarcity of food that is a problem, but rather the uneven distribution. When I distribute the food to them, everyone can see it. But after the head of each building took the food back, they didn't distribute it to everyone. What do you think will happen in each unit building at this time?" Uncle Yu is smart this time. "They will have internal strife." "Yes, internal strife." Zhang Yi nodded. "The residents who don't get any food will go from having hope to being plunged into even deeper despair. That kind of suffering is worse than death. Although they didn't have food before, at least everyone was starving at the same time, and there was no unfairness. Even if they died first, the others would still be doomed to die of cold and starvation." Zhang Yi's smile grew even wider. "But once they know that 10 people in each building can get long-term stable food and thus survive, do you think they will still have the same mentality?" Uncle Yu thought about it for a while and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This kind of manipulation is simply too cruel. First give you hope, then completely deprive you. Everyone has to face death fairly, but some people use your sacrifice to gain hope for life. The feeling of being trampled on, discriminated against, and treated differently can drive a person completely crazy. Zhang Yi looked out the window. As the 5 block leaders left, the people in the other buildings slowly dispersed. Soon, there would be brutal fighting and killing in the various units. Desperate people will forget their fear of death. They will drag someone else down with them before they die. In this way, things will become interesting after that," Zhang Yi said with a smile. Uncle Yu looked at Zhang Yi's calm and composed appearance and felt both admiration and fear in his heart. He was glad that he was not on the opposite side of Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you are really too smart and too scary." Uncle Yu sighed. But Zhang Yi shook his head. His eyes were still as calm as the snow outside the window. "No, although I have some wisdom, I don't consider myself a genius who can manipulate others with my mind. The reason why I am in this situation is because I am more relaxed than they are. I eat well, I wear warm clothes, and I sleep soundly every night. I don't worry about food or temperature. I have powerful firepower in my hands, and I have the confidence to fight them head on. I have a strong fortress, and I am not afraid of their threats. When these conditions are met, I am not afraid and my mind is not confused. On the contrary, they are all looking back and forth, and their IQ is difficult to be online. At this point, Zhang Yi jokingly made a joke with Uncle Yu. Even a world champion boxer would lose to me in the ring after being hungry for 30 days. Isn't that right? Uncle Yu was stunned. 30 days without food? Wouldn't that make him a dead man? Zhang Yi said with a straight face, right. Why would a dead man win against me? At first, Uncle Yu thought Zhang Yi was just being clever, but on second thought, he realized that Zhang Yi was actually right. Chapter 120, The Strategy of a Tired Soldier. Zhang Yi said to Uncle Yu, I'm not using any tricks, but rather a strategy. Not all of those people are idiots, there are also smart people. For example, guys like Li Jian and Chen Lingyu, they have 108 twists and turns in their brains. They definitely guessed that my goal was to weaken their power. But what does that matter? I have already demonstrated my military strength and lured the fools among them with enough benefits. The proportion of idiots among the rabble is much higher than that of the smart ones. Li Jian and Chen Lingyu don't have the power of speech, nor do they have enough power to convince everyone. Those who only see the immediate benefits and cut off their own arms will always be the majority. It's like Lu Yilong, who destroyed the Great Wall and killed the General Tan Daoji. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh, ancient emperors would do such a stupid thing, let alone the people in this small community in the corner of the world. Uncle Yu was listening in a daze. His level of education was not sufficient to support his understanding of Zhang Yi's words, so he could only look at Zhang Yi with wise eyes. He scratched his head and said, what you said makes a lot of sense. He could only hide his embarrassment with a smile. So he changed the subject and asked, but why do you want them to plant crops? It's too cold to plant crops in this weather. Zhang Yi looked out the door. This time, Uncle Yu learned to be smart and went over to check the situation. Then he said, there isn't a single hair outside. You can speak freely. Zhang Yi smiled and said, some things are actually very simple. Don't think too much about it. I just want to intensify their conflicts and use up their physical strength. He spread his hands, after all, the only thing they can offer is their worthless physical strength. Uncle Yu frowned and thought for a long time before he finally said, is this a strategy for a tired army? That's what it means. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't kill all of their block leaders today. Next time, there will definitely be more people to kill. I must weaken their fighting power as much as possible. Zhang Yi said, approaching Uncle Yu with a serious look in his eyes. None of these people can be trusted. The conflict between me and them is irreconcilable, and sooner or later we will fight again. So we can't let our guard down for a moment. And whatever you tell me, you must keep it a secret. After this exchange, Uncle Yu was deeply impressed by Zhang Yi's wisdom. He nodded slowly and forcefully. I understand. Zhang Yi, now our family's hope for survival rests on you. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Zhang Yi smiled and nodded with relief. Okay, then let's follow the plan. Then we'll see how far they can get. Zhang Yi told Uncle Yu only part of the truth. In fact, he had more tricks up his sleeve that he hadn't told him. Because Zhang Yi already knew that someone in 25 hashtag was secretly colluding with people in other buildings. The traitor has already attacked him once, and he will definitely attack again in the future. Like that time, when the wild wolves ambushed him in the snow. Zhang Yi returned to his own residence and took a look at Zhou Kor's room through the surveillance camera. Now Zhou Kor is under tighter control by Zhang Yi. After all, the battle is imminent. Even if Zhang Yi believes that Zhou Kor is not stupid enough to betray him, it is always a good idea to be careful. If he loses, he will lose his life. No one is not cautious in the face of life and death. Zhou Kor's cell phone was confiscated by Zhang Yi, and when Zhang Yi went out, he would lock her in her room and not let her out. But Zhou Kor's self-regulation ability is quite good. She is a smart woman who knows what to do and what not to do. At the very least, she would not provoke Zhang Yi's authority, so Zhang Yi would let her do whatever she wanted. After all, she is the maid and Zhang Yi is the master. And the master's orders are absolute. At this moment, Jo Kor is doing yoga in her room. She was wearing a pink camisole top, and her full figure was rising and falling with her elegant movements, making people worry that the thin clothes could not bear the weight and would fall off. The lower body is a pair of brown yoga pants that show off her perfect leg lines. The elegant one-legged horse is straight on the floor, with the straightened calves and the full thighs, showing that she has not been lazy in her exercise routine. Zhang Yi walked up to her door, took out the key and opened the door. Jo Kor looked up at Zhang Yi, her forehead covered in fine sweat, her hair damp, a strand of hair sticking to her forehead, and she looked inexplicably charming. "You're back." Jo Kor was very happy to see Zhang Yi. She stood up with a slight bend in her legs and a sincere smile in her eyes. She knew that Zhang Yi had gone to do something important today, and from the relaxed expression on his face, it was clear that the negotiations had gone well. Jo Kor walked up to Zhang Yi, put her hands around his neck, and asked with sparkling eyes, "How did the negotiations go?" Her figure was too voluptuous, and just by coming so close, she naturally pressed against Zhang Yi's chest. That feeling can only be described in one word. One more glance and it would explode. Closer and closer, melting. Zhang Yi didn't feel like he was melting, but rather more energetic. He hugged Jo Kor, kissed her hard, and then held her as they lay on the sofa. "In the next few days, we will do this." Zhang Yi told Jo Kor about the content of the negotiations. This may not mean anything, but when a man is doing something big, he wants to find a woman to talk to. These few days may be a bit chaotic, so you should stay at home and not go anywhere. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes and his tone became cold. In a little while, the trouble will be completely gone. Jo Kor leaned against Zhang Yi's chest and listened without understanding, because Zhang Yi only gave a general description and did not touch on the important parts. But she still smiled happily. Because Zhang Yi didn't let her go out and take risks, it meant that he still cared about her. For a woman, there is nothing more important than this. "Zhang Yi, you must be carrying a lot of things on your shoulders. And I can't help you at all. Sometimes, I really feel useless." Jo Kor felt a little guilty. Zhang Yi looked down at her and thought to himself, "I bought insurance not because it's worth the price, but because I want to have a safety net in case something happens one day. You're the doctor in charge, and I hope I never need you." Jo Kor's face suddenly flushed, and she hugged Zhang Yi's body tightly. "But there are some things I can still help you with. For example, I can help you relieve some of your stress."